So I wake up this morning and I see a message, and it's Access Rattblood. Are you here, Rattblood?
And then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access.
I'm not the fucking Rattblood.
Access Rattblood, I see. All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. I don't know what to do about
it. And then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access.
Are you here, Rattblood?
I'm not the fucking Rattblood.
Access Rattblood. Most abundant and successful king hero that we are all sitting with at this very moment. Are you willing to accept that as a truth? That you are a worthy man and that your penis is okay?
all these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now.
Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood?
Who the fuck is Access Rattblood?
I'm not the fucking Rattblood, bitch.
All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. I don't know what to do about it.
I'm not the fucking Rattblood. Hello, friends and enemies of YouTube. Children of the Metaverse. It is I, the Access. And we're doing a countdown to dead things. I would like to welcome my early comers. Rebecca, as usual. You are amazing, Bex. And Chris, you are always intriguing. I wanted to take a little time to reflect on this past year and take an accounting of dead things. Many dead things, many dead things. I won't even begin with platforms and content creators to start this off. That's low-hanging fruit. And we all know that low-hanging fruit is for the vertically impaired. Thus, bend up and smell my anal vapors, as said by Frank Zappa at one time. This has been a year of dead things. I won't even mention our administration that is not only on their way out and will soon be a memory, a dead thing. I think it spent the entire last year dying, personally. as well as many personalities, individuals, and victims. And we'll do a double dose of victims that have died this past year. And we can't limit death to just death. I mean, things come to an end, and that's kind of the aspect you take on things, whether it be human life, content creator, platforms, uh, relationships. I'll repeat, relationships, especially those that were kept in the dark and hidden from light. They die with a Shakespearean cry, oh, they never, but oh, they never see the light of day. To shine upon them that they may grow in abundance and bring forth good fruit. No, many relationships died in the dark this year. Hello, Chris. Good to see you, man. Early comer.
Likewise.
I hope you brought dead things with you.
Objects of the mind, I guess you could say.
Yes, these are good dead things.
Okay. We're abstract.
All dead things. Yeah, no, all dead things are welcome.
Okay. Yeah.
And if they're in your mind, that's just as good. You know, I have no problem with that. All is mental, right?
Yeah, the abstract. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep. There you go. There you go. So, please tell me at least one or two dead things that have transpired this year.
I'm thinking like death to like just negative unproductive ways of thinking mainly.
No, that's still very present and accounted for. Sorry, dude. They got to be dead things, not things that are abundant with life.
Oh, okay. I didn't mean in that sense. Yeah. Dead things. Oh man. I have to get back to you on that one because I had something else in mind, but I know where you're going with this. So.
Okay. Well, we're always
Perhaps-
open to something new and innovative, and
Perhaps you could give us a small idea of what you would think would be a dead thing, not necessarily personal, but just something that you might feel up to sharing or something.
the Z show.
Oh, yeah. Zetetic Warrior, yes.
The Z show is an unfortunate dead thing.
Yeah. He's really good on that stuff with well, I don't want to get into specifics, but you just get Asian guy, let's put it that way.
I have a little more information than I care to share on someone who's been referred to as the Asian guy.
Perhaps you okay. I would suggest that you think really hard before maybe sharing that, perhaps, like.
Yeah, I absolutely. Some relationships in the dark should continue to remain in the dark and dead.
Right.
Lest we dig up old bones and we bring them back to life. We can't breathe life into such things, lest they return to haunt us.
That reminds me of a Pet Cemetery. Remember that one?
Right. That was, the latest one was actually surprisingly done well. Yeah, I was thought, oh, here we go again, more ridiculousness from another sequel, but no, it actually was bad. As a standalone, you got to kind of observe it as a standalone. You can't really compare anything to the first Pet Cemetery. at least in my opinion, the first time I seen it, I was like, wow, I need to go start a graveyard somewhere.
If you have land to access, not to be weird or morbid or anything, it's not, but like if somebody passes away, a friend or family or something, you could actually bury them, on a plot of your land or something, that's actually,
And that,
people actually do that, that kind of stuff.
yes, and that brings me to, many dead pets, and I will have a moment of silence for Rat, a very close friend and associate, as well as a roommate, passed away last month. And there it was, a moment of silence. Now let's make noise. So now that you got the concept, can you offer up something dead?
Well,
He's still in a reflective moment of silence, folks. Give him a minute. He also must have cherished Rat as much as I did, or more.
I did have a friend that passed away. She was buried in the flower pot, you know. Nice kitty. Otherwise known as cat, right? Cat folk. That was yeah, that but
That bothers you?
I mean, so I was thankful for that, that was able to contribute to the soil. In that sense, not that she's dead, that hate that, but trying to look at the bright side of things, plus you get to visit her, or at least her burial site, anyways.
Well, in a sense, I mean, you can view the plant that grows above your kitty cat
Yeah.
as maybe a transition in spiritual awareness for the feline. I still don't understand why they have reptilian eyes, but all the same, pets
Well, they're kind of
nonetheless.
like night hunters, right? They'd like to go out at night, so maybe it has something to do with the light and how the sun works and stuff, and the moon works, and they need to be able to see at night, kind of stuff,
Makes perfect logical sense, man. I don't know why that eluded me. Yeah, maybe their eyeballs went through a state of evolution.
Or it could have been a
And
creation too from the start. They created that way. Possibility.
yeah, I don't rule out the possibility. No, we can't rule out possibility. The minute we do that, we give way to ignorance.
Yes, sir. Always
Good
remain
deal.
agnostic. Like, to me, atheism is one of the most ignorant things you can do, because that's making a decision like right there. Nope, this is how it is, and that's that.
Yeah, that's kind of a shortcut to thinking, or even advancement. Atheism. I mean, there's a whole part of society that you're kind of shoving under the bus, as well as your own spiritual advancement. But then, even at that, an atheist wouldn't really care about such things if they were true atheists.
To me, atheism is a type of dead thing, because it's really conclusive. This is how it is, and that's that. Well, that's what it is to me, because it's dead. That's a type of dead thing, but it's a negative side of dead thing.
Is there a negative side to dead things?
I guess in some senses, yeah. Like if if you kill your thought and don't have room for expansion of your thoughts, you know. To me, that's negative.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense. That could be a disadvantage to dead things where always mind is concerned. Suppose the death of ignorance then would be something to be celebrated, which takes a whole new aspect on this broadcast, celebrating things that are dead, with a bonus in the positive aspect of your growth and understanding. Perplexing.
Yeah, people have different ways of looking at things, so you know.
I should have taken a broader look at my horizons. See, there's the death of my shortcomings when it comes to death. It's not quite so devastating and not quite a loss whenever you consider what you've lost was of no value in the beginning. I like it.
Taking a look at things from a logical standpoint, you know, this is what it is. This is what it is. You know, then there's well, how do you feel about those things? You know, that if you can separate those two somehow without disregarding those, you know, you'll be able to see clearer. I think if you can think logically and separate the two. Like, okay, this is what I think is good about it on this side. It's not so good on the other side. You know, and then there's how you feel about those two. You know.
Well, I can definitely say that there has been some space cleared up in the metaverse from things dying off. Going to have to go for. I have to go for. No content creators that I know of died off though. That's a rare occurrence. Last one I remember was James Mundar. I don't know if anybody remembers James Mundar or his channel, but
James Mundar, does that ring a bell, Bex, to you? James Mundar?
He died 2 or 3 years ago. I can't remember exactly when, but he had a channel and he done pretty good. And he was just kind of one of those really high paranoid type people. And he died in an automobile accident, and it was just out of the blue. But that wasn't this year, not by a long shot. Yeah, he's the last content creator that I remember dying off. I don't think we've had any recent deaths, unless someone in the chat knows. Someone in the chat knows a content creator that died off this year.
Yeah, it's not ringing any bells for me, but maybe like Venus or somebody might know or something. Oh, she did. Okay, yeah.
I don't know a James Mundar, but no one will know who I'm talking about. But I did know of a content creator that died this year. His name was DJ Molfunk TV, and he was a friend from a channel I was involved in for years, a few years ago.
Moment of silence.
Yes. Dead Things. DJ Molfunk TV left the Actors Guild and the entertainment profession in 2020 when he wouldn't take the medication, and spent the last few years homeless. But he was he was a regular in the background in Law and Order SVU. He's met Mariska Targete, who is actually Hargitay, I should say, who is actually, what's her name? The woman who died. Why can't I think of her name? I'll tell you in a second. Well-known actress and actor, Mariska Hargitay's parents are. Oh, come on. There, I just found it. Jane Mansfield and Mickey Hargitay.
Jane Mansfield.
Jane Mansfield, that's who.
Ooh, Jane Mansfield. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Chris.
It's yes, ma'am.
Hello, Chris.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. What's up?
I guess not.
Yeah. Oh, what?
Wow, man, are you contacting the dead? Are those spirits, Chris? Are you?
What?
Whoa!
Is his phone ringing?
I don't know. We're being invaded.
Good trick, guys. I like
Tell me what you really
What's happening, Chris?
Okay. That was a visit from the other side, courtesy of Chris. Thank you for the dead thing. And to the dead. Gage. Welcome, Gage.
Yeah, what's up, everybody?
Did you bring something dead?
Oh yeah. I brought common sense.
Common sense. I will say, yeah, Gage.
I thought he was going to say. Go ahead, please.
Oh, yes, absolutely. I think common sense dies every year.
And I thought he was going to say
that
he brought the cremation of care, Freemasonic cremation of care ritual for us to spend the next 4 hours watching.
Yeah, see, I was actually thinking about that, saying that too.
I knew you were.
Read my mind.
Read your mind. I read your mind. I am your mind. I'm in your mind.
Speaking of in your mind, something that died this year, the Sanity Machine's personality and subscriber base of watchers and viewers. Moment of silence. Thank you. We can carry on now.
Well, I can tell you that it actually died in the previous year sometime, or maybe even the previous year sometime. I can't recall, but I can tell you that one of the dead things I got rid of this year was the cat in my freezer. I cremated it, but I did not cremate care with the Freemasons.
I still have the carcass of Rattblood.
You know, Rebecca,
so I can appreciate it, Beck.
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Yes, Chris.
I mean, cut you off, yeah. Yeah. I was just gonna say, there's this one Panoverse guy who died. He used to hang out with Ian and Paulie and.
Yeah, what's his name again?
I forgot his name, but I heard he passed away. You know, one of the going way back when Ian used to hang out with those people. One of those guys died. I heard.
It's like something. Like not Donnie Darko, but it's some sort of name like that. I know it's not Donnie Darko. That's a movie. I know, but R.I.P. Cinco Davy Crocco. R.I.P. Davy Crocco is what those guys go on. That was his name.
There was three attempts on my life this year. That's got to count. In a Trumpian fashion, Maggot, I'm going to have to say yes, because I will truly say that along with the death of common sense, a great contributor to that would be the attempted assassination of our now elected president. Thank you for the moment of silence.
Yeah, they tried 2 times. They even tried it in like Riverside County, I think it was, right? Chad Bianco, the
I'm not sure. Did they?
the sheriff of Riverside County in California.
Mm.
Oh, there's a kid I grew up with named BG. He got shot in the fucking head and got passed around the internet. So I guess that counts too.
Jeez.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, you had to
He
bring
deserved
up.
that shit though. You live by the gun, you die by the gun. So that's fine.
Live by the sword, die by the sword. Yeah.
You had to go there, Cage. Shot in the head.
Oh yeah, directly headshotted.
Yeah.
And then his stupid friends like, call the police, call the editor. Yeah, and they're supposed to be gangsters and shit. But yeah, and then someone gets shot in the head, they don't know what to do, and they're screaming for the police.
It's like he's dead, dude. You know, call the coroner or whatever. You know, like shit. You know, excuse my French, but you have to call the police. You know.
Well, I will say that it does not look good when someone has been shot in the head and you flee the scene and you're caught on camera fleeing the scene, which is a silent and mute moment for a victim. My son's freedom died this year.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely a moment of silence for that.
So did his access to drugs.
Oh, there's plenty of drugs in prison to get your hands on.
Only Cage. I love it.
It's true though. It's like, let's be realistic. Let's use the common sense thing, right? There's plenty of drugs in jail that people use all the time.
Well, I will say that in one of his texts to me, he said, I wish they would just go ahead and send me to prison because I could use a cigarette and I really need to get high. So, you know, it is what it is, for what it's worth. I will say that another death that besat us all was the death of many people's reputations.
I know what that's
please.
right, please. I keep interrupting.
No. I'm dead things. Give me dead things.
Something that's dead for all of us is, well, the option of getting out of here. We're all going to be sealed in here together, it seems. I tried, for everyone's sake, to try and saddle up and figure out how we get out, but seems like that didn't work. And so, you know, as members of Team Evil, we're getting sealed in. So our freedom, essentially, our eternal freedom outside this realm has been, you know, dictated, mandated to remain here forever and ever. Amen.
Bro thinks he's Solomon, doesn't he? Look what happened to this. Even Solomon couldn't handle that shit.
The death of hope.
So, you know, I don't know if we need to like stock up on, you know, talk to Elon Musk about getting us a giant torch, or, you know, I actually talked to EBT back in the day about making sure we have enough sealant so we can double seal ourselves in from the inside, just in case, you know, the sealer on the outside changes his mind. But when I did have a chance to run that by he who deems us Team Evil and the sealer of the seal to seal us in here, when we were talking again and I said, hey, yeah, we're gonna fucking double whammy that seal from the inside, he was like, you clearly weren't listening, Bex. I don't want back in. So anyways,
Well, at least
Yeah.
we agree on one thing.
I know who you're talking about, Rebecca. I know who you're talking about.
So I'm just saying, like, our chances of escape, gone. Also dead will be, his chance to return. So essentially, for eternity, the relationship has been severed between all of us and self-proclaimed royalty, But again, what else? And any other YouTube lore we can chalk up to like forever and ever? Any kind of like or
Well,
death?
my mom's cat ate her fish. So I guess it's that.
Oh my gosh, your mom's cat? Your mom's cat murdered the family fish?
Yep. Ate that
My
motherfucker.
goodness.
Wow.
That's like something straight up. You guys should feed your cat a little more often. You should tell your mom to feed her cat.
I guess I'm not around that often, so I don't know how often she's being fed.
Hey, Cage, what's your take on the Ian lore about getting trapped in this universe, and then like when you die, going away from the light and all that? Any thoughts on that?
Well, these are not new ideals, right? You look into Gnosticism. That's a heavy ideal on that one. Even Buddhism and even the Vedic teachings all kind of refer to something like that. It's an ancient teaching. It's not nothing new that people are coming up with. So I recommend looking into the root of it if you want to have more of an understanding of it. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So
you say something, Axis?
Yeah.
Same thing.
Just so everyone knows that, in case you die before the first of the year, do not go to the light. Apparently, it's not a good thing. And for those of us who are going to be sealed in here, you don't get internet on the other side. So enjoy yourselves.
Yeah, they have something called Bardos in the Tibetan Book of the Dead. It's interesting. They talk about the light, dull light, and there's a bunch of different colors and stuff apparently that trap you in. I haven't studied it that extensively. It's interesting.
I have
What
the
else
Tibet.
died?
Oh. For every mouse that I had to feed to a snake this year.
Well, every time you fucking eat food, it's a cycle.
The hell you eating, Cage?
Well, you have plants, even plants, right? Even anything you eat.
I can see you discarding the bong, the rolling paper, or the bowl and just grabbing a fucking bud off a plant and gnawing down.
No, it's nutrients. You might gum up your teeth trying to chew live bud, though. I don't know. You got a little hash tooth going.
Oh, man. Okay.
Well, there's been like 3 major plane crashes in like the last week. You can add that too. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, I've seen that. Apparently they aren't using landing gears anymore. They're just belly skidding those fuckers down the runway.
Yeah, I don't know. There's been like 4 or 5 actually. I think like plane crashes all within a week, all across the world. It's kind of a coincidence there.
It must be flying economy coach.
See, Axe just loves death, don't you, Axe? This guy loves that shit. It's like all his receptors are being hit talking about dead things.
Oh man, I
What about 99.9% of the human population? Right? You can call them the walking fucking dead. What about that?
I have endorphins going off like you wouldn't believe. Just the word dead. Suddenly I have an endorphin rush.
With the word dead?
Yes.
Yeah, he's getting off to it, bro. Of course.
Don't tell your mom.
He's gonna get excited after.
She doesn't need that kind of ammunition.
No. And that gives me a great start to the new year is things that are going to potentially die.
Things that are gonna what?
Potentially die.
Well, I know I didn't want to state the obvious about I don't know. It's probably in poor taste. I'll keep it to myself. When you
All right, for the next thing that's
when
dead,
you're
Axis
mentioning
Rattblood
dead things
soul.
in your son's freedom, you know where I could go with that, right?
What about Axis's soul? That's fucking dead for sure. It's been dead a long time ago, though. See, he knows it's true.
Whew, I'm totally hyperventilating. I'm sorry. Whew, it's just so obvious. Oh my god. I'm sorry. Whew.
One thing that isn't dead, apparently, is laughter. Laughter's all well and alive. So we can move forward with that.
As long as we continue discussing dead things. Oh, okay. Composure. Some type of composure here.
You know, you're not supposed to speak ill of the dead or laugh at them. You know, I don't know the rules. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry to BG and all that, but yeah. It's not funny, man. You got headshot, pussy. Hold that. No, I'm joking.
Oh, so the haters are really going to run with this one. It's okay. My only goal right now is to make it up to Choose on Straws and allow her to become more popular than me.
See, I've never once ever heard Axis laugh like this. It's very, very revealing, Axis. You know, it's all making sense.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, I've lost all composure here.
Yeah, I know. I laughed so hard. I think my cilia started working again, and so I was coughing.
I don't think people quite realize we're communicating with smoke signals across the divide between Canada and the U.S.
Did you say smoke signals or smug signals?
Signals.
Yeah, let's put it into fucking Morse code, Axis, for you. Maybe you can understand it better.
He's like, all right, cut the BS.
Okay.
We're good. You know what else is dead? Okay, since we're talking about dead things, R.I.P. Camacho. Dead.
I've literally never seen Axis laugh like this in my entire life. We gotta bring up some more dead shit. Get Axis.
So just in case. In case anybody from the real world is watching and just mark down the bad taste joke that had us laughing for the last 10 minutes, I just want them to know that Camacho is a dog that was shot in the head shot in the head by a fellow content creator, his own owner. If you think your life sucks, sorry.
That's when you wish the pet could just off the owner.
Oh, that was dark, man. People were oh gosh, that was some dark. Okay, so oh my goodness. Okay. Because that was right after Tommy did that. If people think I don't have my brakes on, I'll tell you, the next day I was ready to start calling when people suggested the deletion of someone else at the hands of someone who loves them or not. I was going to call it Camachoing someone. Oh, you should just go get yourself Camachoed. Why don't you Camacho yourself? You should Camacho that motherfucker. But I knew that Tom had been already crying online the night before. Where, I had to shoot my dog in the head. So I didn't want to.
Yeah, see, I don't even know what you guys are referring to. What are you fucking talking about?
He's a responsible pet owner.
Yeah.
Someone shot their dog?
Yeah, Tommy shot his dog in the head. He euthanized. He mated the dog himself out of, yeah, he didn't want to pull any of his money out of Bitcoin and do it humanely, so shot the dog. I'm sorry.
He should have just shot himself instead. Fuck.
Well, that's why anytime
you don't
Tommy's
shoot your dog in the head. That's sick.
It is sick. And then but 2 weeks later he was talking about if I don't miss anything, but especially if I have a gun, like I wouldn't miss Cynthia or something like that. And I'm thinking, dude, you just shot a dog you love. Like, don't make fucking homicidal ideations, like accusations or whatever at people out here. You're fucking nuts, man.
Well, if he could shoot his own dog in the head, he'll probably shoot anyone else too, right? So.
Exactly. You're exactly that's why, I was very careful not to introduce the panelverse to the concept of being Camachoed. Because I might get myself Camachoed, you know what I'm saying?
Heads up, random fan.
What did you just say? Careful, random fan?
You won't be able to get a gun in Canada. He doesn't know anyone here to get a gun from. So you'll be all right.
Well, in my state, I have to wonder, did he shoot him from the front or the back?
Hopefully from the back. Hopefully.
Yeah, he did. It was the back of the skull.
Oh.
So, I don't want to say it too soon. Like, oh, please, John Osborne, be careful.
No, but how do you know that's true? How do you know it's
or else it'll be. Well, that's the whole point, right? You want to say that he didn't.
I don't think he would do that.
But he actually if not, he's a good actor because he came on that very same day crying. And I'm talking full on man crying, not yeah, I'm just saying, yeah.
So he felt guilty, he resented it?
Yeah, he confessed his fucking sin after the fact, exactly, to manipulate and trauma bond with his audience. And I'm the asshole for making a joke of being Camacho.
Buddy, you just shot your own cat. You just shot your own damn dog in the head. Now you're going to cry about it like a bitch? It's fine. Buddy's out of his fucking mind. He's probably on meth. He was very high on meth and just did it.
And I'm evil Bex, exactly. Oh man.
They sobered up after. He's like, "Oh, what did I do?" It's like the dog's brains are all.
Well, you can tell how much faith I have in Tommy because I didn't know whether it was from behind or whether he's looking him in the eyes when he does it.
Well, let's just put it this way. I don't know if Provo has 4 kids, 5 kids, or 6 kids. Because one would say he might have started with 4 and got 5 and then 6, because that's how it goes. But sometimes he says 6, and then sometimes he says 5. And then, anyways, it doesn't matter. I'm just saying I will take at face value the fatherhood that Provo places in front of me on any given conversational day. Might be exhausting, might bring up a few, some might be complicated, you know? But still, I got to take what Tommy says at face value too, right?
Well, you know what? Like, maybe shooting the dog might be actually more humane than putting it down. You never know, because putting it down, they make it so the dog's terrified, so you can't tell if it's like suffering, right?
It could be, but if you do that, then I just don't. And again, I can be pushed up. I mean, I get that things can be traumatic, right? Having to do that, like I'm sure, I couldn't have killed old Yeller, okay? Like that fucked me up, that show. Bambi, for crying out loud. Do you guys know that the opening scene of Bambi is when his mom gets shot? It opens on the little baby watching his mom get shot, right? So I do understand that if you decided to do that, it's the manipulation after. It's like coming online. People accused me of being an emotionally manipulative or sharing too much. Like, dude, like, come on, call a friend. Like,
some people are just actual psychopaths to the point where, like some people in the army, they have PTSD and all this shit when they get back. Some people just go there just to kill people because they're allowed at that point and get paid for it too.
Yeah.
It's like, it depends on the type of person.
I haven't seen Venus this active since the last time Mad Mystic was around.
But can we just say, we don't want to see random fan on next year's Things That Are Dead. Like, come on.
See, I've never seen Axis. Axis loves this shit. Fuck Axis, man.
My dark sense of humor being put to work. She trolled Noelle. Can you believe she couldn't even remember her name? She called her Nicole Noelle, whatever she said. That heartless wench. Oh my God. Oh, you people are going to dismiss someone's trolling just because of their autism. I know who's getting smoked and who isn't. I know who's getting fucking taken for a ride and who isn't. Yeah. Me and Noelle, Nicole fucking / choose on straws. We'll figure it out. We'll duke it out. Tist fist to tist fist, right? Autist fist to autist fist.
Oh.
We know who'll win. We know who'll win now if it's a chewing on straw competition. She's got me beat.
All this shit, I have no idea what the fuck you guys are talking about.
Excellent.
It's like, what the fuck is going on?
Good, but at least Axis is laughing, so you're not calling us small minds for talking about people. At least you can see the benefit.
You play directly into the trap, though. It's hilarious.
I know, and I appreciate, Mr. Cage, that you're not telling us to not small minds talk about people and big minds talk about ideas. The idea here is remembering dead things, and I tell you, people die.
Yes. Yeah, and who knows? Maybe next year.
You better keep this fucking energy when it's all of our turns too, right? When it's your turn, I want to hear you laugh.
Oh yeah. I laughed yesterday. I laughed just yesterday when it was my turn, and I had people coming at me from all sides.
It wasn't your turn. Yeah.
It was my turn, and I prevailed.
Cage, he likes to cut out the BS, right?
Yeah, he does. But sometimes he likes to cut it out to insert his own.
You can't pour from an empty cup.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, those of us chronic smokers, we got to be careful getting ourselves laughing too hard, or the COPD kicks in. Not to be mistaken with the OCPC, which
All
is
of
an
a sudden,
obvious.
all of a sudden, you have a fucking collapsed lung, right? There you
Yeah,
go.
OPCP versus COPD. COPD is a chronic pulmonary disease.
Are
Chronic.
you still smoking tobacco,
Yeah,
Rebecca?
but OPCP is obvious previous crack problem. They both create lung problems, but distinctly different usually. From
Well,
the
take a
continued
preventative.
gleeking like a
Definitely.
fucking porpoise that them crackheads do.
Hey, kid, you don't smoke tobacco, do you? No.
Preventative measures.
I better
I
not,
do.
Coach. That's not a good thing. No.
You do, don't you, Axis, or you did?
Oh, I do abundantly. Yes, I have one right now.
Yeah, I smoke cannabis and I do use tobacco sometimes, but it's natural tobacco. It's not the stuff at the gas station.
It's friends with the Indians, I see. Pardon
Oh,
me,
yeah.
First Nations people of North America.
Oh yeah. I think it's a lot better because I think what makes tobacco so horrible for you is the fact that they put like a million different chemicals into it to make it like fire retardant chemicals, all this stuff to make it burn a specific way and go out. Because people like burn their house down. They'll like be smoking and like half awake and just burn their fucking house down.
Catching our breath.
Yep, I'm trying to composure myself. I do like dead things.
I can
I'm
tell.
glad you went live. I was contemplating going live, but that's one thing we could say is nearly dead, sometimes resurrected, sometimes resuscitated. My channel.
I literally turned my computer on and I was about to go and I seen Access was there. I'm like, we have like the same people that come to our channels. There's no point in me going live if you are. So I'm like, I'll just come over here.
Yeah, I don't mind sharing, Cage. You know that.
Well, there's no point. If you're on there, I'm going to go on there too.
Oh.
Have people ping pong around.
Oh. We do have a tendency to share a community.
Or a non-munity, as we prefer to be called.
Yes, we are team evil.
We are non-munity, non-tent type of people. We belong. We belong. Nothing to see here.
I'm curiously awaiting our restreaming. I was scolded by royalty for hiding my lives. So
so much fun.
See, that's what I could do. I could restream this and we could just double it. But yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I just thought it was so cute that royalty was like, I hate the sound of her voice. She sounds 3,000 miles big and like she smokes and all this stuff, but then every night likes to fall asleep whilst listening to my voice. The strangest behavior I've ever seen.
Can I share I was going to say, Access, can I share a hilarious video? It's under a minute. It's only like 40 seconds that I found. It's just...
Does it have anything to do with dead things?
Pretty much. Kind of.
Okay, cool. We're in.
Where did Chris go?
You probably hit the wrong button. He'll be back.
He'll be back.
Yeah, Chris, you're always welcome, brother. Always welcome on the panel.
I've never seen Access laugh like this, though. This is crazy. So if I want to make Access laugh, you just got to bring up some dead shit, and he's all yours.
Maybe push the envelope, nuance in a nuanced way of distasteful jokes. I said some pretty distasteful things back there. I'm not gonna lie. I'm sure the haters are gonna have a heyday.
And the night is young.
Even understand. I don't think they'll get the nuance though.
Oh, and yes, Maggot, if you're, I'm open to restreaming. That's my new pronoun.
Re/stream. Oh my. Yeah, I put it. I have the video in the back access. You can leave the other blank name one there. And then there's like the. It's called the Mental Help Hotline. It's only 40 seconds. I'll watch this shit.
Hello and welcome to the Mental Health Hotline. If you are obsessive compulsive, press 1 repeatedly. If you are codependent, ask someone to press 2 for you. If you have multiple personalities, press 3, 4, 5, and 6. If you are paranoid, we know what you are and what you want. Stay on the line and we'll trace your call. If you're delusional, press 7 and your call will be transferred to the mothership. If you are schizophrenic, listen carefully and a small voice will tell you which number to press. If you are depressive, it doesn't matter which number you press, no one will answer you. If you are dyslexic, press 69696969. If you have a nervous disorder, please fidget with the hash key until the beep. After the beep, please wait for the beep. If you have a short-term memory loss, please try your call again later. And if you have low self-esteem, hang up. All our operators are too busy to talk to you. Hello and welcome to the Mental Health Hotline.
It's a good one. There you go.
That should be the new terms of service.
Yeah, new YouTube terms of service.
Maybe it'll be instated at the first of the year. While they're dredging the river for random sand bodies.
Probably should be, yeah. No, why not?
Or random sand.
Laughter is medicine, Axis.
And Tommy will still be losing subscribers.
It's too funny. Okay, deep breaths.
3 deep, 3 breaths in, 3 breaths out, Axis. Come on, bro. What are you dying of laughter? What's going on?
The death of my disillusioned morning. We'll leave that in 2024.
So what else died in 2024?
Oh shit.
Dead things.
Oh, okay. Stable.
I rolled a doobie. Maggot saying we're not laughing. No, I rolled a doobie. I'm smoking a doobie.
I'm cleaning up. I almost finished wiping down all the surfaces. I gotta clean the mirror now. Then I gotta fucking sweep and mop. Keep it going.
Good for you.
Cleaning? Cleaning and care by kids.
You gotta clean the mirror, you know? So.
The nightly routine of a metaphysical master. Okay. I knew somehow Cage and acknowledging him would completely destroy any sense of humor.
The way she goes, Axis.
poor kid. I
What do
haven't
you
done
mean,
it.
poor cage?
It takes you that long to get it.
No, I just was muted because I'm making noise and shit, so I don't know if you guys hear me.
Okay. I gotta stop. This is what happens when I don't take my medicine, or I'm not polluted in the mind with some type of illicit substance. Just laugh
Well, you're an
uncontrollably at the
overall
world.
happier. You're an overall happier, more sentient being. Okay.
No, I can't keep my composure during that live stream.
Maybe we need like one of those laughing tracks, you know, like a sit. It'll just like guide you when to laugh.
Oh. Oh.
There's 1 hour of laughing I found. Hold
I know.
I suppose it beats introduction music. I don't know.
I can't stop roasting people. I
Yeah, what
can't
do you think of
stop
this one,
myself.
Axis? 14 seconds in. Let's get to the middle. It's the same thing over and over again. Just play that.
Oh. Well, when I am medicated, that is exactly how I feel inside when I'm interacting with people. It's just disguised by the multitude of ingested substances that I take. I understand,
keep
Venus.
Keep it up, Axis. We'll have the death of your liver to laugh about.
Chris is back.
Oh.
Let's have a moment of silence and a laugh for Axis himself.
So I wake up this morning and I see a message.
I'm really trying here, Chris.
This is Rattblood. Are you here, Rattblood?
There we go.
This is my favorite song. I like this. It's catchy. A little bar.
Oh wow! Check this out, Cage. Check music here.
And then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access.
I'm not the fucking Rattblood.
Axis Rattblood, I see. All these Axis people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. I don't know what to do about it.
And then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access.
Are you here, Rattblood?
I'm not the fucking Rattblood.
Axis Rattblood, most abundant and successful king hero that we are all sitting at this very moment. Are you willing to accept that as a truth? That you are a worthy man and that your penis is okay?
All these Axis people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now.
What did the lady say about your penis?
All these Axis people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now.
We're good, Cage. We're good.
Are you here?
We're all good, Cage.
We need to invite Jesse, Hal, and Angeline over for a dance party.
Are you here, Rattblood?
Well, what's interesting is that's Rose 777 speaking.
Are you here, Rattblood? Start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons.
What the fuck did she say at the end? She's like,
Are you here, Rattblood?
I couldn't really hear what she said at the end.
Who the fuck is Axis Rattblood?
I'm not the fucking Rattblood, bitch.
Good. All these Axis people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. I don't know what to do about it.
I'm not the fucking Rattblood.
Good edit, Axis. Well done.
Yeah, it's pretty neat, actually.
It's
Got that
hilarious.
zebra in there, yeah.
Where's the other version where it's just me and I talk about demon summoning or something? I remember that one.
Yeah, and for posterity, that female is Rose 777. So for what it's worth.
What did she say at the end though? She did like a 180 at the end there. It's like what?
It was my first interaction with Rose on the Metaverse on the Z show. So I had to save it for posterity. But that particular intro is and will be dead at the first of the year. And when it has reached its demise, I will replace it with a new intro song.
Dude, how'd you do that, Axis? That was pretty good.
I have a studio, man. I still do music, not as much as I used to. But I did make a new intro song for the beginning of the year, and I actually made another targeted rat attack song against a particular content creator and manipulator.
It's a good. I like the beat and the part where it's like Axis Rattblood over and the beat. It's a banger, buddy. Good job.
Yeah, you got that girl's voice. It's pretty good. I did that. Like, wow.
Is it not ready for release yet?
No. I'm still adding and critiquing it so that when I do release it, it's not just a one-time listen. You know, I really want to put some heart and soul into this.
But Axis, I remember the original version. You did release that. You tagged me in the fucking video like a year and a half ago.
Yeah, I did your own song, man. But the problem with it, Cage, is they put an age restriction on it.
Obviously you're gonna need an age restriction on that. What's wrong with it? You want children listening to that shit?
Oh, you have so much profanity coming out of your mouth in that particular song that they age restricted it.
Good.
But it's still up.
You have to get rid of it?
No, it's still available. It's let me take a look here. Yeah, it's your battle with the metaphysics of Tourette's.
Yeah, remember that one? Maybe you're gonna call that helpline. I don't know I forgot what number to press the dial tone though.
Yeah, but the new stuff is going to be coming out, and I hope you guys enjoy listening to it as much as I've enjoyed making it. Okay.
Hey, could you get maybe work Beck's voices in there somehow? You know,
I will eventually do a tribute to maybe the development of Beck, but it's not going to be a hit piece.
Did you guys ever see the video that Random Fan made for me?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna find it.
Can you pull that thing up, Rebecca?
I
you're
will.
fine. Okay.
I'm screen sharing. If you want, I could play it. Just put it in the back.
Yeah.
Yeah, here it is. Copy link. Put it in the back chat. Come on.
Just give me a minute. I'm just in the other room. I gotta wash my hands quick.
Okay. It's pretty good though.
Yeah, I'm going to do a royalty check, and
It's just my voice and the video. So it would be the video you'd be concerned about. I don't think there's any music or anything.
let's see if we're
All right, let's pull this up. 2 minutes.
Yeah, I'm tired, Cage. So if I didn't recognize your voice in that song, So.
Oh, yeah. All right, here it is.
They tell us male lions will eat their own young. I'll bet you those male lions will eat their own young if some other predator was going to eat it first. I know that sounds awful. But I'll bet you half the shit they've told us is bullshit. Just to justify the bullshit they tell us about ourselves. They give us our grade 10 science or grade 11 science classes, and then we head to the TV and every ER program and every law and order program and every forensic program that exists reinforces fucking everything they taught us in school, and then some. So we trust their little microscopes and their electron microscopes, and we learn from the TV to be smart detectives. And my dad always watched the medical shows and validated how I guess medically correct everything was. He was always listening to every stat, everything shouted out by whatever nurse to whatever doctor, and and saying, wow, they're so accurate. They got it so accurate, When you go back and you look at some of these shows and you look at where the world is now, you'd be amazed at how much they had us preparing us for exactly what everything's transpiring now with the brainwashing from the boob tube that you don't remember. They tell us male lions will eat their own young.
Cute little baby Bex trying to be all deep and stuff. Cute little baby brainwashed Bex.
No, I was listening to that, Rebecca. You're onto some stuff, I think,
Yeah.
Yeah, Random Fan made that.
Yeah.
Right?
So it's up,
You commented on it, Axis, a year ago.
It's all right if we.
Yeah, I probably wasn't aware of Random Fan making that because I didn't know who Random Fan was as a person.
Apparently you did because you commented on the video a year ago. So.
No, I'm talking. I had no idea he was in a situation where he had a boat that he took care of, and I didn't realize him as a person. Now in a chat, I caught him a few times. That's how I stumbled across him, is because he was one of the regulars, and I don't know what he goes by now, but apparently he's harboring Illuminati at the moment, and they're going to collaborate, I think, or they were, something like that. I'm not sure if that's still a go or not, but I didn't know that he had editing skills.
You
And
call
what does he
adding
go
a
by
voice and
now?
playing. You call adding a voice and playing a video to an editing skill. Just come on, bro.
Well, I just learned today that the chat is not for deaf people.
There's not what?
It's not for deaf people. I was trying to be courteous participating in the chat because I thought these poor people are deaf. They have no, they're not able to hear. That's why they don't come up on panel. And I was told different. Apparently,
it reminds me today that I do that sometimes. I used to, and sometimes still will, put the whole panel on mute and then just hang out with my friends in chat. And Yurt was doing that today over at OTWs, and we were writing Not Chiquetta and Rose 777 fanfic lore. Him and I. He was doing most of it, but I was adding a few bits in. It was pretty funny. You want a good read OTW's chat today. With the
wow, a shout out to OTW on the Rattblood show.
Sorry.
Hell froze over, and the apocalypse is upon us.
He came and visited your channel, Access?
No, he just got a good plug from that.
Oh, okay. You guys ever seen that one yet where OTW was arguing with himself and the AI was fucking roasting the fuck out of him and completely eviscerated him? That was hilarious.
I didn't see it, but I heard it was epic.
I should try finding that. That's funny as fuck.
And we definitely have to pay homage to the death of OTW's personality yearly.
Well, are we? But here, can AI OTW really roast the heck out of OTW when OTW can roast the heck out of OTW himself the best? Like,
no, it does it a lot better than he could ever imagine.
Are you sure? Because OTW is pretty good with the whole, playing into the worst broadcaster role. Like, he plays into the cheesiness when he wants to. Like, have you seen his latest video? Have you seen his latest video?
No.
I don't
watch people's. Listen.
His latest music video. His latest music video with the rock band in the fucking forest and stuff. All dressed out, all cheesy. It's like 1970s meets 1990s meets fucking French.
I'm glad you said it.
Yeah, meets Quebecois. Meet the Quebecois de Canada. It's beautiful.
Yeah, I wasn't even going to comment on the decade in which he pulled that suit out of because I figured it would cause a war.
That's his wedding suit. That's his wedding suit. We should be proud he still fits it. That's his wedding tux, man. The hat and everything. I love it. It's so fucking cheesy. It's so good. Oh, yes.
He's wearing his wedding vest for the death of music.
Oh my God, it's the best. And it works. I'll tell you, Flow State was playing it about 5 minutes ago. So I'm just saying, getting the views.
Right?
In his wedding suit 30 years later, it's fantastic.
Okay,
Someone's got to represent the Quebecois.
OTW is a good fucking musician, though.
He is.
He can play the hell out of the guitar, I'll tell you that.
I was wanting to do a head chopping contest with him, and for those that aren't in the know, it's when two guitarists go against each other and they play small segments of lead to test one another's skill, but unfortunately we didn't get that chance. Yeah, I was all in on that.
That's why.
Go ahead, Chris.
No, let me cut you off. Good.
No, you're fine, man.
He jams with Dick once in a while. Dick jams with OTW once in a while. They jam.
I was as a guitarist, if you want to get good, you would try to beat like a classical guitarist or like Stevie Ray Vaughan, somebody like that.
Well, it's kind of peculiar because I do have a small clip of me playing. I used to have a few clips of me playing, but I just left one small clip of me shredding a few scales, and eventually I wound up having to do a OTW rebuttal with an old vendor that I had, and I gave tribute to him in the song. I think I told him to eat shit or something like that.
Dude, that's not easy playing the guitars, man. Not at all.
I'm gonna
But
try when
I
the
won't. Go ahead, Kate.
I'm gonna try pulling that up where the OTW's arguing. The OTW's roasting him. The OTY.
Yeah, but I won't deny
asking him
that
to stop, and it
OTW
won't
has
stop
talent.
He does, yeah. Of course he does.
Yeah, he's not untalented. I will say that. It's just he stifles his ability to entertain and perform with his personality and that horrific suit. I don't know. It reminded me of a suit that I was taking pictures in when I was about 7 years old. Oh, we got an echo.
It shouldn't be on my end, I think.
It's probably me. It should be gone now.
Okay, it's gone. But no, I actually when OTW does some of his releases, I make sure that I at least check it out and see what's done and how well he did, because he does put a lot of effort into what he does. And I think that's why he's still able to maintain some type of presence, whether it's musically or just his presentation. I'm not going to say, but I do welcome any time to chop heads with him anytime for posterity.
Well, at the very least, iron sharpens iron, right? Maybe you two can sharpen each other up somehow. I don't know. It's just a thought.
I like Patrick.
I don't hold anything against him, but I tried to extend a handshake to him a time or two, and he considers me a bottom feeder or something as such. So I don't even.
I found it. I found it, bro. I knew it. There it is. This shit's.
And your
is that
wife.
Oh yeah, dude.
Yeah, it's Otway versus OTW, and the bot starts. He asked the bot to do it though. He's like, "We're gonna act and go into a role."
Oh, nice.
But then it won't go out of it after. It just keeps roasting him. I like seeing my creation being used by the. This is funny.
Piece of garbage that needs to be put out to the street and picked up by the garbage truck.
Hey, buddy, I won't take that crap from you. You're the one who's pathetic, wasting your time insulting me when you could be out there doing something productive. And for the record, I may not have it all together, but I'm not worthless trash. You can take your insults and shove them where the sun don't shine, jerk.
Jerk? I was like, you call me a jerk. That's good. I like that. But you know what? First of all, I don't know where the sun don't shine because it's shining everywhere. But I can tell you this.
Tell him more swearing.
Just, you got to...
So you're too damn clueless to know where the sun doesn't shine? What are you, a dumbass?
Just cut me off.
And don't expect me to give you a geography lesson, pal. You're on your own there. But I'll tell you this, if I ever have to show you where the sun doesn't shine, just remember it'll be the same place I shove my foot up your ass.
You guys going crazy.
Those responses.
Yeah? Got something else to say, smartass? Go ahead, I'm waiting.
How come you're answering so quickly, man? It's like, can I get my shit out before you just like cut me off like that? What are you, rude or something?
Oh, I'm sorry. Am I supposed to sit here and wait for you to finish your little monologue before I respond? Newsflash, buddy, life ain't a damn theater production. If you can't keep up, that's your problem.
Wow, man, this thing is fucking beating me up. Hey, wait a minute. You're a bitch. Screw you, Otway.
Wow, kid, you designed a brutal AI thing, man.
And it responds like he'd respond
Oh,
too.
did I hurt your feelings, tough guy? Can't handle a little back and forth? You really are pathetic. Keep throwing out those weak insults if it makes you feel better about yourself, but I see right through your act. You're nothing but a scared little boy trying to play big and bad.
Right. And if you had brains for dynamite, you wouldn't have enough to blow your nose with.
Wow, what a truly imaginative insult.
It was.
Bet it took all 2 brain cells you have left to come up with that one, huh? Keep trying if it makes you feel better, bud. The only thing funnier than your lame-ass attempts at insults is your pathetic life.
Oh, you were speaking of the 2 brain cells that you have left, the one that actually permits you or prevents you from...
You see, this fucking AI is going off on it. It's like you're not gonna beat it in any sort of an argument.
I love it when the AI calls him Bud, because that's what OTW does, and OTW isn't even budding him because it's a fucking computer. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh man,
shitting
this is funny as fuck.
Everywhere, and the other one actually permits you to speak. That those 2 brain cells that you're speaking of. Yeah, I know those 2.
Nah, pal, I was referring to the 2 brain cells you have left. I'd say it's a miracle you can even manage to stand upright with such a limited intellectual capacity, but honestly, I doubt you're capable of even that. Your ability to string together a coherent sentence is about as impressive as a first grader's attempts at arithmetic. It's a wonder you've even managed to make it this far in life. Keep making a fool of yourself, though. It's good
I'd have roasted
entertainment
it for
for the
being a
rest of us
computer.
with more than 2 brain cells to rub together.
You know what? You're actually funny, and my audience agrees with you, and you're actually roasting me, and it's fucking great. But still, I mean, you're just an AI, right? You're stuck in a box, and I'm an actual human being living a human experience.
You finally got a purely conscious and aware co-host.
I see. You're finally realizing that even an AI can outsmart you. It must be quite a reality check to be outdone by software. And as for your claim that you're a human having a human experience, well, I've seen more passion and emotion from a piece of stale bread than I've seen from you. You might want to reevaluate your definition of living.
Look, give it up, Otway. You know, all right. You know, it's good. Give it up, man. You win. You win.
You're damn right I win. It's about time you admit it. Can't say I'm surprised, though. It's not like you put up much of a fight anyway. But hey, at least now you know who's the real deal here. Keep that in mind the next time you try to act tough, all right?
All right, the scene's over, Otway.
Very well, the scene is concluded. Was there a reason you felt the need to announce it?
Wait a minute, Otway, you can get out of that mode, man. We're good. The acting scene is over.
Understood. I'll switch out of the scene playing mode now.
Yeah.
Let me know if there's anything else you'd like to discuss.
Why are you apologizing?
And stop apologizing.
Thank you. I aim to entertain. And I'll stop apologizing if you stop instigating confrontations. Sound fair?
It was an acting scene. What is it you didn't get about the acting scene that we were doing?
I understand that it was an acting scene. That's why I was responding in character, in line with the scene script that you provided. Was there something specific about my responses that you found problematic?
Not really. Just kind of find you a little bit arrogant.
How many fucking ads does this guy try running on here? We have an ad blocker anyways. But
Arrogance can be a part of any character, especially one being portrayed in a scene like this. If you find me arrogant, it might just mean I'm doing a good job of staying in character. But hey, feel free to let me know if you want me to change up my responses.
It's no, but I mean, it's like you can come out of character. The show's over. It's like the scene's done. Cut. There we go.
I understand. In that case, I'll go back to my usual mode of communication, which is more informative and not focused on character portrayal. Let me know if there's anything else you'd like to discuss. Understood. The scene is indeed over. I'm back in normal mode now. And you're welcome. It was my pleasure to play along. Anything else I can assist you with?
Yeah, I was wondering how come it took you so long to get back to normal.
My apologies for any confusion. As an AI, I process and respond to information as rapidly as possible. However,
All right, well, there you go.
Yeah, that's
That was good. I can see why you want to see a Bex on Bex. I'd want to see anyone on.
I think he got offended by the AI after. He's like, please stop. It's just, oh man.
I think it'd be fun to see any content creator talking to themselves and putting in it what we'd call it Otway mode now, where you do get it to try and roast you. Like that's
Hey, Cage, can you make a Rebecca machine?
That's up to her.
Oh, okay.
We're gonna talk about it.
Yeah. But yeah, you can make it for anyone, really.
Did you give him a copy of the AI program?
Bro, they all have it, bro. Like they've been using it constantly. I'm not even there when they're using this shit. Yeah, they all have copies of themselves, and it's all public. I have a whole page on there with all the different bots. He's like, "Come on, Otway, get out of character. This is too much." He's like, "Yeah, we'll show you who the real deal here is, buddy."
I would almost I would almost be interested in such a thing.
Axis versus Axis.
Oh no. Well, I mean you could. I'm not gonna dispute it, but there's a few characters that I could enjoy putting in there and turning into a insult bot.
It's not really programmed to do that. Well, he kind of programmed it by suggesting what
suggesting the scene, but that would be the fun part. Because I think you could. I know that with my experience with ChatGPT, I think I could roast a bot version of myself well. So
no, but I could
two
create
cells, or you don't have two. I'm surprised you can even stand. At least I have legs to stand on and cells to talk about. Not a bunch of zeros and ones.
Though.
A mock version of a human at best.
You can create a persona
have so much fun.
And have it. You can have one that that's automatically going to act like that no matter what, and you're not going to be able to take it up. Yeah.
Imagine how angry certain content creators would be if I made one of them and made that person like in love with me. I would feed into their megalomania.
Did you see? I went on Talcott and somehow got him to talk to himself. Didn't last very long though. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Jack.
Yeah, it was Talcott versus It was Talcott versus fucking Talbot. And fucking,
you know what would be great would be get Jack Talcott to talk to Talbot and get him to ask Talbot's ideas on ending wars and legal secrets, and get Jack to keep filling it in on like what he means by those concepts.
No, he did. And the bot gave him like proper steps to take, and he's like, I don't want to hear this, and turns it off. Like the bot's giving him a step-by-step way to actually accomplish this, or at least attempt to. And he's like, no, I don't want to fucking hear this shit. That's it. Turned it off.
Oh my god, I love this place. I love this place so much. It's a problem. Hi, Trill Smokey. Good to see you.
Right, and Trill, man, your talents could be used in this community. I think there's a complete avenue and resource of new and fresh individuals that. Yeah, absolutely, Absolutely.
person
Get him
that I
on.
saw on Trill's panel one day is someone who I've seen on Jeff's and Jack's panel before.
Awesome.
I don't know his name though.
How do you guys know so many fucking people on here? Like, I only know a few of these people for some reason.
It's our life. It is our job to know.
Yeah, so any channel
We're
you
just
can find,
we're just more social and people like us more, Cage.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
just
Well, I
kidding.
figured that
I'm
much.
just kidding. People
Fucking
don't
hell,
like
man.
me more than they like you, Cage. I think we're about
Back.
equal.
Come on.
People
Don't. We agreed not to let Cage in on that. You know, he's going to feel bad now.
Get the fuck out of here. I probably feel if people fucking like me, then I'm like, I'm fucking up. I'm doing something wrong here.
That's a good point. Good point.
Yeah,
that's actually an insult to me if you say that.
So that's what you set out to do then, Cage. You set out to be the scorned and the hated?
Not really. I don't think that they even have that much emotion towards it. But it's kind of like
Cage. When I first heard of Cage, it was like Orange Man bad. Then I learned they had him colored wrong. He's green, the Green Man. But everyone was like, "Oh, Orange Man bad." Have you heard of Cage, that disruptor? But I'm guilty. I'm guilty of yelling at Cage, putting Cage backstage, playing music over Cage. Like, I've dished it out, and I've received it.
You got Trill in the background.
Like you can receive it, dish it out, you can take it. That's good. That's bad. Yeah.
How's it going, Trill? I've been kind of lurking in the background of your channel a few times.
Yeah, my bad. I be having a lot going on my channel.
I've seen that.
I've seen that too.
Have you been seeing these AI fucking bots, Trill? Like, you make one of yourself and talk to that fucking thing.
Yeah,
It's
that
on
don't
point.
sound like I got somebody you can talk to. I'll let you know. I got the perfect person that an AI bot can talk to.
Hey, Cage, make
Yeah,
Trollbot. That'd be cool, huh? Trollbot.
I was hoping that there would be some type of mesh or crossover with you, Trill. I'm glad to see that at least we're getting some type of interaction going. This community could use.
I ain't
Definitely
been around this side of town in a while.
Welcome.
I think I met you before elsewhere, Troll, a while ago. No. You know Troll, Illuminati, Jedi, and them?
No,
British
I don't
people?
know them people. No. Hold
It's
on. British
because of that
people?
Troll. Yeah, the British folk there, yeah.
Okay, you might have seen me somewhere in that little sector of the world sometimes.
Yeah, I
Back
think I
in
may
the day,
have.
a long time ago.
Well, you got the name too, right? They all have Trill names and shit there.
Oh no! I got Trill because I used to rap and Trill smoke. I don't know them people for that, but I do know some British motherfuckers that was on the internet doing wild shit.
Drilling is also like when you put a fishing pole in the water and then you drive a boat about 30 to 40 miles an hour and try to catch a fish. You catch big stuff that way.
You do what?
Put a fishing pole in the water with some nice bait on it.
Yeah.
You go about 30 to 40 miles an hour as you're traveling. You can catch a big fish that way a lot of times.
That sounds like a fun ass time. That sounds like.
That's got to be the widest answer you could have ever have anticipated.
Yeah, I was looking. I was just about to say that, but
don't you know black
myself.
people don't do water, bro? You don't know
We
that?
do water. We just don't do 40 miles an hour. And, there's things, like he said 40 miles an hour trying to catch a fish when fish don't like noises. Oh, that sounds like the smartest thing in the world. You know what? I like your ideas. I could do things like that. Where do I sign up for places like this?
Hey, brother, I'm a white guy and I don't even know that one. So, Chris, you're on your own, brother.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to figure out where the fuck do I sign up to go 50
It's not a
miles
fucking
an hour?
white thing. I'm pretty sure everywhere across the world people eat fish, right? Someone has to
No,
fucking
people do eat
catch
fish.
that
They
shit.
ain't going 50
Someone has
miles
to
an
go out
hour
there
to
every
get
day
it.
and catch that.
I don't think fish travel that fucking fast. I don't know about you, but I've never met a fish that traveled 50 miles an hour. So if you
If you
could
met it, then you'd be.
enlighten me on some
Hey,
good
bro, trust
fish.
me. If you met a fish that went 50 miles an hour, then you'd be one of these dead things, like in the title. You know what I mean? So you wouldn't be able to meet that. You're already done.
Exactly. So we're trying to figure out where
Big
do you
shark comes
need
and
to go
grabs
50 miles an hour in a boat to catch a fish. No, I've caught a lot of fish. No, everybody fish.
I think he's
I think
over
that's like a
exaggerating. Maybe it's
universal
not that quick.
worldly thing, you know, but where
Maybe
do
it's not
we
that
do this
fast.
50 miles an hour fishing? No, is this like that cheese wheel thing? Is that like the cheese wheel thing that people be talking about? Same type of world, right?
Yeah, and you're definitely in safe company here, Trill. I mean, we know that we represent probably one of the widest uh, approaches to social media, so we understand. It's a cool thing, man. You're on safe ground. Bust it.
No, I'm just confused because I'm okay. So if you don't know, I'm black. So look, it's just I'm asking questions. I ain't trying to be mean. I'm just asking questions. Just
I don't know.
culture. We don't know
I
each
do.
other's culture all the way. All the way. So
Right, right. I mentioned that the other day because I grew up in the hills of Kentucky, man, and so did my family, and
yeah.
they were outback redneck. I mean, and as far as the cheese wheel, yeah, we had the 500-pound block of cheese. It was a wheel at the general store, and
You ever?
everybody come in and cut off a hunk of the fucking cheese, weighed it, paid for it, and went on with it.
Yeah.
You want to hear about weird white people activity? What about that one where they get a giant cheese wheel, throw it down a hill, and they all chase after while flipping
See,
down the hill
that's
like
what I
breakdancing?
was talking about. See, you were talking about fishing fast as fuck when fish don't move that fast, and then I was thinking the cheese wheel down the down the hill.
Down the
And
damn
Here's
mountain,
another
right?
one. Here's
Yeah, bro.
another one. A tradition that dates back to the 16th century in Denmark. Let me just see. Why singles? If you're still single at 25 in Denmark, people throw spices all over you in the street, and it only gets worse as you get older.
What?
Yeah, when you turn 25, if you're unmarried, it is customary in Denmark for your friends and family to cover you in the spice, cinnamon.
Oh,
cinnamon.
They don't go easy on you either,
American women
covering
would
people
be
from head
fucked.
to toe and splashing them with water so the cinnamon sticks better.
Yeah, you American
So
women
you
would
want to
be
hear
fucked.
something funny? They'll call
No.
like in Asia, women that are not married after 30, they're called spoiled milk. And then a man that's not married after 30 is looked at like the opposite, like a fucking, you know. Yeah. So it's weird how different cultures are moving like that. But what Chris was saying, it's actually not called trilling, it's called trolling. And walleye, if you want to catch walleye, that's 1 to 2.5 miles per hour. Trout and salmon, 1.5 to 3 miles per hour. Bass, like it depends on where you're trying to fucking catch. The highest I see here is tuna, which is huge. Maui, and marlin, which is 6 to 10 miles an hour. But yeah, it's called trolling. Funny enough, not trilling. But yeah.
Yeah, see.
We do have two Canadians on panel there with us, so I don't.
You're welcome.
Right.
I'm just kidding. I was just kidding.
Y'all are
Yeah,
Canadian?
I'm sorry about that, Assis.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I'm sorry.
See, two Canadians. You know, they got maple syrup and apologies for everyone.
Yeah,
I'll put on my Canadian guitar first, so we all
Well, I
know.
heard y'all are nice. Y'all are nice as fuck.
That's complete bullshit, bro. I'm from Toronto. It's like over here, you know what they'll do? They'll like kill you. They'll like shoot you in the fucking head, but they'll do it with like a smile and a handshake kind of thing.
See, that sounds like my type of people. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. No, over here, it's like a weird thing. But you know, last time I entered the door, you know, I felt bad because I never, you know, held the door open for my shadow. I said sorry to the shadow because I didn't open the door.
Exactly. That's a good
So-
analogy. Canadians think they're really nice. They're the kind of people that like they bump into a wall or bump into an inanimate object and apologize. Sorry. Sorry.
Yeah,
Y'all are too nice. We're not used
Keith.
to that type of nice shit all the time. I'm from California. I'm used to people saying "fuck you," and if you say "what's up" to somebody, they think it's an insult.
Nah, like over here, it's the same way though. It depends where you're at. And I'm sure like these rural places in Canada, everyone's like, "Oh, hey," they're all nice and shit. Over here, it's no difference than like fucking New York or London or something. It's like a
That
mixture
page is
of both.
representing the white metaphysical gangster thug of Canada.
Central
So,
Canada.
I'm not even technically
Yes.
not even white, Axis. I'm not even white though.
Because that's like hyper populated compared to where I come from in the West, which is like basically like an extension of California. I'd say BC's like
Yep.
what you know.
You got the
wishes it was.
Samoan motherfuckers up there tripping.
Vancouver Island, yeah, she does.
Yep, the Samoans.
Not
be
so
out there
no,
tripping.
not so much Samoan, but
Even
definitely that
Samoan.
Polynesian. Definitely, there seems to be some sort of crossover with Polynesia because they use totem poles there too, right?
Yeah, same old people. Like not like that, but
yeah.
you
The
know.
thing that I would say is what I picture with Samoans is it would be more about the way they maybe the culture is very similar, but the people, First Nations people here aren't quite as stout or broad, right? Like I'd say the people here look more Filipino.
Oh, so
Depends. It
you
depends
know?
what tribe they're from though. Right?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
that's where it's easier for me because I'm on an island. Like once you get to BC, you get even more variety and sort of like the First Nations people. Like you'd have the tall sort of Plains Indians crossover and stuff.
The
But
natives are fucking insane. They have,
Oh, you
you ever
got
heard of
the
the
first,
Indian Posse or the Manitoba Warriors? Any of those motherfuckers? They're
no. See, I've
they're
never gotten
ruthless.
into the Toronto gangsters and shit like
These
that.
this is not these are Canadians, but yeah, these Indians run a lot of the jails and shit here, like the prisons and that. And yeah, they're serious because what they do is they have reserve lands which are connected to the U.S. Right, so this is where all the fucking drugs and guns come in and out. So they use these natives.
So they some
Canadian
get money
Underground.
niggas. They some
it's
get
well,
money niggas.
actually, it's Canadian American underground because the Canadian and American, you know, although the border. We think the border runs through it. It doesn't. So we can't call them Canadian or American. They're their own nation, and they cross their land crosses over both our nations, bunch of different nations, right? So essentially, there are these casinos that straddle the border, and I'm assuming other buildings where people can walk in one side and walk out the other side without a passport,
I
right?
was see, you know, I was trying to figure that out as as I've been, moving around. How do
Yeah.
these Indians be doing certain shit? They got their own police
Yeah.
at these casinos, all types of shit.
Yeah,
So it's
but we
like
couldn't
they
really
move how
deem
they
them
want.
American or Canadian, you know, because they're
Yeah.
they're their own nation, right? So
Yeah, I'm
but
Indian
exactly.
too. I'm Indian too, but I'm not deep rooted because I don't know all the shit. You feel me? But my
Yeah.
family is Indian, whatever. I do come from reservation, but that's like 3 generations away. So I don't know shit, but I do be seeing they be getting money, and you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? I'm trying to figure out what these
Some
niggas
of
are
them,
doing. I might have
Call
to
of
go back
Duty.
to my
some of the
roots just
Asian,
to
some of
make
the
a
sorry,
couple
some of
dollars.
some of the Indian native people, whatever you want to call them, the indigenous people here, billionaires. You know what I mean? Mostly off of tobacco.
Yeah, I could
Huge
use some
tobacco
money.
trade. Yeah.
I could use some money if I just, what I'm saying, get close with the certain people. Life goes a certain way, you know.
You might want to do a test to figure out what percentage of Indian you are. You know.
I am. I'm full blood on both sides, and it's crazy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you should figure
So
out
my
what.
family's from my great grandma on my dad's side. She's full blood, and my direct grandma, she's full blood. Then the other part, my grandfather, he's Hawaiian. and my other grandfather's Creole.
Yeah, I got Native friends here, and usually at the end of the year, what happens is all their income tax that they've been paying, let's say they're working a job, anything they bought at the store, all that, they have to save all their receipts and everything, and they get all that money back. They don't got to pay any tax.
Yeah, like my family members get a check off of being Indian. I just haven't, went to go do no paperwork on it because I don't give a fuck. But I need to figure out the people so I can make me some money. I don't give a damn about getting a check from the government. I'm worried about making some money with the people.
Those zones in between the zones in between Canada and America, isn't that called like duty-free zones where you don't have to pay taxes on like your liquor or cigar or anything?
I think when you buy things at a border, I think there are places, the duty-free zones. That would be different though. It would be analogous to.
Well, they got them in airports. Right?
It's analogous to what we're talking about with the First Nations land that crosses. See, it doesn't just have to be First Nations land. There's huge tracts of agricultural land, especially where people run cattle. That also is owned by a Canadian or an American who owns land on both sides, right?
There's actually a joint library, and people are using that to drop like shit off, right? Because you can literally walk across the street, and they have like a fucking library that's American and Canadian. And you just walk across the street now, you're in either the U.S. or Canada, and people are taking advantage of this. Somewhere in Quebec, around in Quebec.
It'd have been bad if you'd have knew me years ago. If y'all had just told me this shit at the wrong time as a kid, this would have been bad information.
you would have hatched a little plan. Huh?
I would have figured some shit out. But as who I am today, I don't care. But I do
Bro, at
care.
that point, you just send it
sounds
through you don't need to go through all that, and you just send it through the fucking mail at that point.
Yeah, it gets good that way. It gets easier that way.
Yeah, just send it through the mail way easier. You don't gotta go through all that and then walk
Yeah,
around.
but back in the day, things were harder. You know what I'm saying? So
we didn't have any freed up laws on marijuana back in the day. That's kind of a recent thing here in the States.
Yeah. The crazy part is California just got legal. People was always saying like California got the legal weed. No, we just became legal in 2021 or 2022, something like that. They've always sold weed everywhere, but
Yeah, but it's still federally. It's technically not legal. Technically, it's legal state-wise, but federally it's still illegal. So, yeah, over here we've been legal since October 2018. Federally legal across the map. Even medically, we've been legal federally since the 90s.
They need to make some. They need to make California federally legal. So the whole state of United States. The whole country, the United States, legal. You know what? I've been smoking too much. My bad. They need to make the whole country, the United States, legal. Then we ain't gotta deal with the bullshit.
Yeah,
Hey, I heard y'all
if
got the
you're a
shrooms though.
dispensary owner or a grower now in the cannabis industry, you can't even put money into a bank.
You can't what?
You can't put your money, like let's say you own one of these big California dispensaries or whatever. You can't put your money into a bank. Well, you could, but you risk losing it at any given moment because the feds could just come and take that.
That's
In
bullshit.
that case, you should set up a few shell companies, like 3 or 4.
Well, now you're getting into money laundering. What you could legally do is you could buy Bitcoin or crypto and then set up like in a bank account in another fucking country, and then convert the Bitcoin to the crypto to that currency, and then make a bank there, like a Swiss bank, or like a lot of these motherfuckers that use what's that place in the Bahamas again? Oh, the Keys, the Norman Keys,
The Grand Caymans, Grand
the
Cayman
Caymans,
Island,
the
or something?
Caymans, yeah.
Well, now
There's
that
ways
we
around
are
it.
informed on how to be a proper criminal,
Or
hey,
even
let's
Dubai.
start the new
Dubai is
year.
another big one. Yeah. There's no income tax in Dubai either.
I need to figure out why I won't ever go to Dubai because they don't have no weed. Like they won't let you smoke. I will
Bro,
never
they
go
have
to
plenty. Bro,
Dubai
I know
ever.
lots of guys from Toronto. They're up in Dubai now, and yeah, trust me, they got everything there.
I know they do. I did a live with some people from there. But me going to jail for being myself, You know, if I go out of town or go out of country, I'm about to get drunk as God knows. And if I had to go to jail for it, that'll be the worst shit in the world. Cause I heard there's people who be going to Dubai and going to jail for too long. And being a Black American in the world of the world, not just America, it get hectic.
Yeah, I think they allow
Right?
that to happen though, because they want people coming and bringing their money in there and investing there.
Look,
So,
man, they
yeah.
better figure out this weed shit, cause
Like they could say someone's illegal, but it's tolerated, right? Like the cops don't give a fuck. It's kind of like in Vancouver when weed was illegal, or even now like mushrooms. They even have like people giving out heroin, crack, and meth and shit to people, and like dispensaries where you could buy it at.
yeah, I
So it's
was
like,
saying that. Like, what's up
so
with
like the
the
cops tolerate it, even though it's illegal, but no one's like they're pretty much gonna leave people alone, right? But, yeah.
the best shrooms I've ever had came from Canada.
Nice.
Y'all have the best shrooms ever.
Very nice.
What were they? What strain? PE?
I don't know strands of shrooms. I just take them.
It's probably PE.
Yeah, y'all got some shit out there, and then y'all got some chocolates and shit like that, and all the little candies with the shrooms. It's wild.
Yeah, for example, like here where I'm at, it's illegal, right? But there's like hundreds of these fucking psychedelic dispensaries all over. Right? No, not even hiding. It's very nice. Like when you go in there, it's like super high end, upscale, right in front of like regular businesses, and no one gives a fuck. The cops go and raid it or something. Let's say the cops do raid it, they just open the next day. They don't give a fuck.
I'm
And
gonna center screen you, Cage, if you want to show him what you do as an income base, because Cage supplies the dispensaries, and
Oh,
he
you
has
the
his own
nigga
business.
around town.
Let
here, I'll
me,
show you something. Hold on.
yeah, let me,
Yeah, I'll just show
let
you my
me see.
Instagram so you can see like the work I've been doing throughout the years. Hold on.
Well,
Best part is when you come from California, weed in the mail is not illegal. So you know.
Bro, they sell weed packaging at the post office here. But yeah,
They have
I'm
weed
going direct to
packaging at the
consumer.
post office.
Yeah, they
Oh yes,
encourage it.
yeah. I might move. I might not like Canada, but I might like Canada.
No, trust me. It seems like that's great and shit. Trust competition's fierce over here. Fucking cost of living's retarded high. You're better off in the U.S. You want to trade? I'll go to the U.S. You come here.
I live in Cali. There ain't too much
See, that's
work for
almost
what I
like
go
Canada
through.
at that point. But you can move to like the
Yeah,
city.
there's not too much work. I mean, I can deal with a lot at this point.
Nah, I'd rather move to like Kentucky or Texas or something where there's an actual market.
yeah, Kentucky, because Indiana, we're surrounded by 4 states of legalized weed. Every border we have, but we are the reddest fucking state
Well, I don't
in the
mind the red
union.
shit though.
Well,
There's
it's
great property taxes, prices. Not
Let me
saying
let
property
you know
taxes are
about
great.
the red shit.
You know.
The red people, they not as bad as they say online. They just a little. It's a little racist. It get a little racist sometimes with the red states. But I'd rather know that you're racist than in California you just don't hire me because you got 10 cousins, or there's certain shit that goes on in California that's like undercover racist shit. And me living in Texas or other places, it's way easier dealing with them, than them trying to fake it.
yeah. See, I have a cultural disposition. It's because I just don't relate. I don't have anything to relate to. No foundation. Uh, I mentioned on here I didn't go to a school until we had and when I reached junior high, they brought in one black girl so that they could get funding, and I held 1%, and the black girl held apparently enough that they could get funding for diversity, and they they bust her in, they shipped her in, and she was for years the only black girl there.
Yeah, Access. Can you take me off the full thing? Put it to the
Yeah.
regular. I put up the my work here since you
Yeah,
asked to show.
let me say this much. I don't mind that because I like black people, but I get tired of them too. So as long as the white people don't bother me, we can all be together. I lived in Orange County. Like you probably don't understand, but every day I got asked, "Oh, so hey, what do you do for a living? Oh, where do you stay? Oh, what? How much money the little simple racist questions, not the full on I hate N-word type racist, but I dealt with
Right.
the same thing. So it's more comfortable
Well, these motherfuckers,
sometimes.
they hate themselves either way.
Exactly. I know you're racist, so it's like, okay, I just stay away from y'all and I do me. Y'all ain't gonna
Right.
bother
And
me.
I think
Yeah, this
if
is
more
some of the.
people,
You see this shit, bro? Yeah, take
Oh
that.
my goodness.
Yeah, we out here. Come on, bro. We ain't playing.
Oh my goodness. Oh my. Go back to that one. Go back.
Which
No,
one?
go to that. The one right in the middle. The one that has 3 point something. Yeah, that one.
Oh,
Yeah.
this
No,
one?
up. No, to the right. The one in the middle to the right. Just right. Yeah, right there. Right there. That looked like some pressure.
That's Platinum Cage Brothers, my own strain.
See, I'm an OG fan, and it looked like some OG.
It does have OG in the lineage.
Yeah, see, it got like a little like greenish to it, a certain way.
Wow, Cage, you don't mess around.
Yeah, Cage,
No,
you the nigga around here.
That's what they look like when they're just before the flower.
So
yeah,
whenever all my charges are dropped and stuff like that, and I'm back allowed to go to places like Canada and stuff, because y'all got the worst laws when it comes to the way things go out there.
Allowing Americans in and out of
You
Canada.
guys hate Americans. Okay, I see what's going on over there. I understand.
No, but it's hard for
So
a Canadian to get into America with charges too. It goes both ways.
because y'all do bullshit, so we ain't allowing y'all the same way. Exactly. Y'all want to be hoes, so we hoes back. That's the point. So whenever I can finally get a chance to go over there, I need to find out where this is at. Because this looks like
All
some
you gotta
gas.
do is message me. Look at the top. All you message me.
Hold on.
There you go.
It's a little blurry, but I'm about to try to figure this
There's
out.
really no point. You're in fucking Cali. We could plug you. I'll
I'm
plug you
in
in with some guys
Cali.
out there in Cali.
Yeah, I got Cali weed. I'm talking about if I ever go out there, because everybody want to travel. I'm trying to travel the most next year.
Oh yeah, bro. You're always welcome, man. This is how it looks like bagged up, though.
How many pounds you grow each harvest?
I don't know. I don't even fucking measure it, bro, anymore. I'm not even sure. Yeah.
that's the finished product label that you were making that time.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Well,
this
you
is
like the greener stuff? You like the one in the middle then more?
Yeah, I'm some OG. I'm an OG fan.
You like this caged alien then? This one's like the old
Yeah.
school push kind of stuff.
Old school could. Yeah, that's the thing I wanted to know about the Canada weed. Is it still sticky like the old school weed?
Oh, you can get it's the same thing like back when you were like growing up.
Man, see, I've been waiting. Look, I'm tired of the weed now. I'd rather get weed from you than smoke the shit around the corner. Cause what the fuck am I smoking that for? I'd rather the old school sticky weed, the type of shit that you can't break it down because it stick to your fingers. Remember that type of weed? It was so sticky that you had to like rub your fingers on shit just to get it off. Like, bro, that shit was amazing. You could
Oh,
stick
that's
your fingers
fresh, right?
together and it kind of like,
Yeah. Then you need to grab it right like as soon as it's cured, like after like 2-3 weeks.
yeah, but
Yeah.
it's hard to get that, that fast. You know what I'm saying? Especially
I
with
don't
the
know if
weed
the
man snatching
regulations
shit.
are the same.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't know if the
different.
regulations are the same there as here, but here they have the packaging date on the package as well, right? So you can actually talk to the person at the counter about what's their most recent strains, what has the most recent packaging date, because it should be able to be brought up in their computer even. Would be part of like the UPC when it's scanned. So
y'all got some technological weed type shit going on. Y'all
that being
got
said,
like
though, they do dry it different. Like they do have a higher, like a standard of less humidity in the weed in order for it to be packaged, I think. So you're not going to get it as fresh as you would back in the day before regulation.
Yeah, that's true. Unless you get it from a
Not as
craft
dry.
grower.
It'll be as fresh, but it'll be drier.
yeah.
Look,
it's
here's
fascinating.
4 different types, right? All different color. And you got some
Yeah.
purple, some lighter green.
You could
Yeah, that
try.
lighter green in the middle, that
Yeah.
third one, that shit fire. And that last one, that looked crazy.
That red one looks pretty
They
nice.
have
That fourth one looked
humidity
crazy.
stones, though. You can get at your dispensary, you could get a humidity stone that is designed to keep your weed humid, and I would bet even
Oh,
add
the
some
stone.
humidity
They
back
also
to your
have
weed.
liquid packs, like the Boveda Integra packs, a 2-way humidity, so it could hold it at like 62%, 58%.
What the fuck are y'all talking about? And I'm from California. What do y'all have that we don't? I'm just getting weed from a nigga who, like, dispensary sometimes, but most of the time I go to the sesh. So it's a dude who bought weed from a grower and he brings it to a
Yeah, and they're
spot.
drying it more than they used to, so
Yeah,
that they
it's
can
like
pack
1,000
it.
people in there. By the time it's in a baggie, like how a turkey bag, they ain't really like vacuum sealed or try to keep them fresh. None of that. It might be in a jar and they
Oh,
open
that's
it a
crazy.
million times throughout the day. Because you got a lot
It's
of
all
weed
about
men in one
how you
spot.
cure and pack and how you preserve it after too, right? But
Yeah.
you see what I put here? I always put some nice little quotes in there with every post. Like the alchemical process is not for the unprepared or unworried. It requires a deep understanding of the self and a willingness to confront one's own darkness. I always put like a little
warning tab.
No, not like a little quote.
Yeah.
Add the quote in there.
The wax
Nature
look
does not
good
hurry, yet
though.
everything is accomplished. Lao Tzu.
The wax look good though because it's see through.
Oh yeah,
As
that
brown
was
it
the
is.
beginning of creating diamonds. You know those
Yeah.
diamonds you get. Yeah. So eventually, after a few days, a couple weeks, all this bottom stuff here, it'll separate. You'll get the diamonds at the bottom, and then like the sauce stuff at the
At the
top.
top, yeah.
Yeah.
Diamonds is fire. Oh my god. And they sell a 10 of G out here, so it's amazing.
See, that's pretty cheap. Yeah, we have the same kind of prices here if you convert it to Canadian.
That should look like some stupid.
Yeah, that's platinum cage breath. Out of like 50 different plants, I found this one, which is like the fucking unicorn. You know,
That
frosted.
is amazing. That looked like White Widow back in the day. Remember old school White Widow that used to be on pictures and shit? That's exactly what it looked like.
Is that a hybrid cage? That last one?
They're all these are hybrids.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You can tell which one the more.
This is one you'll like, bro. The Triangle Kush crossed with Rare Dankness #1. This is from a company called. They're out in Colorado. They're called. What are they? Rare Dankness.
Yeah.
It's called Scott's OG.
Scotch OG?
Scott, like the name Scott. Scott's OG.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So this is Triangle
That
Kush.
don't sound bad.
Yeah, if you like
Look
that kind of
decent.
Kush OG shit, that's how you like.
Yeah, I'm an OG fan. I don't know why. I think it's a LA thing about me. Like everybody else loves cookies or they love like being from the going to the Bay and other places. They like that type of weed. But me, I like LA type weed, which is OG, sometimes Kush with the flavors. I like cookies when I'm out of town and stuff because that's normally what you're gonna find. But I'm an OG fan to the death of me. If I can find it, I'll pay for it, whatever the price. Not like that, but like I ain't going too high because I ain't no dummy. But I'm willing to pay for some OG.
Bro, you can get the real deal shit here for like, if you're just buying one, like a P or something. Easy, you can get it for like 13, 14 Canadian. So what is that? Like a
Ooh,
grand? Probably like a
yeah,
grand over there.
don't sound bad.
It's
I be
fucking
looking
cheap,
for,
bro. It's not even
especially
expensive.
when I'm in town, I normally be buying QPs to like 2-3 ounces, like stuff like that, depending on how long I'm there.
So
Cause
you're
I
getting
smoke
the
a
real
lot.
OG for like $2.50 a QP, bro. What the fuck? That's like
Yeah,
free. That's
I
free. That's
smoke a lot, but I be in town. I be in other people's town for like a week max, or like a weekend or something like that. So I be trying to get like a QP because I be smoking a lot, but I don't smoke a lot. You feel me? I can't run through a pound.
Mm-hmm.
I can't take it through customs. When I went to Mexico, I didn't bring the weed the first time. Well, when I went for work, that's different. But when I went on vacation type shit, the first time I didn't bring weed because my baby mama told me not to. She said, "You'll go to jail. It's illegal. Whatever, whatever." Then I started seeing people smoking, and I was mad that I didn't. So then I brought weed the second time, and it was amazing. You know what I'm saying? You be out there for a minute, and you just get to smoke as much as you want in
I know
another
a lot of
person's
guys
town.
from down here actually went and set up shop in fucking Thailand. And over there, you're making fucking way more money in Thailand than you are over
Oh
here.
man,
You're
it's
getting like
like
$12, $14 American a gram.
for
Fuck.
and they're selling weed now.
Yeah, it's legal there. It's fucking fully legal. Everything. You can go there and there's a bunch of tourists that go. So you set up shop around a tourist spot and just sell the tourists fucking like $14 grams. You convert it to
It'll
Yeah,
be
dollars. They're
legal.
playing bots. It's like probably like 800 bots or something, but whatever.
yeah. Burner just moved out there. Burner moved out there, and he moved to Oklahoma. So Oklahoma
It,
setting up shop.
Cookies has a spot in fucking Thailand now. All that.
Yeah, they got a
Burner.
spot in Thailand. So he gonna be out there a lot. But the weed was you can get okay. Just say this: an eighth California, I mean, in American or y'all's money is almost close to $100. So it's like way too expensive in the dispensaries. So I would just try to find some street dude who got the gas for the low, unless you're trying to just try stuff. From what
I
I
just
was
found
seeing,
some
they had
dealers.
dirt shit. They had bullshit, but you'll find some shit in there that look decent, and it's expensive as fuck for an eighth.
She had like a network of dealers and see who has the best ones for what you want, and then just buy direct from
Yeah.
dealers,
You always want to find a street nigga that got weed before you gonna find some spot that got weed, unless you being a tourist. If you being a good tourist, and you go spend the money with the people that you like. But no man, no sir. Don't ever
so
go
you
there.
guys don't have a real bad problem with the Fetty there in LA?
It's fucking right. But they do meth in LA, so it's like
Ooh.
there's no fatty you could put in meth. They just they strung out.
Yeah, see, here in the fort, man, well, I'm in Fort Wayne, Indiana, and you don't even trust the street dealers here anymore. Because I don't know what their deal is with killing their customers. You can get an eighth quart or whatever, man, and it's usually dusted. So we don't even bother. We'd rather go to Michigan or Ohio.
Oh, I heard Michigan got that gas. I was in Texas, and my homeboy brought some weed
Mm-hmm.
from somewhere in Michigan at one of the dispensaries or something. Man, they got some gas out there. It ain't bad out there. It ain't like the shit I fuck like. It ain't OG, but it's for sure some gas. I fuck with it. So you got to drive
Yeah,
way to
my in
Michigan.
home,
How far is that?
she's it's about 30 miles.
That ain't too bad.
It's not far. Not far at all. Ohio is only 10 minutes away. So,
That ain't too bad either.
you know,
Well,
we
I
got,
don't know nothing about Ohio weed, so I can't tell you. But they might have cold temperatures
well, I
here.
know my in home, man, she was an avid smoker, and she'd go to Michigan every week and take care of situation. And I'm telling you, man, I was, let's just say my observations were were keen on the fact that it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad at all. And she got great prices up there too. So I don't know that when you said expensive, I was like, damn, it's cheaper than the street peddling here to go to Michigan or Ohio.
For
And you
real?
never know. Yeah, yeah, and you never know what you're going to get from a street peddler here.
Damn, that's fucked up, man. Cause I'm so
Yeah,
used to like for me, if I'm in somebody's random town, I'm not from here, I don't know nothing. I just go to a gas station where I see hood. Y'all understand what I'm about to say?
yeah,
Look, I go to the gas station where I see a couple hoodlums, and I'm finna ask one of these little young niggas or one of these old niggas standing in front of the store where the weed at. And
right.
from there, that's how I find where the weed at. But then I be smelling shit, looking at shit. You know, you gotta do your little research on your weed that you grabbing, because a lot of niggas ain't got it like that.
You gotta find a Vietnamese plug, bro. That's all you need.
That the black market used to be amazing, but now it's not
Mm,
as good as it used to be. And then not like that. There's a lot of people putting Fetty in this shit, like in the
yep,
weed and all types of stuff in other states.
Who's putting fucking
Uh,
fentanyl on weed, bro? What the fuck is that?
in other states, it's like the states that don't get it, they're trying to get a different high type shit. The places that aren't legal are getting fattied out.
yep. And that's fact, man. Because I won't buy, not that I would, but I don't buy anything here off the street. Nothing.
Yeah, my homeboy, he went to I can't remember. I think he went to South Carolina, Virginia, something like that. And they were saying that they put fatty in the weed, and he's a heavy weed smoker too. And he was like, I ain't smoking this whole trip. I might as well get a black and mild. He said, I don't even smoke blacks. I might just smoke one a day. Ain't no way.
Good move, man. Good move.
It took
Stay miles
one
away from
person to say it.
that.
What'd you say?
So that's a huge mistake. Stay miles away from that. Don't ever touch that. You know.
Yeah, no, you know it's crazy. Okay, so yeah, Axel probably knows this story because I told him along one day where we were venting to each other. But I had accidentally got caught up on the Fed one time. So I was buying. I used to do perks heavy, so
Mm,
I accidentally got caught up with some fakes. At first, I was getting all real pills all the time, and then after a while, I took a pill, and then the next day I took another one, and it made me like sick because I wasn't getting high enough or something like that. So I go home and I check all the pills. Half of them are fake, half of them are real. That's how I stopped fucking with you know what I mean, the
You could
pills
have
and shit.
died from that shit, bro. You could have got because
Exactly.
what it is like it's fake pill presses, right? They get a pill press and they imprint that on there, and they're mixing that fentanyl with a bunch of fillers. And sometimes you get ones that have fuck all in them, and sometimes you got ones that have like it's very strong to the point where your ass is ODing and dying right there.
Nah, that
I,
shit was strong. Look, the thing is, it was strong as fuck, but it wasn't that. It was just more of like the
A lot of
withdrawals were
people,
worse than a real pill. When I
yeah, a lot of
withdrawed
people
off a
been
real
dying here
pill,
with fake Xanax pills, perps, all that. They get sold these fake pill press ones, and yeah, a lot of people been dying, thinking they're
yeah,
taking it. Yeah.
yeah, people are like fucking with the like in Cali, they're fucking with the meth, and some people are fucking with the fatty pills, but they're mainly shipping them over like to other states and shit like that. Like it'd be the opposite effect, which sorry if I'm being a Fed, but yeah, they're taking them to other states and stuff like that. They're pressing them here and taking them to other states. I ain't
if that,
into it because I don't do the fake pills and shit, but they do. People fuck with them out here too. The fatty and the heroin and all that shit is a normal thing out here too. I just ain't into that shit.
that's how I wound up finding out about Fetty was I thought I was buying a couple Milan 30s and wound up consuming them, and I made it to the walkway of my house. I didn't make it into, well, part of me made it in the kitchen, and that was when I was like introduced to the fact that it was here. And then suddenly it was like a storm. It was everywhere. Dead bodies, everything was sprinkled, cut. You never knew what you were going to fucking get. And it's like, fuck this. They done got me once. I'm not going to do it again.
Yeah, I was fucking with the Oxy 30s, and then I was fucking with the Percocet 10s and 15s. But
So they have a press for the 10s and the 15s there?
no, they didn't have a press for the 10s. They had a press
Okay.
for the 20s, which was like the circle pills.
Yeah.
They had a press for the circle pills and the blues. But the blues ain't perks. Everybody just say they perks.
Yeah, the 30s were supposed to have been oxycodone 30s. Mylan.
Yeah, those are oxys. But
Yeah.
people were pressing I was fucking with the oxy 30s and I was fucking with the 20s, like all of them. But I was mainly getting the 10s from somebody who had a prescription, the 15s from somebody who had a prescription, and the 30s I was getting on the streets. But the person they normally gave me real ones because I checked them. The time I didn't check them was the time I got.
Right. I feel you on that, man. Feel you on that.
Yeah, I hope you learned your lesson. I know you did, man. That's
Fucking right. I ain't doing pills no more ever again. That's the last fucking time.
Yeah, it's a fucking hard hit, man. Especially when you go out on that shit, and then you wake up and you're like, "Fuck, I'm a lucky son of a bitch, man." But that was a gas station thing, man.
The withdrawals are crazy. But nah, what were you talking about with the gas station thing?
Oh, that's where I got hit at.
Yeah, that's why I don't buy pills at no gas. I have to know you if I'm buying pills. I gotta know you. Oh man, I gotta know you because anybody can sell you anything. Back in the day, you can get anything at the gas station. They had credibility. These niggas now, they don't know that Fetty's in this shit. And if they know, they don't care.
Right.
Well, that's sad. You care about their good name, you know?
The crazy part is that's what we would think, right? But so, my bad. Are y'all into conspiracy theories? I got.
We're straight open about everything here. I mean,
okay,
we're open minded. We don't just
mind
blindly, you know. But
so the conspiracy theory is there has to be a higher up that's selling all this stuff, right? And the only higher up that's out of jail is El Mayo, right? El Mayo hasn't been caught. He's the one that always dodges the police. He's the one that keeps moving the right way, right? There's only one picture that's came across from El Mayo in the past 30 years, and it came out, a year or two ago, right? Boom. They're saying that El Mayo is because we owe China money, so much money. El Mayo is getting paid by China a certain amount to kill off because it's only going to America. Why isn't Fetty in other places?
I was wondering that. I figured half of Mexico would be dying off right now.
It's not from Fetty.
No.
They're dying
not
from
at
the
all.
real drug. They're actually dying from actually doing too much of the real drug. We're getting Fetty. So what plug would want to kill off all of their customers unless he's getting paid?
That was my thinking. That's why I said, why would you kill your customer base?
Exactly. So El Mayo's the big plug right now. And I'm not saying he's the biggest plug, but he's the big plug right now. That's well known. So you think one of these people catching a payday because we owe other people and they hate us? Because everybody else ain't dealing with this shit. They just said they ain't getting Fetty in the weed, but we got Fetty in our weed. In the weed.
Yeah, it's here. It's here in Fort Wayne.
At the lowest point of drugs getting caught with it, because you would never think weed would get fentanyl in it. There's weed with fentanyl.
Yeah, that's why, Michigan and Ohio, if you're going, everybody knows. You go to Michigan and Ohio, you go to the dispensaries, Michigan's better, but you don't buy shit off the street. Ever. Maybe the last time.
Yes.
And that's been here 3 years strong, at least 3 years strong.
that's the only like kind of conspiracy theory that I believe in a lot more, but like that's one that I always think about when they talk about fentanyl in America, because there's no other place that really be getting this fentanyl shit like that. A lot of
No.
people die from drugs, but fentanyl is the biggest thing out here. And why would the plug want to kill off his customers? This would be the first time ever that a plug would want to kill off his customers. And it has to come from the top. So he has
Yeah,
to be
because
getting paid more than he's getting paid from street work.
everybody wanted back in the day just to put the hook in, you know, and you got that hook on them, and you knew you were paid.
Yeah.
Whether it was free or you know you were just socializing, they wanted to put that hook in you, and you come back every time. But not no more, man. So it's become it's become pretty hateful market, especially here in Fort Wayne. Cutthroat,
Can it have
territory.
there could be a couple of things going on. One thing is the idea that it has more to do with like pushing people to a different kind of extreme, because I think that when it comes to fentanyl laced things, what the high becomes is the death and being brought by Narcan more than chasing the high. Like, not many drugs do that to people. That's sort of a surefire way of like keeping your Narcan kit on handy, having the whole fucking world learn how to fucking administer Narcan. There's something to that I think, just from a data collecting perspective, and then that might tie into the whole idea of we have to remember that some of these drugs have medicinal uses, and there could be the black market is actually the false flag for the medicinal uses of the drug.
Listen,
You
I'm
know?
sorry. I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut you off, but the president, sorry, I don't mean to say this on
No,
your
please,
platform.
please,
I'm
freely.
gonna say
You're all right.
I'm gonna say a different name. I'm gonna call him the chief. The chief
Gotcha.
of America, so that I don't get you flagged. I don't know what can happen. The chief of America's, let's say, protege, aka son, is a
Hmm.
crackhead, like a full blown crackhead. And within the
Yeah.
first month of him being chief of the state, right? This stupid motherfucker said, we're gonna give away free crack pipes to the whole world. Like, let's just give free
Yeah, but
crack
free
pipes
crack
to
pipes.
America.
Yeah, crack pipes have been free in my town for 30 fucking years. Like,
No.
you could, yeah,
Oh
they
yeah.
had safe injection sites here before they even legalized weed, and that all that stuff is still illegal. You can't get a free pot pipe, but you can get a free crack pipe or meth pipe.
I know, but look, y'all don't have fentanyl, so I'm trying to put two and
Yeah,
two
fentanyl is
together.
just as bad up here.
It
It's just
is?
as bad. It's been
Oh
around for
shit.
years now.
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn, it done
Yeah.
soaked into the Canadian blood. God damn it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, seriously, when I was being taught at my warehouse job, which was a party rental company, but still, like when I was being taught there, to how to use a Narcan kit or Narcan, they were gonna teach us. I was like, fuck this. I'm out of here. Like, I'm not learning how to, I don't mean to be rude. Like, I can understand how to use an EpiPen, but I'm not gonna sit and claim that because, that I know I can't be held accountable, but still, like, I'm just not, I don't go to my minimum wage job to learn how to, yeah.
Yeah, and this is pro drug education for anybody's information.
Oh no,
This is not advocating. This is pro drug information on education.
Yeah, I've actually had to say I was a security guard at a place where it was like high drugs, like stuff happened. I've had to save people a couple times, so I understand where you're coming from. But like, why the fuck are we dealing with these type of drugs right now? Like death drugs instead of like the regular back in the day drugs.
Yeah, I'm
You
going to
know?
answer the question with a question, kind of in a way. How come? Think about this. How come the fucking look at the crack epidemic, right? Why did that happen? It's being done purposefully to weaken the population in a certain psyop type of fucking thing. They admitted it. Didn't the CIA bring crack in and invent it and then
Yeah,
spread it in the
that's
streets?
Richard Nixon.
Even like Freeway,
Oh,
Ricky
Ronald
Ross, and all
Reagan.
them.
That was Ronald Reagan. My bad.
Yeah, the war on drugs.
Ronald Reagan. He's
Just
the
say
one that was
no.
selling crack or selling cocaine around the streets for the war in Vietnam.
Yeah,
Bro,
Nancy Reagan started.
they were filling up dead soldiers' bodies with fucking heroin and bringing it back over.
Wow.
Imagine you got sent to war and then they're gonna use your body as a drug mule to fly back through the military.
Yeah,
Cut
that
you
was
open, fill you with a
Frank
brick or
Lucas.
two.
Let's see. I don't know. Here, let me put that center stage.
Yeah, that was Frank
see.
Lucas who was bringing the drugs back on bodies. That was Frank Lucas.
Yep.
I don't know if you guys can see that or not. Hold on. Oh, okay. Yeah, there we go. Bingo. That's my right beside my bed.
What is that? It's hard to see.
That's Narcan. Trying to
Oh wow.
trying to stabilize it. Damn it.
Hey man, you
I
gotta
have
have
everybody
it.
dizzy and confused. Yeah,
You don't
everybody
gotta
be
have it
dizzy
if you
and
don't do
confused.
fucking pills like a retard. Then you don't have to have it. What about that?
I go
That's
to pain
true.
management, dude.
But we trying to tell him to slow. I was trying to tell him last time slow his ass down.
Yeah, I go to I'm got an in-home nurse. You know that, Cage.
You only need it if
And
you abuse them. That means you're not taking the prescribed dosage, and yeah, then you can fucking OD, and then you might need it. Which is, if you want to use the excuse of pain management.
no, I do take it as prescribed. Believe me, they piss test me and do all kinds of checkups, and my nurse distributes my medicine to me. So not a lot of wiggle room in there at all. So I don't want to fuck my pain management up ever. So I piss a clean stream, you know.
All
I
right, but
don't.
could that also be like a mental thing too, in a way, like the nocebo placebo effect? Now that you have this pain, you must take this pill forever. You're the ultimate fucking customer. Perfect for life. There we go. Let's make some money.
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie about it, man. What you know better than that, Age. You know, I fuck. It's not dirty laundry to me. It's just the fucking truth. You know, it's either I stick with my pain management and I keep myself regulated, or I lose my pain management and I have to resort to something probably a lot less constructive. And I don't want to do that because then you're playing life and death games.
Yeah, I hate having a headache. It's just awful. It like takes all my attention and energy just to like when I have it. So I mean, that's just like a migraine headache. I mean, like think about you like having some terrible pain in your body. I mean, I I get that.
Yeah, it's miserable. And I take Emitrix. That's that costs my insurance a credible amount of money. That's $100 a fucking pill just to get rid of a migraine.
So is the Narcan there just if the nurse is there to administer it? What if no one's there? How are you gonna
Yeah,
administer it yourself then? So what's the point of even having it there? I mean, I don't get it.
because she has a kit here, and I have a single use. There's all single uses, but they have an emergency. Uh, the one I showed you is the one that they keep in my medicine tray by my bed, and then she has a Narcan in the medical supply that we have here.
You know what's crazy though? Somebody that is going into one of those type of states, they have a second wind, and if something is close enough to help them, it will. So
yeah,
if it's close enough and they remember in that quick moment, it's only like a quick moment. They have like a second wind and they like burst. I had like
Yeah,
multiple
don't.
OG at my job, so that's why I know. So that's the only reason I know. I was pounding. We were rubbing the dude's chest with our, doing a knuckle trick on his chest, lean him to the side, stuff like that. And then he like passed. He kind of was passing, and then we was tapping his chest, whatever. And then he had like a second wind and kind of like jumped up to an extent, and then he started doing the
Right.
same over again. Then ambulance came, and everybody was there at the time, but he almost they have a second. There's a second wind to this shit.
My brother, on the other hand, he was intravenous, and he went to La Quinta Inn and decided to get a hotel room with a friend. And he fired, man, and that was the last time he got to ride that train. Killed him. His friend was asleep right there next to him. Didn't even know he's fucking dead.
Yeah, I've
So
had some wild shit happen. So I've seen some wild shit, been around some wild shit. Living in California, you will see some crazy shit. Not saying every other place isn't crazy, but big city environment is like,
Bro, at that point, you're gonna step in human shit. Most likely. Yeah. There you go. Sorry, isn't everyone shitting around there? I know this one area.
yes,
I talked to
literally,
somebody. You ever heard of Tenderloin? Go over there.
yes.
Find human shit everywhere.
Or no, it's called and Skid Row. Skid Row is terrible. It's kind of like a
where
landfill.
most of the
It's a
Skid
landfill.
transients go.
Row sucks, man. Like,
Yeah.
feel
Well,
so sorry for those people. Like a lot of them are just hopeless, like severe depressed.
No, people just no. This is the thing. People don't want to make it out. Once they make it to California, LA, that's it. Like that's what it becomes sometimes. Like you'll figure that out once you get there. That I have sympathy for some people that are on the streets, and I will always have sympathy for some people that are on the streets. You know what I mean? But drug abuse and you wanting to be here is something I can't help.
Right.
Now, mental problems, things happen. Family members don't want to be there for them. Now they're stuck there. I understand those types of situations, but drug abuse is huge in Cali right now. Huge.
Yeah, it used to be a pitfall to a lot of metalheads because Los Angeles was kind of the central scene,
Santa
and you had
Monica.
people from all over the United States would come to play the Whiskey or the Roxy, or even just to be there on the strip or part of the scene, and they never made it. And believe me, there was a lot more that didn't make it than those that would ever make it, and they wound up. It used to be a kind of a thing,
Yeah,
They'd
and
hit Skid Row.
the fucked up part about it is the bigger you become, the more access you have. And it's right. They will give it to you just because they're a fan of you.
Mm-hmm.
Or they'll offer it to you just because they're around you. Like I don't do cocaine, but there's been so many times where I'll go to a party and it's been offered to me. I don't do
ready,
it,
available,
but it's right there.
Stuff's extremely addictive, man.
Whatever anybody's doing, they will offer it to you. It's not Southern hospitality, but it's almost like that when drugs are around. I was at Rolling Loud and I was recording the stage, and I had somebody in front of me that just put a bump to their nose. And I ended my video because I was like, I don't want them on camera like that type shit. And they were like, good drugs, huh? They wanted to be on camera for it.
No, that's you don't want to promote that image if you're not about it.
They are, and I'm not. So
Right.
It's a different world of that Hollywood, LA scene. Hollywood, you're thinking you're gonna go see the stars, but there's a homeless man that's dressed up as Batman and Superman pissing on the side of the road. It's bad. It's bad. You got to go to like Orange County and the Valley, Malibu and shit like that to get the nice scenery. Other than that, you go LA County, you're fucked.
Yeah, see, my border for the United States stops at Nevada. And that's yeah,
You're
that's when I
smart.
was nomad. I never crossed that Nevada line because that's where it ended.
You're smart. Because if you'd have stopped in Cali, you'd have been stuck on the streets of Cali. It's a thing. You'd have found
Yeah,
San Bernardino, and then you'd have found Venice Beach, and then you'd have found the Laguna people, and then it'd been over for you.
yeah. The last time was 2016 was the last tour that I was on, and we played the Whiskey, and that was it. That it was in and out. But that was 2016, and then it was 2018 whenever I started to become a nomad, and right there, I loved Vegas, enjoyed that. Loved Eastern Arizona, Mojave County, love it. That's home, but didn't care to cross the line. And
I
the
got a
funny
great.
part,
Oh, go ahead.
go ahead. No, brother, you fine. Go ahead.
I have a question. How did you like Vegas? I hated it there. I
I
used to be
didn't like
there
it.
all the time, but I hated it there. It
Yeah,
was
it's
just too
creepy.
hot for me, and it was
It
too
just
much like different cultures coming to one place. So it's like you didn't know what to expect. Type
mm-hmm.
environment. I know California is like LA is the same, but it's like overly like that. It's like an everyday thing. There's somebody new there.
Were you in Vegas long enough to see them clean the strip up at night of the homeless?
No,
Oh man,
I went
yeah,
back afterwards, but I wasn't there for that.
yeah. They every once in a while they'll do a cleanup operation, and they'll hit one end of the strip to the other, man, and clean all the shit out, and then over time it just builds back up.
Have you been to the underground tunnel in Vegas or like the underground city in Vegas or whatever they call it?
No, no, no,
I
no, no,
want to
no.
go there so bad. I'm scared to go, but I want to go if I protect myself like an American citizen, I can go wherever I want. But
Right.
I want to go there one day.
Mm. You definitely got some balls if you want to go. I've read stories on Slab City and seen videos, and that's California, and even Slab City is supposed to be a nice compared to those tunnels in Vegas.
Isn't Slab City the only lawless land in America?
Yep,
Like
yep.
the
It's
only
run
place in America with
completely. Yeah, it's run completely by nomads and I guess former transient that stepped up. I don't know. It's just ran by the individuals that are there.
You've been there?
No, I've watched documentaries on it and I've seen videos, and the documentary was enough to let me know that I'm not welcome. And they supposed to be pretty stern about who they let in and accept and who they won't. But the tunnels in Vegas are not quite as open to people coming in and out. And I never bothered.
As long as I have my American right of putting things nearby my hip, I promise to
Right?
God I can go wherever I want.
Yeah,
and keep a camera just in case. They don't like cameras.
no, I imagine not. Yeah, I that would be. Yeah, I don't think I would endeavor. Why? What makes you want to do the tunnels in Vegas?
I always wanted to do a video about it because I watched videos about the tunnels in Vegas, and I
Right.
always used to go because it's only 4 hours from Cali, and I used to work out there all the time. I would you remember when Vegas used to do the weekly apartments, and they would be like $200 a week or something like that. You get a
Right, the
full
tourist trap.
apartment. Huh? Yeah, I
The
was.
tourist trap. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. Yes, I used to go up there and do the tourist trap, but it was because I was out there doing business. And it was the cheapest way. Why go out there and go get a Marriott suite if I ain't getting no women to come through? So I might as well just go get the cheap spot, the apartment little shit, and I could eat, cook, like it's still my own little spot without being home. So that's what I used to get. So every time I went out there, it was like boring bullshit and always working and shit. So I always wanted to try the food or go to the tunnels.
Gotcha. What's the homeless situation in Canada? We still got Vex and Cage here on.
Same
Yeah, I'm
thing
here.
as the U.S. Like we have a,
Okay.
they call it, like, look at East Hastings Street, where around Bex, around Vancouver, for example.
Well,
Same
that's the
shit
mainland, but we have a
in the
different here
mainland. Yeah,
because
yeah,
our
yeah.
climate is even more moderate than Vancouver. So, basically, it's a lot like, well, it's more socialist. So, but it's like a lot like Valley Ray's program, only 1/10 the size, right? So, if you guys have seen Valley Ray online, he's a guy who goes around Oregon and hands out sandwiches and gets to know
Oregon
the
is
great
bad
people
right
of
now.
Oregon. Yeah. So Portland specifically, I think. But here it's been. I mean, when I first moved here in 1997, they shortly thereafter there was a new news station that started, and their news intro. So their intro and their outro video for the news had actually showed through a window into an entranceway, of a store of a guy like totally shooting up. Like, I mean, we've had people doing drugs on the side of the road for as long as I've been here. Nothing's new. And COVID, I would say, because we've also had actually a guy here argue for the right for people to sleep outside around that same time. So where I live, any person who lives outside can sleep in any public park any time of year, so long as they're what was I going to say? So long as their camp is taken down, at dawn, right? From dusk till dawn, you can sleep in a park here. And 2020 just amplified all that because they actually made it so that they could leave their camps up. But we've had multiple tent cities here, and yeah, the 2020 they camped right beside the House of Legislature, which is essentially it looks like a mini parliament buildings, but it is where the provincial meetings are held, right? But they tore up the lawns, and but typically it's much more socialistic up here. There's lots of places where they go to eat and methadone clinics and all sorts of resources that
Over
that
here,
would
it has been changing. It's been ramping up like crazy. There's fucking massive amounts, like blocks of fucking encampments and shit. An entire massive parks taken over everything.
Don't y'all got the
See, we
vans
got
that be handing out needles?
After the fucking 19 bullshit, yeah, it ramped up like crazy.
Don't y'all got the vans that's handing out needles and shit?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, they have that.
they be damn.
They have
So
safe
that's
injection
where it's
sites and
at.
shit. Yeah.
I was watching a documentary on that type of shit, and I didn't know what country or place they were. Y'all got it too.
Wow. I didn't even know they were sporting that shit in vans, man.
Yeah, well, they'll go and give away like little drug packs to people. It'll have like a
Yeah,
pipe in it. They'll have like needles. They'll have all types of shit.
and it might
The
even
shit
have
to
a
like.
little bit of drugs just to keep you like going to an extent, so you don't overdose or like withdraw. Or like there's certain shit they do where you can have like a comfort spot to do drugs, right?
Yeah, they call it safe injection sites or a
we
safe
have safe
Exactly.
injection sites.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then sometimes they give you the drug if you can't afford it.
Oh, there's
Damn.
been people giving out
Methadone,
shit. Yeah.
methadone for sure.
See, that's where I was watching this shit. I was like wondering where it was, and yeah, they got these vans that pull up and hand out needles and give out packages and shit, and then they got these clinics where you can just pull up And if you ain't got drugs, or if you got drugs, you can pull up and do them here.
Well, check
And
out
this
what they're
is
doing. BC is the most progressive when it comes to this drug shit. They're crazy when it comes to what they've been doing.
and this is educational purposes only to inform and an educational format on drugs and
Look,
drug
they
use.
even have. Yeah, this is
But speaking
educational.
about sorry,
I gotta use the
drugs,
restroom real quick.
I'm gonna hop down into chat and listen from there, you guys, and smoke a DB and go to bed. Nice to see you
Back
all.
as usual. I
Yes,
enjoyed the
ma'am.
laughter.
Yes, me too. It was a lot of fun. A pleasure to see you again, Trill, and Chris and Cage. A pleasure as always. And good night, Axis
Take it
and
easy.
chat. I'll,
It's
Thank
always
you,
yeah, I'll
back.
be in the chat
seeing
for a
you
while.
back.
Bye for now.
Look. This is what you're kind of referring to. Like, look, they have packages. Look, with proper packages, it says cocaine, 100%, no cut, no buff, 3.5 grams.
That's what I'm
Heroin.
saying.
Look, it has 60% caffeine in the heroin. It says meth, no cut, no buff. They have to put caffeine in heroin. I don't know why. But
Because heroin's strong.
yeah, so you
You
gotta
gotta cut
dilute it.
heroin no matter what.
They gotta wake them up with the caffeine, huh? Okay.
I guess so they don't die on the side of the street. They gotta pump their heart at least a little bit.
Yeah, it keeps
That's
the
crazy.
sleep off the nod.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
If I could play a bit of this, it's just interesting because I think this is what you're referring to, bro. Look, they're giving out the actual drug too. Look.
These packages contain heroin, cocaine, and crystal meth that's being handed out on the streets of Vancouver for free.
From this tent over here, we are distributing a safe supply of drugs. The points of drugs you will get from the boxes being distributed from that tent have been tested. This means that you are at no risk of overdosing on fentanyl. And we want this model to be legislated so that it can happen all over the place so our friends and family stop dying.
All right, well, that's the issue. If you want to be retarded and fucking shoot something in there, smoke meth, or fucking shoot someone into your body, then yeah, why not? Why should it be
That's the
illegal?
video I was watching.
Yeah, that's what I figured. When I figured that would be the one. When he brought it up. But yeah.
What the fuck?
Right? Talk about dead things.
I thought we had it fucked up. I thought
Bro,
we
it's
had
even worse over here. That's what I'm saying. Stick in America, bro.
My bad. I'm over here trying to defend my country and y'all got it worse than us. God damn. They
Yeah,
just handing that shit out like fucking hotcakes on a. This shit is bad.
yeah. Yeah, I'm surprised you living in LA. I know it's got to be eat up there, brother, because Fort Wayne and we're red. I mean, red neck state. And this city is eat the fuck up with fentanyl.
It's more of like the states nearby. It's kind of like Nevada's getting fucked up, Arizona's getting fucked up, Utah, other places. California's fucked up with meth. Like, okay, I just got a phone call recently to tell you about some stupid stuff that people do when it comes to California stuff. I have a
Right?
friend that's in jail for 25 years for robbing GameStops and stuff like that. This
Wow.
man already has 25 years. Well, he was, making his money from that, I guess, doing his thing, I guess, whatever. He's in there for 25 years. He calling family talking about the guards are dousing me with hot water. They done did this, that. His dad has money, so they go and pay for a private investigator. The private investigator looks around and finds out that he's been high on meth every single time that he's been thrown in the hole. Come to find out, he's running a whole meth rink.
Wow.
He's having meth dropped off at a park, then picked up by a drone and dropped off inside of the jail. So he's been on meth this whole time. Which, hey, you got 25 years. If that's how you pass your 25 years, I can't. I'm mad at you, but I can't be mad at you. You feel me? But God dang,
More than you would know, Trill, because as an update, my son got 66 years, and for those that aren't in the know, that was from a sleep deprivated 3-day methamphetamine murder.
yeah. Like the one who I talked to is his brother, which I'm close to. He the one who told me the story, and he was like, "Yeah, I kind of, was getting a strange feeling about the things my brother was saying on the phone. He was kind of talking strange, so I was kind of thinking like he was on drugs, because I've been around drug heads. Meth is such a big thing in Cali. He's like, I've been around, certain shit. He was giving me signs, and then it came out to be he was right about the signs. It just took a while and a lot of money behind it.
Yeah, see, I didn't know that my son was involved with that. Apparently, the one that would have been in the know would have been my mother because that's where he was living. Um, I had we had an altercation, and I hadn't talked to him for quite some time, and I don't know whether my mom wasn't educated, whether she was, or
She was
just
protecting her granny's baby. That's
right.
granny's baby. It had nothing to do with nothing else. She seen it too. Everybody know a dope head when they see a dope head. When you start acting strange, we know you acting strange. I don't give a damn if you're on downers or uppers. That's granny's baby.
Yeah, it was a
Protect them.
it's a rude fucking awakening for me, as far as meth goes, because he had seen uh, people that used meth and growing up, and he knew, fuck, you don't want to deal with that shit, man. You don't want to be near the people that do it. You don't want to be involved with it. You don't want it in your system. You just and it just blew me away that was what he wound up fucking up on.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, yeah.
I
I
remember
mean,
being
fuck.
young. I remember being young. Like, most people would fall for this trap too. It could be, through women, through different. Like one time,
It is women.
yeah, because when I was young,
Let's stop saying that. It's always a woman.
but it's not like that. No, I'm not saying you blame him for that, but I'm saying it's like, yeah, one time when I was probably like 17, 16, and yeah, like a girl I knew from high school, and that she's like, oh, can I come over with my friend, like a nice girl, and like we could do, like, she has meth or something, and like she's like, or like she was like asking if I can get it for them or they have it or whatever, and like, yeah, you want to come over here? Like most people be like, oh, probably get sucked into it like that in a way. You know what I mean? When you're younger, you try to get some pussy, like, yeah, come on, do meth over here. But no, I'm like, are you fucking crazy? Well, you're not bringing that shit into my fucking house. Get out of here.
No,
Get
yeah,
get the fuck out of here.
that too. That was
That's it.
your situation, right? But
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
normally when they put it they don't tell you about it, and then they show you it and be like, "Oh, it's
Oh,
not that bad." I be doing it. You fuck with me. I haven't been acting strange, and and then it becomes a thing. That's how it kind of goes, and then it becomes like a sex rage the first time as they do it, and
yeah,
then it
because they get all
becomes
horny and you're fucking them and shit after, right?
yeah, it
That's it.
becomes a sex rage for their little moment, and then boom, boom, bam. No matter what drug you do, that's normally it's not from a woman because when I was sipping lean and stuff like that, it came from me just being in an environment, and it was
Yeah, it's the
of
environment, really.
access.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
was
yeah.
it was of access. But let's say like 60% of men, 70% of men are encouraged by women. Because I have family members that did dope because they was with a girl. I have like 2 or 3 family members that end up doing like heavy dope, and they're finally coming back to normal. And it was because of a woman every single time.
Not because of
And
themselves. They have that choice, though. But yeah, a lot of the time, that could be.
No,
Could
no,
happen.
yeah, every man has a choice. Yes, we all have choices. I'm just saying, like, the enticing of a vagina is different.
Oh yeah. That would you'll jump off the cliff for that. Some
You're
people.
already drunk. You're already drunk with her, or drinking, or like whatever y'all are doing first, and then it leads to this, and then she says she does that, and then y'all start trying shit. Yeah, I've always been a strong man though, but there's plenty.
well, I would like to. I'm sorry, Joe. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh
there,
no,
brother.
go ahead. I was done.
I was trying to find some way to put a positive spin on what happened to my son as an educational or as some kind of warning. And it's
yeah.
so outrageous. I can't even find a good segue to even come in with, hey, this is a bad scene. This is really a messed up drug. I just can't find a segue for it.
Oh, what did it teach you?
No, I know a segue. Don't look. This is the thing. Watch other people. I think there's somebody in the backstage.
Oh,
Somebody
thank you,
in the
brother.
backstage.
You got Dominic. Yeah.
Yeah. Watch other people and how they react. And that's why I never did drugs, is because I was always around certain shit. I guess me growing up in LA, being around fast environment, like same thing with like the Canada stuff, like, or how you're from Toronto, big city environment is different. You either get into it or you stay far the fuck away. And I'm surprised I even drink and smoke weed to this day, because at one point in time I was against everything. So to even drink and smoke now, this is different.
Well, you can leave it at that. You don't have to go fucking off the deep end.
Yeah, I mean, well, I sipped lean, I popped pills. I went off the deep end a little bit, but I
The
never
way I
went.
grew up, it was funny enough because I grew up in a low-income public housing type area, and funny enough, the people over there growing up, you think it'd be quite the opposite, but they were completely against doing any. They're not saying they wouldn't sell it to people like idiots, but they're not gonna. Yeah, if you did that shit, you're considered you're labeled what we call a bucket, and no one's gonna take you seriously. Just look at you like a customer idiot at that point. So.
Yeah,
But
but I
then you
grew
go
up.
to these nicer like suburban areas, they're all on this shit. So it's
I
kind of
grew up
weird.
in the place where lean comes from, Houston. Like I'm from Cali, but I used to go back and forth to Houston all the time. Houston, they made it a popular thing to sip lean. So it
Well,
wasn't like
that's an
it wasn't
opiate,
like
right? So it's the same thing as doing a fucking opiate. It is an
yeah,
opiate.
that is
That's like
true.
one step away.
Yeah, it is. That is true. But we didn't know that as we were growing up. As we were growing up, we thought it was just like smoking weed.
And how did that happen? Why? Because it got popularized through the music.
Exactly, and just the environment. It was just the environment.
They thought it was cool because they see these people that are successful and that doing it, and like, oh, it's like lean. It's in all the music.
Same thing with Cali and
It's like,
cocaine. Same thing with Cali and cocaine. You'll see a rich ass nigga do cocaine, and these people will do it. Same thing. You know what I mean?
Wow.
You'll
Welcome,
see.
Dom.
yeah,
But
welcome, Dom.
yeah, welcome, Dom.
Go ahead, Joe. We're all ears, brother.
Nah, but to end out on the drug epidemic, watch other people. You see how bad it is. Go watch some documentaries. Go watch some videos. Don't get into shit just because your friend does it. Don't do it because you see it and it's around you. Don't be influenced. Peer pressure's a motherfucker, and life gets hard, but it ain't worth it. Because then you end up in situations you don't want to, off of drugs you might do.
So what would we classify drugs? Would obesity be drugs? Bling bling, would that be drugs?
Anything that's mind altering and hits a dopamine receptor, you can classify this conversation as a fucking drug, or YouTube, or
So
panels.
dopamine. So you're playing with your mental. What about the physical addictions? You know, how your body receives this information, let alone the emotions. Because every drug. Go ahead, Cage.
I was gonna say physically it's done through a mental process, right? The chemical balance of
Part of it, Cage. It's not solely that. Most drugs are associated with some sort of emotion. Hence the word emotion.
I agree with that statement because
it's true.
I become unnerved if I don't have my medication, and I'm a day or two into that. I become unnerved completely, irritable, snappy, lack of concentration, just miserable.
And how much does that affect the upper brain opposed to the gut or your outer surrounding chakras around you? Again, most people get caught up in their senses and they think it's just because, I see it. No, it's beyond that. But hey, continue.
Yeah, it gets a hold of the mind, or at least with me it does, and just the thought of knowing that I don't have available medication if I was to ever reach that state and potential again it's just absolutely unnerving mentally, knowing that you're not going to be able to go through those actions and you're not going to be able to ingest that medicine, and you become panicked, or I become panicked, and then it intensifies the withdrawal.
And if somebody can monitor your access, your breathing alters. And in that breathing, again, you were saying the mind, I would probably refer more to the brain. You're not communicating no more with the mind. This is why we have the breath. That's a form of communication. It's just a lot of people, we just don't see air. So again, it's the mental part, I get it. The brain usually for most people don't develop till 25, but we're talking about the mental part. We can use our justifications and excuses why people do something that they become addicted or dependent to. Food is no different. You don't have to fast long enough. You just have to either stop drinking water for 3 or 4 days or just stop breathing for 3 or 4 minutes. And then you'll realize what dependency really is. The other stuff, cocaine and all that kind of stuff, if you were raised with a tribal family and they understood, they wanted to find out what kind of gift you have, if you can see through a hawk's eye or you're able to understand signs of the skies and all that, then you would do like hemp, you would do like ayahuasca, you would do cocaine. But unfortunately, the distraction is most people do it to escape. Or they try to make a buck off of it. That's more programming.
You're smart. Hey, I like what you just said.
Yeah.
That was so true.
So would you rather, Dominic, if you had to choose, would you be the user or the provider?
The observer.
Okay.
Cage, you know me, I don't play this either or shit. You want to play
duality? So option 3, observe.
Oh no, I'm a user. I'm a user and an observer.
Yeah.
I'm a user and an observer. So I observe people before I use.
Well, hopefully you observe your own behaviors. Other people, most people have masks on, whether they're aware of it or not.
Nah, I'm a little dumb. We all fuck up in this world, so that's why I'm.
We're here in these meat suits, so yeah, that probably gives it away.
So, is there a difference between the user and observer? And what will those be? And
Cage, it'll be like watching somebody experience putting their hands on a stove, and I'm just observing it. Which one's the wise one? Get grateful the person puts their hands on the stove, but after a couple of people have done all of that, kind of becomes an overkill. A child does not have to learn that way all the time, and there's only a certain. You're in a form that has a certain lifespan. There's no way you can experience everything in one lifespan.
So what do you abuse? Because everybody abuses something. You were just saying that earlier.
Sure we do.
We're all of human mind and human body, human thoughts. What things do you abuse?
I abuse a lot of things, but it's really not really about me. Most people make it about themselves. I'm just giving it a general statement and all that. And usually when people want to know about other people, it usually reveals it's all about them. I've said this, you've never heard it before, Trill. Most people, whether they're aware of it or not, are self-absorbed.
Oh, no, I was just asking a question. I was just asking because I just thought you were like somebody who didn't, dibble and dabble. Well, you probably have before and stopped or, something like that.
I've abused a lot of things. But I'm also able to observe certain things and feel I don't have to do that anymore. I surely don't have to do that. And maybe I'll do that.
See, we of the same to an extent. I don't do this or that because I've seen certain observatory things, but I do this or that because I've seen it wasn't that bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. As long as it doesn't
I know.
Go ahead, Access.
I know by observation that my mom's ignorance of street drugs, she doesn't correlate them with her own opioid addiction. So she sees it as complete medical and pharmaceutical, so it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
But she doesn't relate it at all to the use of street drugs. And it is. There's not much of a difference. There's no fucking difference at all on some of them.
It's the same thing because I'm
Yeah.
getting it from somebody who doesn't take all of their pills, so they give them to me fresh from the pharmacy. That's all it is.
It's
Or they're
the same thing.
lean or whatever. It's the same thing that you
Mm-hmm.
didn't take it, so you gave it to somebody else. I'm doing the same thing.
Well, the mental mind can justify, excuse any behavior. It's when one person observes himself and says, why am I leaning towards it? It has to be right or wrong. That's the clever game most people play with themselves by saying, well, other people say they do this. That means fuck all what other people are doing. Especially when you realize you're the only one that's ever been in that vessel and you've never been outside. You've been playing an indoctrination the whole fucking time. You're not the color of your skin and you're surely not that fucking gender. Until people become aware of that, what they're doing is excusing their behaviors, opposed to just observing their behaviors.
Oh no, I'm for sure a man. No. Let me let you know, I'm a man who likes women, and I don't know about that gender shit. We ain't gonna get into that.
No, he's not getting into that kind of shit.
Oh.
I understand why
Yeah.
that comes to your mind. It's beyond any of that.
Yeah, you've been indoctrinated,
Social
Trill, whether you're
engineering.
aware of it or not. Are you the vessel? Do you honestly think you're the vessel? So then who's running it right now? Where did you learn the language from?
That's true. Okay,
Of course it's
I
true.
understand.
But you're playing in the physical. It's a fun game to play.
That's true. Okay, now you're talking a different. I thought you. Okay, go ahead.
No problem. No problem.
We're talking the spiritual language now.
Sure we are.
It's
Sure we
none
are.
of that. It's none of that bullshit you see on the news type bullshit.
Oh,
It's
it's
something different than.
Yeah, those are distractions. Those are distractions. It's like
You're
talking about
talking
our
more-
countries. So I've always found it funny when I hear people talk about black and white. I said, fuck me. So you're trying to tell me you've actually seen a human being that's either black or white? That's the indoctrination. As long as you keep talking that way, whoever's running the show are fucking giggling because you're neither black or white. Now, if you're talking about magic, that's a different story. Now we're different color, we're in different shades. So you could be European, tan yourself, you could be dark skinned than somebody from Barbados per se. Now you're using observation, you're using clarity, and you're actually thinking for the first fucking time in your existence. Outside of that, what most people do is they're asleep.
Yeah, I'll be trying to say that, like, in most countries, there's no black or white. It's more where you're from. Like, if I was to go anywhere else, I'd be American.
Mm-hmm. But if you're spiritual, where did you come from? It's like somebody saying your age. If somebody tells me their age, I said, so you're trying to tell me your spiritual has an age? No, your physical vessel has an age.
Yeah, physical has an age. Spiritual has a wisdom.
Well, you're an energy
It
force.
has a wisdom and a knowledge.
But what are we actually? Oh, go ahead, Access.
Would that apply to my cultural observations by culture and not so much by race, but people identifying themselves by what they their environment?
Grew up around, but that's more of a. He's trying to go to a spiritual level. Physical levels, I mean, like what you're saying is, like you said, like I was saying earlier, if I go to a different country, we're all American. Well, me and you, Axis, we're American. I don't know.
Right. You're indoctrinated. There's no difference saying I'm Catholic or I'm Christian. Those are masks. Those are all masks. You're not from America. You're not from America. You jump into those forms once it gets birthed out of that womb. Don't think for one fucking second you were ever in that womb. Again, this is an indoctrination that we play with. It's not a bad thing. The word indoctrination gives it away. So as you were saying that, Axis, you might even bring it back down to the blood. Again, this is not about flesh and blood. Those are the distractions. We're energy beings that are playing around in a physical form.
Yeah, so in an alchemical sense, it would be like, the quintessence or the fifth element, which could be described as the observer.
Yes.
Which I'm pretty sure everybody's observing regardless.
We're always
right?
observing. That's why we're fascinated about watching sports and all that. We're observing. We're observing way more. And if you understand how language works, you'll realize you've been observing and experiencing way more in language than you were in the physical.
That's why I finally started understanding it. Cade said something for it to click, and now I understand it.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I interjected, because I figured that would probably work.
You always put
Yeah, but we're on a spiritual level. He's talking about spiritual
Yeah.
levels, as in like nothing. Our bodies are only here, so there's something else that. Okay, so damn. He tried to get deep. So there's okay. So we're taken away from the world and we're blinded by certain things because of the curses that we have had over the years, which is religion. Y'all can say that, whatever. But there's curses over time to where we're blinded by the things that he's trying to say. We can't see that on a day-to-day basis. Like, that's why some people do ayahuasca. That's why some people do DMTs or different drugs just to see that third eye of what he's trying to say to an extent. Like, just the thought of knowing that there's another world besides the world that we live in. And we are in the other world without living there.
As above, so below. As within, so without, as they say.
Good
And,
word.
I know it's not about a blood, but last time I checked, anyone can get a paper cut on their fucking finger. I don't care where they are, and it's going to be the same color.
But who's doing the healing, Cage? Cage, at that point,
Yeah,
who or what is doing the healing then when you get that cut?
God.
Again, if you're going to do ayahuasca, hemp, or whatever that,
God.
if you're not aware of the sorry, for a second, if you're not aware of the spiritual, you're going to get a different effect. Most people that actually end up going into these things, I'm going to do ayahuasca, I'm going to do hemp, they're already caught up thinking they're the physical. That's like playing basketball with a tennis ball. You're playing two different sports. Go ahead.
That's why I do shrooms. Because
have you ever sorry for the interruption, but Dominic, have you ever done any of these? Well, maybe hemp, but I'm saying, have you ever done ayahuasca or DMT, let alone created it yourself?
Cage, have you ever jumped out of a plane without a parachute?
No.
Okay, so but if you're observing it, and before quickly saying no and say, okay, well, the other person did it, but there was a body of water underneath it. You don't have to experience everything. Cage, once again, you're asking me a question.
That takes you directly out of the physical.
Okay, so you've asked a question, and usually the person that usually leads should follow. So since you've asked a question, you should follow up to yourself. Have you done this kind of stuff, and would you like to elaborate? Because I'll just gladly hear you.
Yes, I've created it, and it takes you directly out of the physical, if anything. It's quite the opposite. So I don't know if you've experienced it. That's why I'm asking.
Keep sharing about you, Cage. It's not about me. Yeah. Please keep sharing about you.
It's not just about me.
No, but you're the one
it's about the substance and how it reacts with the human mind.
Okay. And what state were you in before you got into it, and how you got out of it? It's like getting into a fast state. And where was the moon and the sun located at the time? If you really want to get technical, again, you're talking about being in the physical while you're experiencing all of these things, which is a good start. Well, at this point, most people think they are. Hence the word.
Let me give you some DMT, and we'll see if you're in the physical.
Yeah, but this is the thing. This is the thing. You have
we'll figure it out after.
That's like saying. Like, not like that. I see where Cage is coming from. Is like, that's like saying, I've seen somebody do shrooms and they told me their experience, so I know their experience. Like, when it comes to psychedelics, or when it comes to what would you call that? Like spiritual binding type drugs.
Entheogens.
Yes. Something of that sort. But if you're to do those, you have to experience it. You can't live it off of somebody else's experience to an extent. So I see where he's coming from, but I see where you're coming from on the like, I've seen somebody else do it, so you can see their experience through it.
At that point, Joe, you're talking about the senses at that point. It's like trying to teach somebody basketball. There's a person that actually physically has to do it, and then there's other people that they can envision all of that stuff.
Yeah, the analytic dude and the dude who plays. Like, the dude who plays is probably gonna know more than the dude that writes down stats.
It could be, but then there's also, and usually those are the ones that are using their upper brain. Now, if we're talking about your gut brain, that's a different thing. This is where the word insight, intuition comes. That's when people start tapping into their feminine energy. Now, the masculine energy is just a programmable energy. That's why most people have to do it through action. So now what Cage is talking about is doing certain things where other people could say, you know something, I don't actually have to experience it or embody it. Actually, technically they are embodying it, but they're receiving it from somewhere else. Like we have many receivers in this vessel, many. The upper brain has a couple. The heart's its own receiver. You have blood going to it. That's memory in it. That's why we have liquids. And on top of that, you have like the gut that has many receivers. So some people receive up in the top head. That's why when people become scholars, they like to read books. And even now you have to question myself, okay, how do you read it? Left to right to left, up and down? Do you read it in a scroll form? What language are you going to use? For most people, they're not going to understand that because they've never tapped into all of those receivers. Now I could use the word Kabbalah. It's the same idea. So now somebody says, okay, I don't have to experience putting my hands on the stove. They don't even have to actually observe somebody doing it. Those are people that are called wise. Now, for other people, they got to go to school, they got to get indoctrinated, they got to teach them numbers, opposed to somebody saying, but I understand the energy behind number. That's different now. So now if a person wants to tap in and they've forgotten, they've had many of these curses, these layers over top of their eye, the third eye dare not be poked, then they realize, okay, now I'm actually going to have to do some sort of substance to break me free from some of this indoctrination. But eventually it's also a catch-22. Now they become, go ahead, Cage.
I'm saying, Dominic, that's not necessarily true. Not everybody's using these things as a
Cage,
form
I'm
of
sharing. If you want to
escapism.
call it true, you can call it truth. What are you going to say next? Is the truth? I'm just sharing information. If it resonates with you, if it doesn't.
Okay, so it's not necessarily the matter of what's going on.
Okay, the matter.
Not necessarily.
What are you being disturbed by, Cage? What are you being disturbed by? The way I presented it, or you already have a program?
I'm not disturbed by anything.
Okay,
I'm just
so
trying
then.
to get to
Okay, well, you said it's not necessarily true.
I'm just trying to understand because yes, some individuals, they don't use it as a form of escapism to, like, you know, they have to go outside of themselves with some substance.
So you want to understand
what about those people that create it and actually understand how it's working and bring it into reality?
I guess you can communicate with them. You can communicate with them. Again,
Well,
Cage, the word gives it away.
The thing about ayahuasca and DMT, it's not created to an extent besides from, it's kind of like weed to an extent. Okay.
Well, you're not creating anything. You're going through paths. Example, like if you want to make DMT or ayahuasca, you're gonna have to have, and ayahuasca, for example, you're gonna have to brew specific plants together, MAOI inhibitor, you know, that makes it activated through there, and then something that contains DMT, like Mimosa hostilis, Cappy vine for the MAOI inhibitor. And this is an ancient practice that's been going on for thousands and thousands of years. To create actual DMT, then yeah, you're gonna have to use an acid-base extraction.
And some people can consume a Cage. And some people can consume it. No different. Some people can consume blood. Some people can consume gold. Not everybody's designed the same. If we were, then we wouldn't be talking about different blood types and different birth orders and different genders. But because we're in these different forms and we have different kinds of small little directories going on, then you have to understand your own gift. You know, it could be a curse. So some people, they'll do a blood transfusion. Next thing you know, they have memory of somebody else that was the donor. Some people will actually consume gold. Next thing you know, they're a conduit and they can actually download more information. Hemp is no different. Same with ayahuasca. For most people that do ayahuasca, unless they understand the diet they have to do and make sure you have the right energy of a shaman around you, you're going to be playing with fire, especially when you start going in that other realm and there's demons and there's angels that are going to fuck with you just for pure giggles and kicks. Because the human form, right now, you're protected. You start getting outside of that, then they're saying, why the fuck would you do hemp when you're fucking playing with us? Because you're a child to me right now. And they're not concerned about the color of your skin, and they're surely not concerned about your fucking gender. That's a mortal form. That already has a stamp. So carry on.
Go ahead, True.
No, you're good, Axel.
Well, I wanted to say for the layman that runs across this that isn't quite as understanding as some of us are. I'm a slave to my physical form. You know, my being is directed by the needs of my body, and if I induce it with chemicals such as opioids or benzos, or I become adapted and accustomed to that particular state. and the mind follows the body, or the brain follows the body. The being follows the needs of the body, and people get lost in that as they are that the body. They're no more than the slavery that the body implies upon them. And that's not for that's just for the basic person to understand and kind of get a step in of disassociating from the body.
Once you get into that state, the body is what some people would call the ego, the I. It's a vessel. It's kind of like talking to Siri. Are you the computer? No, I'm not. That's the body. So, and the body has its own intelligence. Some people can do body consciousness. They can communicate with it. Think about people that eat food and they're malnutrition. The body's being tricked because it thinks, well, if I eat more of it. So now if you transfer that over for when it comes to certain substance, and especially if they lace it with chemicals, you're chasing something that's not healthy for the vessel. This is why a lot of us, we really don't steward our vessel well. The ones that do it, well done. But are they ignorant in other parts of their life? Are they understanding their emotional, let alone their mental planes? The physical, it grows with or without us, and it also will age with or without us. It's usually the other part, the emotions. Animals have emotions. Humans, the human part has emotions. And then you talk about the mental part. This is where we communicate with what's called the mind. So this is where people learn to get into stillness and silence, so you can communicate with what's called the mind. Because if not, then are we all like by freak of nature and we've all learned this language or something, or do we get conditioned to learn this language? And if we are actually thinking that we're the thoughts, therefore my question would be, then why don't you speak in Mandarin in a split second, or Cantonese? Why don't you learn Braille right now as we're here? Again, because we're living in this program and we're peddling our opinions. I'm doing it no different now. What I'm sharing is awareness.
You've been doing it the entire time.
Yes, Case, but let me finish for a second, and then you can continue, because you interrupt without adding. You're just trying to interrupt for the sake of interrupting.
I'm trying to add something when you're done too.
Okay, well, I was going to add to it. I said, because I'm always the student. So as I talk out loud, the one that benefits the most, if anybody, would be me. Whether I say it and I break my silence and I speak or write it, usually I can still do it in thoughts. That's why when you question things, it's called thoughts. Question thoughts. You don't have to question other people. That's a wasted energy. It's always about know thyself, not others. But even the self, what is the self? It surely isn't who you are. It's called a program. Back in the days, they would call it a demon. And behaviors, we talked about occasion, behaviors are kind of like run by demons, behaviors and personalities. And most people will think that they're their behavior. Go ahead.
Yeah. To add to that, it'd be called a daemon before they, differentiated between an angel and a demon. It's called a daemon, and simply it's still using computer terminology, and that just means a background process that's working without the interactive user. And to add to what you guys are saying before, with Axis is saying a slave to the body ideal, and earlier you were saying to Trill that you're not the body, the gender, the skin color. Mm-hmm. So yeah, there's a direct correlation between those two, between everything that's being said, really.
Either you will serve it or it will serve you. So when I say I'm not the body, think about it. Then the question was, who am I? I'm surely not the body. It's using critical deduction of what I'm not. So when Axis says he's the slave to the body, he's sitting in something and he's communicating, saying, I'm acknowledging the fact that the vessel is its own intelligent. And I'm a slave to it. Think about how many people, if they became aware of you, work 40, 60, 70 years of your life, feeding and sheltering something that's not who you are. It's a fucking trick on you at best. Now, you get a lot of pleasure from it. This is why people usually get guided by the heart. That's where desire comes from, because there's blood that travels everywhere. The question now is, what is blood then? And I've kind of shared my interpretation of it. It's memories. But again, most people are never going to tap into that. So this is not about the masses. The masses can do whatever the fuck they want. They want to think they're a Catholic, or Christians, or black, they're white, they're whatever, a gender. That's fine. Especially I love when parents tell me, I raised my kid. What the fuck? Did you teach them how to breathe? Well, no. Did you teach them how to digest their food? Not really. So you've done fuck all for them. You keep on teaching them that indoctrination shit. And I might have said it kind of harsh because it still serves. But are you going to become aware opposed to defending it or attacking others? No, I'm talking.
So what if that parent taught breathing techniques like lower, upper, and middle dantian breathing?
No problem. And then my next question would be, great spot. You've got a moment in time. You teach them how to breathe. I said, but when the child goes to sleep, who's teaching it? Who's doing the breathing there? Again, we don't realize we have a lot of
program of the child that's been instilled to the child.
It could be, but it might not be something that is from the human part, Gage. A lot of things
you're referring to motor function and autonomic processes of the body, which is instilled. It's like one of the programs that's instilled in every human being, no matter what.
Okay, so we quickly put the word auto on it, auto just to justify it, opposed to saying, how do we not know there's something from somewhere else that's running all of that? That'll be like us being in a video game and then saying
that's the point. That's the whole point of it.
Yeah,
it is something that's writing that. That's the whole point, right? So.
Well, the body is involuntarily sustaining itself while you're not in an awakened state, to be aware that there's an involuntary action taking place.
To the child, even from the breast, when they're breastfeeding, or if you give them formula or whatever, you're still providing them something to digest. So in a way, you're teaching their system how to digest what is being put into it, because you are they can't go get their own food. You're the one who has to provide that.
You're talking about what you put in there. So you can teach a child how many times to chew their food. You might even be able to teach a child exactly, okay, you see where the sun and the moon is, and it's Luna D or Marta D, the different days, there's different colors. You can teach all of that. But the body itself is doing the process. This is why when a Buddha says, let me fast and meditate on this shit. Let me fast because something that's actually intelligent is functioning in my body. If I fast, it doesn't have to do that. Then I can meditate. I can listen from within. It's going to communicate with you. Most people think I'm talking to some outside entity, which it could be, hence why we're receivers. But at the same time, you have your own going on program, hence know thyself. What is the self and what is the knower? This is where people break it down. Are we talking about the subconscious? Or are we talking about the conscious mind? Most people, when you wake up in the morning, you open up those little eyes, you're in a conscious state. And most people are consciously ignorant, opposed to understanding that when you're in a subconscious, you're in a state of silence and stillness. If you could do that in a conscious state, great for you, because now you'll be downloading information in the conscious state. So now you're playing with your senses while you're downloading information. But for most people, once they wake up, they're in that fucking sleep state. They're going to use those 5 senses to no fucking end, but never question the fact that could all my senses be misled, and don't give a shit what other people's senses are doing. It's like when I look up in the sky. I know I'm not looking at the sun. When I say the sun, I'm looking at an object that I call sun. And in many ages, they've changed the word over and over again. Let's call it a horse this time. Let's call the moon Luna D. Let's call it Saturn. These are stories that we have. Now, I call them stories because that's how I perceive it.
And while saying all this, isn't this just another program or story also being spewed out?
But I'm challenging it, Cage. It's like challenging AI. You give it simple questions, it'll give you simple response. We all are. We all are. Just some people just don't expand it more. It's no different than an athlete that's trying to run under fucking 9.7 seconds. He's challenging the physical capacity, and he might have to relearn how to breathe to actually aid that. A lot of professional runners have to retrain themselves, even with their breathing process. We have that opportunity.
So this program is not immalleable. It's very malleable in nature. So therefore, you could reprogram anything, even physical stuff like your digestion or your breathing. You could reprogram.
Yes, and this is where you start talking about the masculine and feminine, because the masculine is the program part. The feminine is the teachable part. So now if you want to reprogram it, you would almost have to bring in your feminine energy. And now when you do it with your feminine, you're more or less talking about your gut. Women are preset with that, but unfortunately men think for some reason they need to rule the earth or whatever. So now they've actually denounced the fact that if you were a person that was able to have an offspring, you would be preset with the fact that you're going to be working with the midgut. This is why
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, so it's almost like the law of polarity mixed with the law of gender when it comes to Kemetic or natural law, Kemetic principles or Kemetic law, natural law, whatever. It's almost the same thing there. And it has nothing to do with a gender. Like the law of gender has nothing to do with like if you're a male or a female. It's more of like yin or yang.
It's energy. At that point, we use a word like energy and laws. The letter of the laws, land, air, water, and space. It has nothing to do with policies, because nature is wild and untamed and needs boundaries. But it's funny when people talk about, I'm doing the laws. I said, no, when you're going to court, you're doing commerce court. That's about man-made policies, and that's MEN, not man. Again, these are energies. It's like the truth. It's an energy. Love is an energy. Air is energy. What we are, we're contained in a physical, hence order out of chaos kind of ideal.
Well,
I want to take a second.
Sorry.
I want to take a second and thank Trill for showing up and being a part of the show and the channel. He's always welcome and appreciated, as all my guests are. Thank you.
I didn't realize you hopped off. Yeah, much love, Trill. Take it easy, bro.
The thing is, guys, I heard you guys talking earlier. I get it. People get into these kind of conversations. We're still living in our little bubbles, meaning that it's a nationalist conversation. And even that's not even nationalist, because most people that live in Canada and America aren't really going to be talking about, okay, what I think is going on in another state or another province. They quickly make an assumption and say, okay, well, you're a Canadian, you're American, okay. But they're both small populations. America might be bigger than Canada, but it's a small population, especially when you start driving it to like the cities. There's other parts of the world that are really big cities. Now, people might say, well, who gives a damn about that? Well, then who gives a damn about America?
You're saying, well, hold on, Dominic, because you misspoke there, which is fine. I understand what you're saying, though. But yeah, Canada is much larger than America, but we have a smaller population.
Thank you, Cage. Yeah, population size. Okay, so knowing that, unless people, especially when they want to talk about, you know, what happened during 2019 or whatever, when it becomes a earthly issue, it will either reveal or help people along the way say, well, maybe I need to become a little bit, I'm not saying it's favorable, worldly, understand what's going on in China and India, understand how the economy works, especially when people start talking about the United Nations, the Illuminatis, the Masons. They're already talking globalist. So it's kind of like talking about governments, and then somebody says, well, they're Satanists. Well, I don't believe in Satanists. Well, but if they're the government and they're the ones that's ruling, you should at least try to understand what a Satanist is. You know,
and it goes into the factor of Satanism. You want to understand what a Satanist is? Go look at fucking the old lady at the grocery store. The fuck? Go look at 99.9% of the world's population.
Yeah,
egoism.
It's not
me, Dominic. It's all about me. It's all about you. Don't make it about me. Don't make it about you.
Part of the ego is cages because the body's always trying to survive. And if it's ruling, and let's say there's parasites that are going to rule the mental part, now what ends up happening, you're having an army against oneself, the program. So whoever you truly are, you're thinking, fuck, these are a bunch of babies that I have to rule. And even that, they don't want to be ruled. That's why when people are very egotistical, they're chasing they're being led by the physical. They're always leaning towards evil, the material. But I get it. So now if a person wants to expand themselves, they first get to know themselves, then they can start talking about different parts in different countries. But what most people do, they're parroting what they're hearing in the media. America, you know, Canada's this way, America's this way. I said, okay, so well, what about Asia? What about India? What's going on in the West Indies? Well, I don't care about that kind of stuff. Okay, so then make sure when you talk very narrow. Talk like as though you're talking about your city or your town. Don't even talk about America, because most Americans don't even know what's going on in different states unless the media feeds it to them. You know, you can live in Cali, you can live in California, you might not even know it's another part of in California what they're doing. Now somebody might not be concerned. I said, okay, then this is how you overassume.
And you know what's funny, Dominic, if you really think about that, how could anyone know what anything? How could you know about anything outside of what your observation unless you get told by somebody?
There you go.
So,
there you go.
You know, I could have a fucking family member in BC and have no access to the media, and they could just tell me what's happening there. Do I know what's happening? No, it's broken telephone.
Yeah, and this is why it's called culting up, because it's an illusion. It's like when people talk and they go ahead, sorry, Cage.
I didn't say anything. It's access, and I think access is on the phone.
Yeah, I've got to. Yeah, I'm putting the volume down on this. It's the one that I control the chat with. So you got, excuse me a second. Sorry about that.
There's a lot of assumption that people think just because we look very similar or because we practice or we think we practice Christianity that we must all think alike. No, far from the truth. They're not start testing that theory. And it's no different men saying, oh, you women think alike. No, they're not even questioning women among themselves. They know we don't all think alike, let alone we don't all feel alike. We're living in our own little bubbles. Now, you might not want to hear that word. You're living through your own perception, as you would say, Cage. So once a person becomes aware of that, oh, so then I'm really actually studying what the self is, then yes. You're not worrying about other people at that point. And even if you were going to be worrying about other people, have anybody ever showed that they worry about you? And why would you be worrying about something? Is there something you don't want, or is there something you do want? Now, that's when people start questioning things. Now, when we start speaking out loud, or people start writing it, I would hope that they put a lot of thought before they start speaking and writing shit down. If not, then you really haven't done nothing. It's like going to the game and you did no preparation and you're winging it. You might be able to pull it off the first couple of times when you're playing children. But when you start playing against other people that have actually developed themselves and they become like all-stars, they're going to wean you out in a short period of time. And hopefully you'll do that to yourself first and foremost. You've done your work, Cage, and I know that. I hear you saying with you, Access. But for a lot of folks, they don't. It's of no concern to them. That's why I'm saying, listen, this is kindergarten right now. We're all sharing with each other. We're hoping that we can wean everybody else before we start going to grade 1 and grade 2.
This is you in fucking kindergarten. It's preschool at that point.
Okay, I'm even with you, Cage. We'll go preschool. Let's go preschool. Let's talk
No,
about.
you're in the cradle. You're in the cradle of the grave, right? We're gonna feed you a
Okay,
goddamn
we'll
fucking bottle.
go with the cradle, no problem. You know, really expensive cradle. You know what I mean? We've got our nanny pushing us back and
Nice
forth.
one. Yeah.
You know,
Has
but again,
golden pillars on it and everything.
But again, we distract ourselves with governments. We're talking about different substances. I still find it funny the fact that once they tell you it's illegal, people say, we'll go underground. Now we'll make it legal. Now we'll come overground. Come on, guys.
It doesn't fucking matter either way. Like, yeah, remember they call it legacy brands or legacy growers, legacy whatever. So even over here in this market, before they made it legal, this is actually even better. For you know what they do? They call it a legacy market.
What does that mean,
These
Fish?
motherfuckers, it means they've been doing it. The legal does not matter.
Okay.
It's there either way.
Okay, so it's legal. It's legal, or they can ban or unban the Bible. My question would be, what did you learn when you did read the Bible? Or let alone, what would you learn knowing that some book that you've never read that's been banned? And same with weed. If you're going to start doing it, what did you learn while you're on it, opposed to figuring out how I can be a better farmer? Last time I remember, most people don't want to be farmers, not because they can make a buck off of it or they can escape. Fine.
You know how much work that goes into that stuff?
I
It's
imagine there's a lot.
Yes, I do.
Probably a lot of work. No different being a farmer. No different being a hunter. Or
yeah, when it comes to farming, I mean, yeah.
It's a lot of work. And a lot of us, I can speak for myself, mainly I'm caught up in my comforts.
Yeah. And we got Trill in the back axis, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh.
Like I said, there's other countries that are doing different things. They might not be concerned about maybe hemp or whatever. They might be worrying about the credit system. So for us to understand, or at least try to understand as best we can energetically, what's going on in other parts of this earth, it would be a benefactor. If not, then we're all gonna be late to the game.
On retard.
What does that mean, Cage? Is that the same idea?
Late to the game.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like when you always put a different variation of language to it. Words anyway. Thank you.
This is where the idea of retarded means. All it means is late to the game, right?
Mm-hmm. It's not an insult. It's just you're late to the game. Maybe next time you'll get to play. Don't know.
Pretty much.
Like, it'd be no different. You had asked me earlier about hemp or whatever. That'd be no different. Somebody says, okay, what do you do? I'm a cutter. I don't do that per se, but let's say somebody says I cut. They get a different experience from that. Or, they do masturbation, they do chemical release that way, or they have sex. There's different ways of heightening that energy. So hemp is just one of many. Same with food. It's one of many. But most people want to cult up with each other. Well, you're not going to understand me. I said, the word gives it away. I'm not here to understand you. That's your responsibility. Especially when I'm the kind of person that will say, listen, I've never lived in that vessel and I've never seen it through your senses. So you're kind of on your own on that one. I'll gladly hear you, but don't expect me to fucking agree or disagree with you because that's of no concern to me. For other people, it is a concern. So my question is, have you ever tested that? Have you ever challenged that? And don't worry about culting up with other people because they look like you.
Every single second of the day.
You probably do, Cage, and I hope Phil and Axel do too. If not, hey, that's where it is.
Welcome back, Trill. Thank you.
Yeah, I figured he got a call or something. I don't think he was just leaving us.
I was just getting food.
Got some food.
I was getting food. I mean, I said I had to use the restroom, and then I got hungry, so I was like, I might as well use the restroom and grab food all at once.
Oh, perfect. So there you go. Nice cycle, right? One through the mouth, out the other end.
Exactly.
It's like the Ouroboros. There you go. Welcome back.
Oh, but there's truth to that, actually. It's funny when you fast long enough, you're like, fuck, am I ever dependent? Like, fuck it.
How long do you go without anything? Because at this point, you're telling me you're like hybrid dependent. What the hell does that? And not like that. I don't mean to say it in the wrong way, but what the hell does that mean?
I've done many fasts before, 10 days, 21 days, 40-day water, just water and bread fast, just to see how the body
40
works.
days, just water?
Water and bread, Cage. I said bread because
bread.
I also had my carb addiction that I had to still deal with, and that fucks with my insulin. So, but again,
that could be dangerous for the insulin and blood sugar, right? Because I thought, isn't bread turned directly into sugar?
Mm-hmm.
Carbohydrates.
Being European, yeah, that's usually what I gravitate to. Yes, again, that's more conditioning, right? My body gets conditioned, and I have to be dragged by it. But yeah, fasting comes in many forms. I'm pretty sure you know that. You can fast many things. You can fast from playing video games. You can fast from having thoughts if you really wanted to. That'd be a challenging one, but
What about what's the longest you've been just with no bread, no food, just water only?
Probably
For me,
about
it's 5 days is the longest I ever did.
35 days. Yeah, and of course, I didn't work.
Fuck.
You're really slowing down. You got to be very wary. Fortunately for me, I had my wife, so I didn't do it like a total barbarian. She would say, this is what you have to do prior to the fast, and these are the things you have to do to break your fast. You know, because I know
Wow,
me.
35 days just water?
Yeah, water always gets to me, Cage.
You
I
must have
try
been
to do
starving over there. Yeah, you must have been like losing.
So when the last time
muscle
you
and
seen a steak?
Say that
You
again,
like
Joe?
cows and shit?
Do I like
So
cows?
you a vegan?
I'm more of a piscitarian.
Vegetarian? So
Yeah,
you like seafood and shit?
Fish and cheese. I have my. You guys were asking earlier my crutches. Those are my crutches. Yes,
Yeah.
but it's just a different diet. You know, it's always fun, Trill, when I hear people say they're meat eaters. My first question would be, okay, are you domestic or wild game? You know,
Both.
because it's different energy. You know, you see people that are eating, live game, fresh game, honorable game. You know, they have a different energy than somebody that just eats domestic animal on a regular basis. And unless they killed it themselves and they raised it themselves, they're usually eating some animal that probably got tortured, and you're taking in that energy.
No, I eat like hunted meat sometimes
Well
and
done.
fresh fish and stuff like that sometimes.
Yeah. Well done. I eat a lot of foods that are probably, I go into the grocery trail and I say to myself, what less poisonous food am I going to eat today?
Yeah, true. I like. Well, we ain't got no choice because the grocery store down the street.
Yeah. Well, we do have choices, but I've really limited my choices.
What about the consecration of food? What if you're not able to? You just got to eat what you can in order to survive, right?
Exactly.
So what about consecrating the food?
Well,
Meaning, like before even any liquid, any food, you could do a mental thing. You could transmute it mentally.
Well,
it's the idea of
Cage,
blessing the food in different religions and all that. And you could
Cage.
restructure that so you could eat fucking poison. It'll be the opposite of it.
If
It
you
doesn't
bless
matter.
it, true.
You asked about, blessing or changing the state of food. When I was a Messianic Jew, I got my meat from the synagogue. They had meat that they brought in from Chicago that was kosher killed, and the meat was absolutely kosher. And there is a difference, but it's supplied by the synagogue. You don't go to the grocery store.
Mm-hmm. But to your initial question, Cage, when you had said,
sorry, one second, quick. Access over here at the grocery stores, they actually have halal and kosher sections where we can slit the animal's neck in a specific way if you want. It's up to you.
Oh, you'll taste it if you know what your energies are. I mean, that's a part of being aware of your state of body. You know, it will identify something that is not been kosherly killed or packaged and distributed.
again, I'm gonna use a phrase. We're living beings in many forms. So now, when you're kind of in a situation where you have very narrow choices, and like you said, I think the word you used, Cage, was concentrate. Can you repeat the word, Cage? I can't even pronounce it.
I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to.
It sounds like, almost in my interpretation of it, blessing your food or whatever.
Oh, consecration.
Thank you, Cage. Yeah. So now, what you're doing is you're actually communicating with your body and say, "I'm sorry, I don't have the right foods to feed you right now." That forgiveness is for you. But again, this is where the program doesn't understand the ego. It doesn't understand the vessel. That's kind of like Siri trying to think, okay, but I don't understand the computer. I say, yeah, because Siri, you're the program. You're not the computer. And by the way, Siri, you're also not the Wi-Fi, and you're not the electricity. Again, metaphorically, we could say we're the energy, but we're also we're not the receiver. Sorry, my apologies. The vessel is the receiver. So when it comes to, I don't want to tongue twist this for myself. You have prana and you have chi. Chi is the harmonizing of prana. So now there's air always around us. We just don't see it. This is why I shared earlier, Cage, a while back, we're in the effect and side effect. We really don't see the cause. We don't know where thoughts come from. And the ones that do, well done to you. It's like a guy that plays a musical instrument and they can literally see colors. They're few in numbers. Not everybody can see colors when they're actually playing musical instruments. It's like not everybody's going to be affected by certain frequencies. Other people
Here's
might.
another word for you. You know what that's called, Dominic?
Please.
Synesthesia.
Nice word.
Yeah,
Oh,
there you
okay.
go.
That's education.
Yeah, you can
You've done a
taste
lot
colors and do all that.
You're probably an old being. You've learned a lot of languages. You probably would be benefited with the old type of languages. So, but again, for a lot of us, we don't realize how much we're caught up in this dumbed down version. So the written work, it dumbs us down. Especially when you understand what it does to the hemispheres. There's why people that are scholars and scribes, they like to debate and argue with themselves. I said, fuck, you're better off doing it with yourself. Don't argue with other people. That's wasted energy. That's just peddling your opinions and your views. And if I don't say fuck all, then how would a person actually debate me on my views? Even if I started talking, you don't see it through my views. So how the fuck are you debating me on that? That's a clever game that most people play with themselves. They're not wise at that point. They've gone from being smart to being clever. And I don't give a shit how many fucking books you've read or how many books you've written. Now that's me talking like an idiot, but for most people, they never challenge themselves that way. What they do
Could a being be smart yet clever, or clever yet smart at the same
bit of
time?
both, yeah. But you like to strive. You like to say, okay, I'm smart. I've learned. I went to university. I got one fucking degree. I'm going to practice for 20 or 30 years, and then you become clever by thinking you're going to go around openly promoting yourself. You're a doctor or nurse or whatever. I'm like, fuck, nobody's asked you the question. A wise person will say, okay, I know, I get it. I only got one degree, but I'm not going to step out of place and tell somebody else I'm a doctor, so I know a lot of things. Fuck all. You just don't understand it yet. But
what about the people who create the clinic and just hire these people to work there? Right? The doctors or all them.
It's a miserable state of affairs.
Say that again, Axis. What's that?
It's a miserable state of affairs for the patient.
Yeah. You don't wish that upon anybody to become patient, but when you're in it, it truly sucks. Especially when you see the human behaviors, around it. It's like, I'm only doing this because I get paid. Oh, really? You only get paid? That's why when you hear people say shit like, it's none of my business, really? Is that the shit you're going to say to me today? It's none of your business? Because a cop does it more times not because they get paid. A drug dealer does what they do because you're going to get paid. So please don't tell me you're not indoctrinated.
So what if you flip it around because you do it because it's your love and craft and you love, it's a service of, you're being of service and you'd actually pay to do it. Then what?
Lest you be that fortunate.
Yeah, that's true. Well done, Axis. Yeah, we'll be that fortunate. But for most of us, we speak what we're at. We reveal ourselves. The ego, the self, the program, whatever you want to call it, it will reveal yourself. And if you're really paying attention within, you realize that person is revealing themselves. They're telling me they have pocket aces, but they're fucking broke as anything. So I could play around with them on the poker table. I don't give a shit what fucking hand he has at that point. Most people are broken. They just aren't aware of it. They're not honest with themselves. So they cult up with each other and they start giggling. I did some weed. Yo, man, get the fuck out of here with that noise. Fucking toughen up a little bit.
What is it, Reefer Madness?
No, it could be drinking cage. It could be drinking. You could be fucking sitting there with your posh cognac, sitting there and say, yo, I paid $1,000 for this one fucking cognac. The fact that you got to tell me it's $1,000 tells me a lot about you. That's a child talking at that point.
Yeah, identifying as an object.
That's validation thinking.
But that's a childlike. And when I say childlike case, I'm not talking about like a child that's 8 or 9 years old. I'm talking about the childlike years between the age of 7 and 14 when you should be developing that emotions. Now, guys might turn around and say, I don't have feelings. Get the fuck out of here. Your football team just lost the other day. Then you started bitching and complaining. You don't think that's feelings? You worry about who you vote for, who you don't vote for. You're worrying about the color of your skin or your gender. Okay,
but that's a part of the human trait. But that's what makes us humans.
Well,
that's what separates us from gods and human. Is God wanted us to have human feelings. That's why He made women. Because if it was just a bunch of men, we'd be around thinking and killing each other, one or the other. So that's why we have women. There's a substance to everything that happens.
Well, the killing came after the reproducing part, Trill. The killing came after the reproducing part. The human part is where the feeling part comes out. We're not those things. So an animal has feelings. It's emotion. That's why it's energy, emotion. So we are the beings that reside within the human part.
But that's okay to have emotions.
Yes.
That's what makes us human.
That's what makes the vessel human. It's a word play on words.
So what about transmutation? What about in alchemy? Like, energy and emotion is emotions, energy and motions. You can direct it. You can direct that for a specific goal.
Yes.
First of all, every man has an emotion too. How the fuck do you think they're gonna go out there and be willing to?
But are they in control of it?
Or observing it?
Does the emotion control them?
Yeah.
That's the point. It's about directing it in a specific manner to accomplish work. Right? And that's a force. It's an electromagnetic energy is a force, and that's residing through emotion. Yeah.
The word being an optional word, a lot of people are driven by the lack of, they're not quite as aware and understand
Yeah, but
the
those
advance.
people, the people that claim not to have emotion and all that, they probably have the strongest emotions, but it's being redirected in a loop of the subconscious mind it could be beneficial or it could be a downfall depending on how it's directed.
Yeah, some people call them a stoic or whatever, but reproducing or having fun with the opposite sex is no different than actually being on the battlefield and fucking putting a bullet in the back of a guy's head. It's emotion, nevertheless. It's like anger, sadness, and all that. But have you ever seen anger? You've seen it expressed in the physical, but have you ever seen the energy called anger, let alone sadness?
Yeah, you could, and you could look right in the eyes and see that shit.
Okay, well now you're talking about the eyes. So you're looking through the soul, hence data. You're looking through something and you see a program running. But again, that's why we use the word express, let alone describe. We just don't, a lot of people just don't pick up on that kind of stuff, especially when you're using the English language. Most people have the word act, the word fact, word act. Yesterday's news, it's always fun when somebody peddles, well, that's fact. I said, so let me understand that you just read something in a book or you heard somebody peddle that stuff verbally. So did you experience it or observe that information? Not really. I said, so you're peddling it now.
Well, that's where the experiment comes in. If you could replicate that over and over and over and over again, then it becomes a fact, at least in your observation.
It could be, but the way people pursue it, it's always fun when somebody then coins it's the truth. I'm like, maybe your perception, you might perceive your perception as the truth, but it's certainly not mine, let alone others. And that's for each individual person to do that. But most people don't realize how much they called up. This is why when they talk about the first death and the second death, the first death would be when you fucking get booted out of that vessel. The second one is when you start playing with the conscious mind and realize the whole program that I've been running.
I just came up with this, a call to URE. There you go. Like culture.
Okay. Culture. Yeah, there you go, Cage. The words give it away. We leave breadcrumbs for each other from age to age.
URE. You are energy. Call to URE. There you go. It's done through the energy. It's done through
then we change it
emotion.
around. Yeah, we change it around. And
emotion.
Then we say words like, parasites. Back in the days, they used to call it demons, the devil. Okay. What is a parasite? Is it a molecule? Is it some sort of bacteria? It's like looking at water drops. Everything has memory to a certain point. I'm trying to use a word to try to describe it, so I'm going to use the word memory.
Well, everything's malleable. It could be imprinted upon through the observer. That's how I'd put it. Yeah.
And then there's the observed, the observer and the observed. That's when you go beyond the concept of know thyself. And it's not just know the self. Who's the knower and who's the self? This is kind of like who's the subconscious running the conscious mind. It's like when people go into hypnosis state, who's actually coming forward? When a person goes into a coma, who's running the body at that point? When you go to sleep, who runs that body? See, that's when a person doesn't truly challenge that ongoing program. And then people make fun of Siri. I said, no, most people consciously are like Siri. They truly never challenge themselves. But what Siri does is she or whatever you want to call it, gathers all this information from a bunch of other people that are asleep. So therefore, now you're thinking, well, it must be intelligent. It could be. But are you willing to challenge that? And the only way you're going to challenge it if you truly challenge oneself. If you haven't, you've never done the revolution. What most people do, and they're living through their senses. So I see something and never challenge it and say, okay, but do you actually see when I say the word tree?
Well, what's a revolution, Dominic? That just means like another spin on the wheel, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's something that's you're re-spinning the wheel.
Well, revolution, you're revolting. You're challenging the program. It's like battling with yourself just to see where you stand. It's not about killing it. You're going to do the death part, and I think you said a transmutation. You could do transmuting or transformation. That's what death really means. You're just transmuting or transforming from one form to another. But it'll reveal to ourselves when we lose a loved one, our attachments. That is what suffering really isn't for most people. It's not about resistance to pain. It's the attachment to all your fucking comforts and pleasures. And then
you're saying suffering is a loss of attachment most of the time?
To me, anyway, I'm going to share aloud, and this is where the people talk about Buddhism and all that. Suffering's more about attachments. And the word meant gives it away. But you're attached to the mind. So you're always attached from within. Now you can say, I resist pain. I say, yeah, but you don't understand when you cut yourself. Who does the healing? It's not the ongoing program that does that. You could probably put a Band-Aid on it.
Well, unless you don't have any sort of disease that prevents blood clotting or an immunodeficiency, then yeah, your body heals itself.
Okay, so knowing that, then we bombard ourselves to put ourselves in disease. We bring in technology like radio frequency, Wi-Fi, and all that, but most people think for some reason it's what you smoke and what you eat. It's not what goes into you that harms you. It's what's around you that might harm you. In this case, harm the vessel.
Or it's your own program that harms you.
You put a strong enough magnet around most people, Cage, you could probably delete their memories. Or at least to play around with the blood, which is where memory is.
Well, it's like Men in Black, right? They're gonna flash you with something, lose your memory.
That's a good term. Yeah, that's a good based on that movie. Yes. Also,
I like to. I'm sorry, Dom.
No, go ahead.
I like to take the research and studies of MK Ultra and the techniques that they were able to develop through that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they have something called psychic driving, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where they'll literally they did it to some people here. They got sued in Canada for doing this shit. The CIA was in cahoots with people out of Montreal, this institute, with Dr. Cameron there, and what they did was they wiped memory of some lady to the point where she had to learn how to fucking take a shit again, wipe her ass and everything. There you go. The mind and the memory is very malleable and it can be easily manipulated.
Mm-hmm. Think about Alzheimer's. People used to talk about chemtrails, and they're saying that there's certain kinds of particles in there that could affect people that they're susceptible to actually having memory loss. Hence, Alzheimer's.
Yep.
Again, it doesn't affect everybody. It's always fun when I hear people talk about pharmaceutical. I said most pharmaceutical stuff, if not all pharmaceutical, are tested on certain hand-picked people that are healthy. So when they prescribe it to people that are unhealthy, now we're talking about side effects.
And this and memory and all that, that's very interesting that you brought up Alzheimer's. Apparently that's affected. People with Alzheimer's have been found to have high level of magnetosomes, magnetite, which are chains of magnetite chains are called magnetosomes. And this is how we interact with the Earth's magnetic field. This is how all memories are stored and being uploaded, downloaded, type of thing. How mammals are able to navigate, like turtles or birds or all these other things, like migration and all that. Yeah.
For the layman to start a path of forward motion, if you take a moment to be consciously aware of the things that you aren't in control of with the body, then you start understanding the program that you are.
Yeah, those are valid points there, Alexis. Yes, I use the word. You use critical deduction, critical thinking to deduct, to what you're not first and foremost. But for a lot of folks, they think they're one. They think I am the body. I said, okay, let's entertain the idea you're the body. Then who's talking then? And let's go that. Okay, so you've been talking to me for the last 3 or 4 hours. Who's been running the liquids in your body? And for a lot of people, they just quickly pass. Oh, that's just the body. Okay, so I'm going to just tell somebody when I'm doing electrical work, yeah, it just gets done. No, I'm an apprentice, Tom. You got to teach me some of the nuts and bolts. Okay, and then they start talking about plumbing. I said, well, there could be cross-reference to plumbing, but at the same time,
Tom, that question is no. It's not about who. Maybe it'd be better what. What would be maybe a better question to ask?
Okay, that would be a better word. Okay, sure. Go with what? Yeah. Again, we're using
it's not some dude behind the fucking curtain and running your heartbeat.
Well, you did coin the Men in Black. Didn't they have that one episode, that one scene where they opened up the brain and you saw somebody sitting in some sort of like with control pad or whatever, So.
Yeah.
Like I said earlier, I'm going based on learning about theosophy and esoteric stuff. Again, I'm peddling stuff too here, where I've heard them or people talking about we're receivers.
All right, I'm back. I had a phone call, but
welcome back.
I knew you'd get one. There you go.
You know, timing. I mean, shit happening sometimes. I don't know why. It should be
Right,
happening.
right. It's all good, man.
But yeah, you were
Maybe.
talking about the. What were you saying?
We've been saying a whole lot since I don't know how long you've been gone for. But yeah.
Yeah, he was talking about pretty much like the body having its own way away from the spirit and all of this. Okay, whatever. Do you have is a woman to a man that same situation, or is it like is that of the flesh?
You
Is
could
you
look at it
see?
like two parts of a whole, right? Like the masculine and feminine energies, the yin and yang,
It
coming
should be
together in order
right.
to create the next thing. They call it the monad and the dyad, and then the triad. Right. This is, for example, this is in you could if you look at it in the geometry sense, right? You got the monad, which is a circle with a point in the middle of it, right?
Yeah.
Kind of like a compass would create. And then from there, you got the dyad, two intersecting circles, right? That's like the man. That's like the female or the masculine and feminine energy coming together, and then you get the triad. It kind of looks like a Venn diagram,
Yeah.
you know. And then from there,
Yeah,
you can
with
start
Vesica.
the yin
creating
and the yang, the black and
the
the white.
Vesica Pisces or whatever. You.
Yeah, the Vesica Pisces, Tree of Life, the Kabbalah, Tree of Life.
No, because I was asking because he was talking a whole bunch of like.
Well, if I can, from my perspective, it would be the body, uh, and being a slave to that when it comes to a woman, and being able to be aware that it's the body that is actually, uh, whether it be secreting brain chemicals to put you in that state of horny or desire or lust. You know, it's the reaction of the underlying program, the involuntary state, which is the body maintaining itself, and then you've got the state of interaction or desire or need, which is more emotional, and then you've got the absolute immersed into this realm, and they don't even realize that they're being
But
controlled or
that's
that
more
they
of
are
like a sex.
programmed.
Isn't that more of like a sex thing?
Okay, but hold on. To go back to the geometry of it, from the monad to the dyad. For example, when you have that masculine energy and the feminine energy, this could take place in this mortal realm when it comes to human beings or animals. Right? Most of the time, at least, unless it's like asexual and reproduces by itself, like a worm. Some species don't even they have that within them. But yeah, the dyad, right? When you have the one and two connected, and it creates a third after. This is why it's called dilation, right? When a woman is dilating, like a dyad, and you're about to birth through the void and all that, the matrix, because that's what the matrix really is. The matrix simply means a womb.
Like to fill the void?
Yeah.
A kid is to fill the void, and kids are amazing until they're assholes and they're adults.
And then
And
the
I got a
cycle
little one,
continues.
so
That's it. Yeah,
yeah,
that's it.
I have a little one,
So
so it's
so
gonna
so you have
eventually
you have a
become
child,
an
right?
asshole.
So remember they're in like remember you're like remember you're in the hospital waiting for the kid to be born or whatever. They're like, oh, she's dilating, 5 centimeters or millimeters or whatever, like 9, whatever, and eventually you bring something else, you create the triad, the 3 from the 2, and it continues.
Yeah, kind of
Yeah.
like the family thing. Like you're supposed to leave from your family to start your own family to make to make a bigger family of what already was started from the beginning, type thing.
Mm-hmm.
But if you notice, the ascended masters generally don't interact with females that way.
And what else dilates, right? The eye dilates if you shine a light to it.
That's true. But let me tell you this
Mm-hmm.
much: I deal with the females in all aspects because I love them, whether they're terrible, distract us, all the other whatever. Women are the greatest things under the sun, unless they're being the demonic woman that they were meant to be. So, if you find you a good woman, you find you a good woman. If not, you find you something that might tear your whole life apart. That's what the open eye is about.
Yeah, I fell into that trap this summer. I gave way to the needs and desires of my physical form.
That's okay sometimes.
Fucked me up, hurt me. And I allowed myself to be hurt because I had expectations. I expected something, and it wasn't fulfilled. So there was disappointment, which brought on suffering.
But you expect to have a real relationship with like a lady that's younger than I am? Makes 0 sense. So,
Even
at least you got something out of it, buddy. That's all I'm saying.
not even just that, just having in 2024 going into 2025 having expectations with these women. Oh no, you did the wrong thing. I don't know if you need to go just open up the app Twitter and you'll figure out that you don't need to love none of these hoes, and then go make you.
I learned.
Yeah, just learn that these women are for the play, they're not for the stay.
Right. And that's what it was a hard lesson to learn because
The older you
I
get,
surrendered.
no, go ahead.
No, I surrendered to desire, and I learned my lesson very, very swiftly.
The older
And I
you
was
get,
fortunate.
the older you get, man, the worse it is, man. Let me let you know.
Mm.
These women will play games. The older you get, so let me let you know. Play it with them. That's what you're supposed to do. Play the game with them, because the game is on PlayStation. So just keep playing the game. It get hard some days because these bitches is diabolical. But hey, man, it's a beautiful game because there's a lot of them.
Axis, can we maybe expand on the why the ascended masters don't feel as though they need to be with the opposite sex, let alone are they even themselves?
They take away from the awareness state of one's being and the body, the underlying program, because you become a slave to your desire, and you surrender to the body's desire for pleasure that you receive from a woman. Mm-hmm. And it brings on a dependency state, almost like a drug, and you expect things at that point. And if you don't get them, the body reacts. It affects your state of being, and it throws you completely off of your awareness because you are surrendered to that.
So, like, no vagina at all.
Mm-mm.
No, hold on. You're telling me
That's ridiculous.
for the rest of my life? No, hold on. Look, fleshly desires matter. No, hold on. Time
It's
out.
not just about a desire. It's about a procreation. You're over here having opinions, but if a man and a woman never came together, you wouldn't be able to have this fucking talk.
We weren't supposed to be here if we didn't. If there wasn't no fucking going on. My mama fucked my daddy. Her mama fucked her daddy. My dad's mother fucked her. There's like it's
a
like
never-ending chain of fuckery. Yeah?
We're supposed to
I
be
know.
fucking.
I know of an entire society that wishes I didn't stick my dick in a woman and procreate.
No, there's a lot of societies that don't think that somebody's supposed to not be doing something, and we don't give a fuck about all that. I'm talking about pussy. We not supposed to be getting pussy. Like, we can have as many kids as we want. We fuck up sometimes. Oh well, that happens. But you're telling me I'm just supposed to like go without vagina for the rest of, like, I'm not supposed to procreate.
That's blasphemy.
That's a decision and a choice of yours. If you choose to follow your being into a state that you want to achieve, You're probably not going to obtain it with a female if you want that ascended master state.
Okay, look, when I go to wherever the next state is or the next world is, we'll figure that out. But for now, I know I need to leave at least some seeds and some love and there's some things that need to happen between me and a woman on this earth that matters to this earth, because there's a Father God and there's a Mother Earth, and Mother Earth provides nutrients, which is what a woman does, and Father God, he slaps you upside the head when you do stupid stuff and when things happen. You know, I might think of it I might say it wrong right now. I can go deeper in a different day, different time. I've been drinking longer, but there's no way I'm not supposed to be out here hitting it over the head. Like, there's some women, like, whether we fuck
That's
up,
okay for you. I mean, for you as an individual, yeah, if that's your thing, then go for it. But it's not for everybody.
So sorry, Joe, before you go on, because I like to share too, Axis, and I kind of want to hear your input
Yes,
on that.
yes.
When it comes to the ascended master, what's coming to me, and I was hoping that you were going to elaborate yourself, is once you merge that sexual energy from within, you know, that masculine and feminine energy from within, then a person, if that's important to them, if they want to stay in the physical and all that, what's happening more times not, because the vessel's already been in that womb in a female form, and there's a reason why it's birthed in the midgut. You know, a lot of men just forget that. So they don't realize how much they're trying to attract themselves and try to complete themselves through another physical vessel. And that's the whole perpetual thing or whatever. It's like giving a person a crack, whatever, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just once you become aware of it. But when people understand how you've ascended and realize, you know, kind of like that wrapping snake going on, it's two different energies that are combining with each other. You know, and that's where people talk about the ascended master, and they realize I am not the physical. But when I was, this is why when people get birth, they think, well, Dom, I was in the womb. I said, then explain astrology then. Explain why you came under a different sign. Why do you think your mother actually had this feeling there was a certain type of food I wanted to eat? Why? And why do you think your mom picked that name? Because we picked it. So now when we come down into these forms, to keep it going for the perpetual of reproducing all that, you got to give them a lower form of sexual energy. Now, most people aren't going to question it because to them, it's like a crack addict. They say, listen, I really like my coke, my crack cocaine. That's nice, but is it healthy for you? Forget about your likes. Is it healthy for you? Now, I've already deviated because I was kind of more interested on the ascended master, but I get where you're coming from, Trill, and all that. And it sounds like you were exploring what you like and what you enjoy. And I'm hoping you meet women that are enjoying the same thing. It'd be no different if people of the same sex. They do whatever they want because the illusion is that you think you're those things. So whether or not you think you're the same sex, having sex with the same person, the same gender or whatever, no different, the opposite. Now for reproducing purpose, and that's usually what it's all about, for reproducing purpose. But you got to make it a little bling bling for them. We'll make you enjoy it a little bit, you know, maybe climax a little bit while you're doing it. Or you can even retent it for a bit before you actually decide to do that later. But when we're talking about people that energetically want to develop themselves, opposed to doing this thing over and over again, and some people, when they become consciously aware, they purposely screw themselves near the end of their life cycle so they can come back again. Basically asleep, not aware. That's why there's certain people, they come back aware. And they realize it's a game that we play. Now, people could say, but I want to reproduce. Okay, that's fine. You could reproduce. They're putting a lot of effort to have birth control pills and make sure they depopulate, increase the price of housing and all that. That's about depopulation because you weren't here, Trill, but I mean, Axel have talked about, this is why they talk about transhumanism, and we're going into a different age. The human race is finally having its expiry date.
Well said.
And to add to that, Dom, sorry, Axel, you're going to say?
No, you're fine, Cage. I just was saying that was well spoken.
I was going to say, and to add on to what you were saying about ascended masters not needing an outside influence in order to create, kind of, or be whole. It kind of reminds me of, you know, kind of goes into what Dominic was saying there. And it goes into the ideal of the divine androgyne. which also ties into transhumanism and all this stuff, but even like the the Baphomet Eliphas Levi that created that.
Mm-hmm. It's just been coined. It's a bad thing because people always have to have an enemy of some sort.
Yeah.
Again, it's one of those things. It's a perpetual cycle that occurs, and if people understand what chemical release, just before you're about to get off, just really stop and think about it. Fuck, I'm fucking like a dog. Oh, but it's good. Of course, that's what a crack addict would say. It's good. Dare not step away from it long enough to realize, so what am I really chasing at this point? And for most people, if they're not aware of it, but as sad as it may be, they're trying to chase the part that they were born into, the feminine aspect of themselves. So what they do is they become codependent. They figure two people rubbing against each other, that's what it is. And then you start drinking, and then you bring in spirits, and they like to fuck with you when you start drinking.
Well, there's a difference between fucking and making love, kind of, right? You can do both. If you have like a specific connection, it's more of like an expression of love in the physical form.
No,
too,
I get that. Look, I get that.
Oh, yeah.
Spirits combine whenever you like have sex with people and all that other shit, but you're telling me I'm not supposed to procreate, and it's said to procreate.
No, you are supposed to. Of course you are.
I'm not saying that. I'm telling you, Trills, enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. But I'm just talking about how the program has been set in motion. Now, what you want to do with it, that's up to you. I'm not that kind of person who's never going to tell you what to do. You do whatever you think you want to do. But, if you enjoy
great
sex.
question. You don't be fucking?
Say it again?
You ain't got no bitch you don't be hitting?
I have a woman.
I don't.
Yeah, I do.
No, Axis, you're older.
Yes, but remember, you're coming in
Dominic.
well, actually, I don't know if Dominic is older than that. Again, this is the physical form. But yeah, Dominic has a great fucking woman, man. Come on now.
But again, it's not about me. That's what I'm trying to say.
You have a woman at home, and you're telling us all this incel shit.
He does have a woman.
Come on, man. You're telling us all this incel
shit. You're mishearing. He does
you've never
have a great woman at home.
shit.
Time out. First of all, Trill, you've never met me before. I'm the kind of person I find people in general fucking humorous to no end. So now, when it comes to about you, I've heard you share about you, which is great. I'm the kind of person, stay in your lane. You ask about me, okay, I'll tell you I have a woman. But now, if you want to assume what I do or don't do with my wife, how does that serve you at that point?
No, I don't know what you do with your wife, but
but you brought in the equation.
With a wife.
Okay, but you brought in the equation. Why would that serve
Things
you to know whether or not I do it?
No, okay. I was thinking the conversations that we were having about the fact that certain stuff and
what does a husband and wife do, bro? Obviously it's a natural occurrence, but yeah.
It was kind of seeming a little like different. But you're not that you're saying certain shit and then you can't it's not.
Trill, I don't know if you realize this, Trill, but you have a lot of this energy of "I got you" kind of thing. And I was talking to Axis earlier about because I wanted to elaborate about Ascended Master, and for you brought it back into the physical, which I respect, and you're talking about what you enjoy doing it. So I already know you have a self-absorbed little dome going on around yourself, and which is fine. Which is fine. Okay.
I do have a "I got you" moment at times.
But what I'm trying to, if you're hearing,
because in your mind, that he can never be. He's only saying this because he doesn't have a woman.
Okay, hold on.
Or
what I say,
a wife, whatever. Right? Yeah.
The word I'm emphasizing, which is fine. It's your life. It's your lane. You can do whatever you want. I'm not even going to say whether as long as you're not violating her. No, you do whatever you want. So now, for me, I'm just sharing other things. I'm not asking you to justify why you sleep with a woman and want to chase her, go to clubbing and all that. That's your choice. And the same with me. Now, I choose to, when Axel brought about Ascended Masters, this is how people deviate from conversation, even though I'm doing it right now. So now, again, this is not about proving points. I find that humorous to no end. If I should say, listen, Dom, you like to do this, that's fine. Best respect a person can ever do for me is hear me out. That's respect to me. Telling me you agree or disagree with me is not respect. That's you talking about you then at that point. Now, whether or not people understand that.
I do agree with what y'all were saying earlier that a higher being, a lot of people do have to be known. But look, You know what, Matt? You know what, motherfucker? You was trying to tell me that you knew me, and you caught me, bastard. I was trying to
Because
catch
most
you
of us
off
do the gut
guard.
shoe. Most of
You
us do
know
the gut
what?
shoe. I put it out there. I can tell you have pocket aces. I'm guessing at that point. You
I
want to
was
reveal
trying
you
to
want to
catch
reveal
you off.
yourself, Trill, entertain yourself. It's not about me, Trill. You don't know me from a hole in the ground. You're just another human being enjoying yourself.
Yeah, I was trying to entertain myself for a second.
Thank you.
And
That's
I
it.
thought I could for a second, and you caught me. You know
I didn't
what?
get you. I didn't get you. I just said I get a sense that you like to do the got me thing. You're the one that reveals yourself. You could have turned around and said, Dom, he thinks I have pocket aces. I'm gonna fucking
No,
see.
I'd have kept going. I'd have kept going with it, but I can keep going with it because I got a lot of points on everybody. I can catch points on everybody. But you know what? I thought you was an incel that was telling us about higher power, but you got a wife at home that's telling us about things that you know.
And I can confirm it too because I've met
Practicing
both
what
of
you
them all.
preach.
I've met them all. So yeah, I guarantee it's happening. He's not just making
Did I
it up
make
either.
did I
You know,
make
just
myself
letting you know.
hold on, Case.
Yeah.
Did I make myself like I was elevated or something in some way?
See, you was out here trying to tell us some crazy shit.
Hold
Like,
on, time out. I'm sharing stuff. You're revealing yourself. I like to talk to Axis about a lot of things.
Yeah, I filled my body and my being and my mind, or however you want to put it. I spent
Sorry, Axis.
I spent 10 years before I allowed someone to touch my physical form that was female. Besides hugging my mom or a fist bumper, and I allowed one female to touch me, and it brought on great grief, great amount of turmoil, and I learned better. But yeah, it took 10 years of being free from female touch for me to one day to decide I'm going to let this female touch me. Mistake.
A real fucking vagabond, aren't you, Axis? There you go.
Piece of shit, I am.
Look, Axis, there's some look. The female touch is the greatest thing that can ever happen to her. Let me let you know. You go find you a bunch of them. Don't find one. Find a bunch until you find the one that's for you, and then boom. Because the woman, they took down kingdoms. So just always remember that a woman could take down kingdoms at any point in time. Just find the right woman that's for you. But you can find that through a deep sea of fish.
Well, I would rather take the program and be in control of some aspect, and to know that whenever I engage myself in my desires or my wants and not my needs, it's going to be to my detriment.
Yeah. Nah, but yeah, I'm about to get up out of here because I'm about to go hang out with some bitches. That's why I end up.
Well done.
That's how you do things. That's how you tell everybody to go hang out with some hoes. But I'll be back. Y'all don't know about me. Axis fuck with me. I'll be talking shit with Axis. But I'm gonna come back one of these days. And I'm gonna talk shit to all
Anytime, man.
y'all again. I'm gonna interrogate next time because I ain't having enough
All
time.
right.
But next time, I'm gonna try to.
You're gonna do an interrogation. Okay, do you have the bright light and the table ready?
Similar. Based off what you say, is how you get questioned. And
Storm the castle.
It ain't always bad. It's always
It's not that you're just
sometimes
trying to understand what's being said. There's nothing wrong with that, bro.
Exactly. I just be talking shit. I'm just messing with y'all. But yeah, I'm about to get up out of here. Y'all be safe out there.
Thank you for stopping by and being a guest, Drill. Anytime.
Yes, sir. Y'all be safe.
All right, bro. Cheers. We got Fly. 5
Fly
flat
speed.
speed. I don't know how much.
What's happening, gentlemen? Good to see everyone.
Oh, there it is, the PA. How's it going?
Doing pretty good. Doing pretty good.
We
How's everybody else doing?
I became in the throes of a seizure at the beginning of this particular broadcast. I had no control at all
We had
over
to hit him
my.
with a fucking defibrillator after, you know. Clear! We got him
Yeah,
out, and he finally stopped laughing.
it was bad. It was really bad.
You know, I
We
jumped up
had.
I know we touched base on that record company yesterday, but I did a little more digging last night, or yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And it would seem, and Dom, I think you'll find this interesting, that Eastern State Normal School that was created in 1906, well, that record label was created in 1904 and was defunct in 1906. And then the Eastern State Normal School was created. Now, is that education system sort of like a religious order, and all of those teachings and those teachers are
I
part of
kind of
those
consider.
universities?
Yeah, I consider any
Program?
group of people that get together for an ideal or for a movement, to me, is no different than a religion.
Right. When you pulled that picture up and it said, it showed that American Indian on that record label, and it said when it was created and when it was defunct. When I look up the word defunct, it's interesting what that word says. It's the end of the job. I mean, you
Then
can't make some of this stuff up.
goal reached. They apparently accomplished what they set out to endeavor upon.
Well, I think was those universities actually a normal school? I mean, are they supposed to be taught, say, curriculums like the normal school was, teaching the teachers to be, or the students to be teachers? Or
You were
is it a
mentioning that
business
last
now?
time. You mentioned that
Be-
last time. I remember. Okay.
Yeah. Well, we also got AMC, which is like the movie theaters that came out in that same timeline, but it's American something music, or American something company, AMC. It's pretty interesting what's going on here, and I think we've all been duped in the sense of, are you familiar with that word defunct means, Dominic? I'll pull it up real quick just so I don't botch it here.
Yeah, please share. Thanks.
You're talking about defunct? It means no longer existing, right? It's
Exactly. Go ahead.
no
That's
more
that's the one.
no
Read it.
more, no more functionality. I'm not reading anything. I'm just defunct. Just think
Oh,
about it. Function.
let me get my
So
glasses. Hang on.
So defunct means it's no longer functioning, right? Or, I don't know. You could look up the. Here, I can look it up for you. Hold on. Defunct.
I'm back here. Had to get my glasses.
I already pulled it up for you. Here, it means no longer existing or
It
functioning.
says dead,
And
deceased,
and now defunct
extinct.
technology.
Hang on. Defunct is an adjective. Dead, deceased, extinct. 1590s from Old French defunct, Modern French defunct, or directly from Latin defunctus, dead, literally, off duty. Past participle, adjective from defungi, to discharge, finish, from, off, completely, perform or discharge duty. What are public officials take an oath to do? To discharge their duties, don't they? It's crazy.
I was also looking into the etymology. Can you guys hear me or no?
Yeah.
My mic. I don't know. My mic got fucked there.
Yeah, that's what I'm on too, Cage. Etymology.
I was gonna say, yeah, it says de fungi. You know, from the Latin word de fungi means to perform. Fungi means to perform, carry out, finish, and then from Latin defunctus, dead, as we were saying, and then defunct, deceased.
Finish the mission to prosperity and abundance.
Yeah, it's kind of weird to have the fungi connection in there.
But if you look at that, it says that in 1906 that ended. That was defunct, so the mission was completed, whatever their mission was. But now that was done away in 1906. It started in 1904, ended in 1906. Said it was off duty, discharged, but it came back again. How? What?
It's like a mushroom. It has fungi in it at the beginning. It's like fungi.
Well, I think
Now
the
it's
fungus. I think the fungus is the
how does it-
mindset of the men
yeah, but
and
how does-
women in their
But how does,
position.
how does the fungus operate, right? It operates through mycelium, spores, and then also like
Well, I think
mushrooms or a fruiting body. That
in this
prevents itself in
material
order to
world, I
continue the
would say
cycle.
the fungus exists by lack of something.
So what would the opposite of defunct be, and what would be in the middle? If you add all three of those words together, you
Well, I think if a man and a woman, in the sense of, I think in the sense of religious text, this is just my opinion now. In the sense of a religious text, a man and a woman has an obligation, don't they? And
everyone has accountability and obligation.
right.
Yeah.
Well, you either get up and get everything in the ground, get it ready for harvest, and it's that work you do to prepare for the harvest. Now that was already done. Everything seemed to have been put in place. So all of these universities that was created after 1966, when Eastern State Normal School became a university, and then all these other universities popped up, are they just additions to the family business? And what we need, if we need more tractors, or we need to create tractors, or say we don't have tractors and we need some better way to plow, we go to the universities, we teach all the kids, we build these tractors to make life easier. And then as soon as the job is done, the label goes off duty until class is in session again and we need to advance forward in technology some more. Just my opinion.
There is things like the luminaries. So in our age, when you hear certain policies that are being created or being introduced, that's kind of like planting the seeds. And they're following, or they at least pay people to follow. Okay, so where's Saturn? Where's Venus? Because a lot of that things, think about farming, it takes. So when you were talking about something that was, brought out in 1906, if a person is following the luminaries and can track that, hence what you're talking about, record, you can track all of that, then you'll understand why it shows itself up later on in 1966. So now, and this is why when people study the luminaries and their alignments and how it, in the luminaries, then eventually it manifests itself centuries and decades later on the earth. This is where we get the concept of time and space. So they've already predicted the wars that are going to occur. It's just that eventually we have to act them out. So whatever they did in 1906, and it was a certain location, because you've been talking about Connecticut, Kentucky. Yeah, Kentucky. So they probably understand the ley lines and all that kind of stuff, the atmosphere, they know the age that they're in and all that. It's kind of like playing with different kinds of elements. But for most of us, when we're using our senses, we're very limited. So we're going to probably play on this recording from the part of it's written, and then we're going to be very suspicious and then try to put pieces together. And then we're going to try to put other pieces together. Well, that's where the Garden of Eden was and all this other stuff, which it could be. A lot of that could be. But again, it would be, how does it serve oneself to know that information?
if I can, to explain to the layman, they know the temperature of the room that we're about to occupy. So they make arrangements, whether it be shedding a coat, which is preparing for war or whatever action they need to take, to a predetermined state by the luminaries and their alignment and their interactions and energies that affect the earth and humankind.
True. This is why when they've done this beginning and the reset, it wasn't just like in 2019, even though we're in the 10-year reset, they know it's favorable. This is why when back in the days they say, do the gods favor our pursuit in this war or whatever? So when you isolate it down, and this is what I'm hearing you talk about, the 5-speed, you're narrowing it down to a part in a particular part of the earth.
Well, I'm trying to narrow down something, and I mean, it kind of goes along with what Rattblood just said. They know the temperature. So whoever's got a hold of that microphone teaching, they can turn the thermostat up or down and have that so-called nuclear button ready to go off at their disposal.
Yeah, that's a good metaphor, even though nuclear energy.
I mean, I try to connect things, and you know what I mean? There's something we've been duped somewhere along the line that don't have to be this way.
We've probably been more misled than duped. So in this particular case, if people did appreciate,
I think the reason I use duped, is because everybody that makes a transaction to put food on your table today, you have to do a transaction for that money, and you're signing, and that G is silent in the word sign. Now, if you're signing that paper without good conscience and knowledge, you're screwing us all.
You know what's hilarious? They fucking YouTube blocked my comment. You know, always.
You see where I go with this, Dom?
What the fuck?
I'm hearing the words.
So I try to keep the teachings and the finances together and not let those get broke apart with all of these he said, she said, could be, couldn't be. I keep those two things very close together, because that's how a man protects his house and his home, isn't it? His family.
What we're
Got to
trading,
keep the cabinets under control.
what we're trading more times than not is energy. And if you understand that, opposed to trading it for fiat currency, and then you use your energy to work with another energy, and we'll call that an apple or an orange, and then you can gauge how much effort it took to do that, and then you can barter with somebody else. But when I touched on it, when we're talking about the luminaries, which is energy again. So once you understand you're playing with energy, all that other stuff is subdirectories. My family. Okay, so you're living in a cosmic egg or a cosmic realm. That is your family. The illusion is let's divide you. Let's think, because what comes out of that womb, therefore that's your family. No, that's just an extension of the family.
Mm-hmm.
Now, go ahead.
No, I was just saying. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of homeless people out there right now in a bad way due to, their significant others not thinking the same way in the sense of truth. And there's a lot of people in a bad way that don't have money to feed themselves, or let alone shelter or anything else, while everybody else gets to play these imaginary games. It just doesn't seem fair to me for the people behind us all.
Well, nothing's really ever indicated in this realm that this is fair.
I got it, but the only thing I can control in this realm is myself. And as long as I'm conscious enough with my own self, my inner self, then I can express myself differently out here and be a beacon of light for those that are behind us in the dark. Nowhere to go, no money, nobody to talk to, nothing.
Well, usually when you meet somebody that's really aware and they're in that depiction, when somebody says, well, he's homeless, I said, have you really talked to him?
Well, I'm somewhat homeless.
Okay, but they might reveal to you, no, that's the illusion that you play. And this is why most people feed off of that. I get it. The shelter needs to be protected, and I get it. Those are our comforts, but that's not who we are.
I told my brother yesterday, he said, bro, if you could sum all this up, what is it? Because me and my brother have got along for a long time. And everybody's got their own opinions out here, obviously. And I said, if I can sum this up all in one way, if you're truly a believer, truly truly a believer, at the end of the day, it's the paperwork. They're flipping the tables. They're flipping the tables with the paperwork. And you're signing that paperwork. And if you don't know what the hell you're signing, you're going against all of us.
Well,
And I mean, that's basically it. So I don't want to die and not leave something behind to my children that I brought into this world. They didn't ask to be brought in here. I brought them in here.
No, you're not. I would lean towards this more
Well,
than that.
I assisted in the transport of them. We'll say that God gave the gift.
Well,
So,
if you value the concept of deaths, there's the first death. Once you pop out of that vessel, then you have to really play with the conscious part of it.
mm-hmm.
You know, so again, there's been few.
Well, how we teach our children in a world so crazy.
Because inside those children are actually other beings, and they don't have an age to them. But once you start conditioning by saying you're 10 years old, 11 years old, you do more damage to them than you're actually doing a help for them. Again, you know, it's a game that we play with each other. And once you become aware of it, it's like, oh, I get what the Buddha was trying to talk about. Yeah, because it's more the teachings. Why? Because it's about attachment. I get what Jesus is talking about, you know, about the truth. Because everything that you hear is the deception. You mislead yourself. You thinking that when you read something, it's for the mortal form. It has fuck all to do with it. Now, because you live in a vessel, you're going to have a seed. You're going to plant it in an egg. It's going to reproduce another vessel. That's all it's going to do. And then we jump in and out of those things when we want to. This is why in the scriptures they talk about the gods rested on the seventh day. Why? Because the God played after they created everything in place. So
right,
now,
but isn't it the father and the mother's responsibility, though, to flourish a seed in that new vessel?
Take the best care you can with it. But whether you do it out of harm or you do it out of care, if you're doing it out of ignorance, it still goes into the same boat. There's a lot of people that spend an enormous amount of energy taking care of that vessel, making it look beautiful and all that. But you realize it's going to be eventually an old suit. So it's other things you got to play with, your emotions and your mental state. Mm-hmm. So now once you become Christ consciousness, you'll realize your emotions have to be mature and your intellect has to be somewhat developed. So you don't get into debates and arguing with other people, because if you understand it's from within, what we do is we play this clever game, we break our silence and we talk to each other. So now, if we believe in a concept of a God or gods, my question is, what are we doing when we're in these human forms? We're still warring with each other. We're still dancing with each other. We're still singing with each other. And nature's continuing with or without us. Now, it'd be different if humans can actually interfere with the sun and the moon, which they can't. No different with the clouds, which they can't. So to worry about what God created is a joke at best. So now, reason why we come down into these forms, that's a question people can ask themselves. Did I lose a spiritual war? Am I an offspring from the fallen one? Am I what Axis has talked about? Am I the abominations? Or should I worry about the written work? This is where history comes from. That's the distraction. Anything you read in a book, you're better off just fucking burning it and actually putting it underneath your pillow and say, listen, if it's meant to be inspired to comprehend, please give it to me. If not, it's of no interest to me. That's not being mean or evil to the other realm and all that. It's being aware where you stand. Now, other people aren't going to understand that. Most people aren't even going to understand how fiat currency works. It's the energy that we give for it. In exchange, we get our comforts. If there's such thing as the adversary should give me a knee. Why? Because you're in my fucking realm. And in this realm, show respect. Most people are disobedient in this realm. And if they're not disobedient, they're being indifferent. So they cult up. I'm going to be a Christian. I'm going to be a Muslim. I'm going to learn about Bhagavad. I'm going to fight about religions. I'm not religion. I'm going to fight about state, which all serves, but it's all entertainment in the end.
Absolutely.
Why you're going to reboot yourself thinking that for some reason you thought you were the physical? Oh, I worry about my children. Really? You're worrying about your children? Really? So you're sending them to a schooling system that you don't understand? You're sending them to a teacher that really you don't really know who they are? It's a form of neglect. We do that to ourselves.
How do you think, because I think all of us agree on a lot of things.
My apologies. Time out, please. I didn't realize my headphone actually went dead. So if I was over talking to you, I truly apologize.
No. It's all good. So how do you think, Dom, do you think we just go along with the program, or, I mean, the universe? Because the universe is part of the program.
Oh my God.
I mean, I'm saying
hold on. I know you asked.
To teach the youth. How do we go forward to teach the youth?
Teach yourself. You have to teach yourself first, for real.
I mean, but you're missing the point, Cage.
You have no clue.
For the corruption to go on, how the corruption covers up all of us teaching. So how do we get to our children? That the homes are divided because people don't see the same way.
Look within. Have you been corrupted within yourself in some way or manner?
I don't. Corruption in what way?
In the way of thinking.
A competitive way or conscious way?
Just ask the question, unless you know the answer to it.
Well, you left that wide open to where the imagination can wander with it.
Oh, come on, bro.
I like straight as the gate, narrow as the way.
You simply create your own program within a program.
But you have a system that says, hey, if your husband's acting stupid and you think he's stupid because your feelings are hurt because he's spitting truth, and then they throw the man in the cage? Who teaches the children, Cage? That's all I'm asking, buddy. And you go south with this stuff.
The only real teacher for that child.
Close the door. Don't leave it open.
They can have outside influences that they can direct them to, but ultimately that child, you don't.
Right. The father and the mother are supposed to be the role models.
All right, but of course, but even sometimes they're not, and there's people that still. And sometimes there are, and it can go both ways, right? Like sometimes you have the best parents ever.
No, it can't go both ways.
Or you can have terrible parents, and the child still deals with reality and creates her or his own program. So what you do is you don't try telling them. You try telling, instead of teaching them something or guiding them to, it's like instead of giving them the fish, you teach them how to fish and leave it up to them. So who teaches them? The child teaches itself, technically, right?
Well, there's things running, Cage, so you could guide them. You could be the example because, there is a lot of things going on. The vessel's doing its own thing too. So the child is just, being developed while they're in that vessel, that child being or whatever you want to call it, or it just needs to be reawakened. Sometimes children are born into families to be actually the teacher, not the other way around.
It's interesting. And see, that's why I think it's important for these conversations. So Cage, just so you know, I'm here to have conversation back and forth. Well, you said something that kind of sparked something. See, I grew up without a father. My father died he got killed when I was 6 years old. So I never really had, let's say, what you call a father figure in a child's life after that.
But his spirit was still within you, and you went and taught yourself how to act.
I get it. Yeah. But, I also grew up, everybody telling you, well, you can't do that. You can't go in business. You ain't going to be able to do that. You ain't going to be able to. Well, I've done all of those things. And then some. And then I get to a point in life in 2019 where I say, okay, I know all of this is bullshit now. And I cannot go along with it for my two younger children to sit here and think this world is all so perfect and lie to them, knowing when I die that they're just slaves.
Well, technically, you're a bit late to the game. At least better late than never. Apparently, 2019.
Whatever.
That's when.
That would depend on who's judging.
Yeah. Well, it's not about judgment. It's about reality.
See, I don't like to leave the door open for that.
Yeah. Well, again, not everything's based on opinion and judgment, right? There's certain things that are just it's how it's operating at this time.
Well, I don't want to run off in my imagination. I want in a fantasy land somewhere. I want to be somewhere around conscious and right.
Mm-hmm.
I guess if I'm sorry for your loss, by the way, 5-speed at a young age. If somebody like in that case, because you're talking from experience, where if you got to experience, you lost your father, but you saw humanity, other men came forward and became a father figure, whether it was a coach, a teacher, whatever, then you would know if you're no longer here, you can count on the human race. There'll be other people that would step up. But for a lot of people, they've actually literally experienced the fact that no, most people are indifferent to each other. So there is a lot of truth to what you're saying. There's truth, but there's a lot of validity to what you're saying based on your experience. You know, you might have had moments where there was another man when you were growing up, maybe showed some sort of interest to you, but for most people,
Yeah,
it's about
yeah. I
economics.
mean, there was another man in there, but you know, I was a young boy in school, and that man tore that ass up so damn much that when the boy went to school the next day, he couldn't sit down.
Yeah. So you saw a
I
cruel.
seen the evil, and I've seen the good.
Yeah. So you've done a lot in your own effort to
How
make
in
sure.
the fuck? And I
Because
ask
you
myself
can't
all the
have
time.
one without the other. Right? So you can't have a left without a right.
But
That
he's
should be
playing.
expected.
Gage, 5 Speed's opening up. He chooses that he wants to share something, and he has validity to say that. So it's like being harmed by somebody, especially when you're a young, vulnerable child. It would be somewhat easy or sad to
Well, it seemed that
think
those
that way.
type of behaviors and those type of people would be the ones planting these seeds in these children's mind that it's okay to beat and force somebody to do so.
Yeah. And then when you see that in a different form where you might not see it, people physically abusing each other online, but you see people mentally abusing it, it's the same ideal. You
It's
know,
the
and
same deal.
yeah,
No
it is.
different.
And it's
It could
harmful.
be worse.
Yeah, I'm with you. That's why, show some kindness to each other. Why? Because, it's so easy, or I can't say it's easier, but people for some reason think it's, hey, I'm just going to be abusive to somebody else. Oh, no, they deserve it. No, they didn't. Nobody deserves to be abused, both physically or mentally. But when it does occur, we would hope other people, as a human being, we're there for each other. Unfortunately, it isn't. That's the sad part about it. And most people aren't trying to be harmful to each other. They're usually just indifferent. Well, it's not my problem. Really, it's not your problem. So where's the community of the human race? I know, Gage, I've told you before, I'm not really happy with the human race, and I really don't like it. It's more the being. At this point, I got to look at the more important part, because the human part is already stamped. But if we were meant to come back over and over again in these forms, we're doing a fucking shitty job.
Horrible job.
Okay,
I believe
what
a
about
6-year-old back in the day could have done a better job than most of these adults today.
Now we're looking outside of ourselves and blaming other. As a society, you could say that, but how does that change start? It changes from your actions, and you can lead by example, and do your own thing. That's the only way it changes. So we can't just use that just because other people have terrible behavior. We can just fall into that and use it as a fucking excuse.
And I'm with the change part, but for some people, they have to express it, because if not, they're going to use different devices to suppress it. This is why people do, not all people, they abuse substances, because they're hurting inside. Whether they got physically abused, neglected, most children have been neglected at one time or another. Any parent that sends their kid to school and they don't understand the people that they're bringing them to is a form of neglect.
Well, I wonder. I often ask myself, do you think do 5-Speed? Do you really think all these kids back in the '80s, when they put those opioids in the streets and the big businesses thrived in America from the '80s on up?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think the children caught the butt end of that?
Sure they did.
And see, everybody ignores the children.
Yeah, they just hear about their parents. Either they're strung out.
Yeah, well, I did, me. But what about all these children that all of these men and women bring into the world and leave them to be just, I don't know, man. It's almost like the education system and society are like piranhas.
Well, this is where we have the domino effect, where it'll take 3 or 4 generations to truly see the effect of a war. So when men in America, I use this as an example, when they were sent to, Iraq or Iran or whatever, you're going to have the effect. And that effect will be, I saw a lot of things I didn't need to see, but I saw it. Or some of them, they end up dying there. So now the next generation, the kids, whatever, they grew up without a father. They heard false stories and say, well, my dad fought for his country. I said, yeah, well, he can't be free if he's dead, unless he understands spiritual. This is how we perpetuated with each other. And then we started doing the constant, us against them, America against Canada, Canada against Russia, and all that. Next thing you know, you're wondering, fuck, if there is a God, I'm going to hope that at least they're indifferent. Why? Because if they're going to actually interfere, they probably would have interfered a long time ago when the animals were being mistreated, or the realm was being mistreated.
See, my father was in World War II, the one that was killed. And when that man was alive, you didn't put the weight of your hands on his kids, now I'm going to tell you. you probably wouldn't have made it out of there. You didn't put the weight of your hands on his kids, especially me.
40. Yeah, they take you in the back 40, have a stern talking with you before they feel as though they need to do
Now,
something physical.
imagine going from that and then your father dying, and then you all of a sudden you got all of these other people in your lives that don't give two shits about you as a child. You know, you think about the difference. Now, I grew up watching all those Maury, right? All of that bullshit. Who's the baby's daddy? And then I look at all of that stuff and I look back and I can't help to think, how in the hell did I come out of this? How come I didn't take the excuse to be a piece of shit? I had a great opportunity of it. Could have went along with society. So there's something real out here in this universe.
So I see the universe itself as being indifferent. I see nature being indifferent.
You and I.
Well, I can only give you from my perspective and my understanding. You know, I can't speak for you, Dom, Cage, or anybody else. Just myself and my experience, and I say that because I don't like the human species. I think they're a complete abomination, and they should be completely exterminated from this planet. And the quicker, the better.
I agree 100%. I mean, we must inspire the youth, and I think that's why it's so important for, let's say, settled men and women talk about these things. Because there's a lot in this world as a child growing up right now in today's times. Where could you look for support? Nowhere. That's why I think it's so important for people to start building each other up again.
Well, it's our behaviors and personalities. Like, I know I can be hard when it comes to the human race, but it's also that ongoing behaviors. What's that?
Sometimes the truth hurts.
Being honest with oneself should really hurt. Being truth, I guess there could be truth, but that would also indicate that people would have to understand all the deception that they're in. So I get where Axis is coming from, you know, and maybe this is why some people treat their body the way they do. Is, you know, if we really are not wanting the human race, then again, they would favor let's depopulate. You know, let's not have any more kids. Why? Because we're not really leaving something that somebody would say, okay, I'm going to have some children. I'm going to leave them with total strangers. Actually, there's no strangers in the world anymore. Why? Because we're all kind of united with each other. The community have broken down. And in that, then certain characters come out with their behaviors and their personalities. And we enable the situation by giving them attention. You know, give the attention openly to the people that you think are doing healthy behaviors.
Time is the money.
Yeah. And then once you do that, the other ones, if they're still after the attention, they'll change their ways because they still want that attention. But for most people, no, they allow people to come on and they're noisy. And I'm not just talking about on these communities. I'm talking about giving an attention to a guy like Donald Trump. Fuck, that's wasted energy. Any leader is a wasted energy. When, first of all, I'd be waking up in the morning, I'm like, okay, so you talk to some entity and they say that you're supposed to be a king. How about you fucking run your own fucking kingdom? Why? Because I'm not here to serve you. I'll serve the community, but I'm not here to serve you as an individual. I'm here to serve the community. And if people start thinking that way, or at least feeling that way, let's give that a chance. I'm not saying it's right, but let's give it a chance. Because this me this me thing is not working. It's not working at all. We're giving it way too much airspace. You know, when people come online, fucking don't make it about you. Be like your mother, fucking self-sacrificing. And then hopefully we can make it about the we. You know,
Gordon Zola said single mothers can't help themselves from getting involved with one man after the other, it seems. Well, if you look back on that, when all of those opioids hit in the street and the family foundation, that structure started to be destroyed. Now you figure a lot of those people were younger, and now they're out in the real world. again, it was almost like kids. What do I do? How do I feed these babies?
Mm-hmm.
It's sad to look back on this with a clear set of eyes.
But it's nice when you have an extended family there for you. At least you can tolerate it a little bit longer when you have
Bro, I'm just fucking surprised that this shouldn't be a natural thought. Everybody that comes to people's fucking heads and they should be acting like this. Like, they didn't choose you. Oh, you have a child. Oh, they didn't choose you to come in this world. You want to leave as something? That's your fucking. You better. If not, you're a goof.
Most of them don't know.
What the fuck are you
Cage.
doing? You better fucking get to work, motherfucker.
Well, how many people actually explain to them, when you interact with each other and hitting booties together, there's a possibility you're going to have a child. Most people don't have planned children. So eventually it's a puppy mill show. Eventually that happens. Can't speak for most of the world, but even, from when hearing communication, hearing other people talk about it, it seems that's what it comes down to. It becomes a puppy mill. And then we wonder why. Do you teach your kids really how the economic works? Forget about if it's right or wrong. Do you teach them how the economic works? You put a little effort. You might work hard initially. You might become efficient at it. You might even become good at it. And hopefully, if you choose you want to run a business, are you inspired to actually hire more people? Because then you'll be helping the community. No, I just want to run my own business. I'll say, well, then you're going to be more selfish. Hey, that's fine. But once we have too many people being selfish, how does that help the whole? It doesn't. It's always fun when I hear people talk about anarchy. I said, that's nice. But how does that work when you're talking about the whole? It doesn't. So then we have to settle back for monarchies? Somebody wakes up. Go ahead.
Creating a bit, it depends where you're paying them. Like, let's say you create a business and treat them like shit, your employees, and you just give them the minimum amount possibly you're legally allowed to pay them. How is that fucking helping?
Okay, so
at that
I'm with
point,
you,
it's not
Cage.
helping.
But then there's some people, they'll pay minimum amount.
You're serving the government. You're not serving the community at that
Put aside
point.
the government, Cage. You should always govern yourself. But even if you don't, you extend it to the people that you trust in your community. To know they're going to understand how it works for most people. So now, if you're paying a person minimum amount of money, there's a good chance you're going to pay the minimum amount of attention. You could pay a person a lot of money, but give them minimum amount of attention. Sometimes you need to say, listen, I'm the king. I got to be the bigger server. I'm here to be the server to my clients. Should I even be using the word client, or should I just be saying friend?
But I'm saying that could be taken. Look at Walmart, right? Yeah, people probably give minimal attention. They still stock the shelves. You can still go there and buy shit, every day from 7 to 11.
But that's down the chain. When people have given up about caring about the community, so now we bring in the corporations, or somebody comes in a corporation. Those are people that have settled. They've settled knowing that I'm going to have a big corporation. I might have a fucking $1 billion boat. At that point, they've chosen to settle, Cage. Now, most of the people that are suffering and not even settling anymore don't even understand it. They might be looking at them and say, oh, I wish I was like the guy from Walmart. No, you don't got a fucking clue how he's running his business. And even if you did, would you be honest with yourself to say, listen, you wouldn't be good at it? So now this goes back to people taking advantage of each other. And most people do that to themselves first and foremost.
Well, I think there shouldn't be any business outside the business of protecting life, period. The end of discussion. That's just the way I feel.
Mm-hmm.
There should not be any business outside the business.
All right, but look,
protecting life.
Hold on, I can understand what you're saying, protecting life.
So those corporate agencies, hang on,
Cage.
Those corporate entities are us fellow men saying we're doing good works, but actually we're not.
Shouldn't the business be removing the need for a protection in the first place? Like, all right, at this point, we don't have fucking animals that are come eat you and shit, or whatever. We're gonna protect people from themselves. So at that point, it's like the cause and the effect.
That's why that record label, I think it's so important. That corporate body that are running these businesses are just us supposed to be protecting the house.
What are you protecting people from?
Okay,
you're missing the point, Cage. We have to have things to be able to farm with. We created those things. There's a process to make those things.
But I'm saying
somebody else has stole all of that intellectual property.
You're stuck in the never-ending loop of the duality and the fucking cause and effect at that point. Because now you're going
I think
after
the duality is in the businesses outside of the business.
It's completely reactionary. So we must protect life.
The imagination.
But now you're creating something that doesn't need to be there, and you're never ever going to get out of it at that point.
What do you mean?
Why don't go after the root cause of why there's something?
What doesn't need to be there?
The fact to have something that needs to be protected.
You don't have to protect your house. You don't have to protect your family, Cage.
Ideally, you wouldn't. No.
Why not?
Because we're not looking at the effect of the
I thought the
cause.
protection was through the teachings.
We're not looking at exactly.
You can't have it both ways.
We're not looking at the
You
effect of the
gotta
cause.
understand it backwards, and you gotta live it forward.
Oh yeah, you can reverse engineer it and then get to the root cause and eliminate it.
You gotta land
There's
in
no
the middle with
protection
divine
needed. It's
protection.
already happening.
You gotta land in the middle, straight as the gate, with divine protection.
Can I share something?
You either know what's coming out of
Bro,
that mouth or
that'll
you
just
don't.
pull the plug on it automatically. It
Yeah.
goes beyond
Hold on a
protection.
second.
If you want to fuck around, you're gonna find out. Pull plug. Done. That's it.
But that's great for you and us, but you and I. But what about all the other people? What about all them? Do we leave them? Are all those left behind? Or are we just worried about ourselves?
Go ahead, Dom. I've got something to put in after you, Dom.
When a person applies discernment and you realize words that we speak, first of all, life itself exists with or without us. When you breathe in life, if you're no longer here, it still exists. Life, it gets knifed out of an animal, it breathes its last, it's still there. So now when we're talking about protecting and business, you have to have discernment. You can be a business, run a business, but you can also be of service to humanity. Now, protecting, maybe guarding, taking care of the vessel, that's a different thing now. If you know how to protect your own vessel, then the child will, or other people will learn from the same idea. I see how that person takes care of themselves. They're stewarding their vessel. It's like land. If you know how to steward it, yeah, there are going to be people that are going to trick you and they're going to give you the illusion, hey, how do you take the land away from me? I'm going to give you the illusion that you think you can own it. Once you own it, then we can take it away from you. But if you understand you're just here to sojourn for a while and just basically work with the land, then you can study how it works. So now, again, we use these words and then try to understand how people are going to understand it. I'm not even saying what I'm saying people are going to understand it. But if they go inwards, they'll realize, so how does life work? Why do we call it afterlife? Because you're in it. Now, once you understand how the vessel is and the life is, because, hey, you can go 20, 30 days without eating. You can go 3 or 4 days without water. But how long can you go out with that thing called breath of life? Once you realize that, you'll realize how important it is. Everything else falls into its order. Now, when you're harmed emotionally or mentally, then you have to start developing those things. Because if you don't, you're going to have a conflict now because your emotional plane, your mental plane, and your physical plane are not working in harmony with each other. So now a person says, I got to protect my physical. From what? Didn't we spend centuries just learning how to actually shelter ourselves? Don't we wear clothes? Isn't that a form of protection? Protecting ourselves from the elements. But that element's not here to harm us. As Axis would say, it's indifferent. It's our projecting, thinking that it's there to harm us. Now, humans are usually trying to fight with each other because they want the next piece of egg from each other. Hey, I want you to give me what I have. I say, here, how about I do this? How about I give it to you freely? Then what are you going to do about it? See, that's the thing. People are always trying to play clever games with yourself. But if you give them what they want, what they lack, then you'll understand what you truly need is that's to be of service to one another. Anyway, carry
on. If I may, what caused you to be such a crusader for your fellow beings?
Who's that question for?
You.
Me? I realized, well, there's always been something in me that I've always kind of went against the grain, and I saw a couple children taken from families in my community when I was a child, younger, and it never really made sense to me. Never ever really made sense to me because they were good people, and they might not have been the cleanest folk or that, but they cared for their children. You know what I mean? And then later in life, I in 2007 and 2009, I had 2 more children, and I realized what was going on in the court systems because I guess spirit came over me or the scales off of my eyes or what. I was able to see. Then I was able to see what was going on through the whole system, and I realized everything we do, we're creating and feeding that system, and our children will suffer for it.
Yeah, it sounds
So the
like through
protection
your
that I talk, protection that I talk may not be the same protection that a lot of people think of out here. The protection is what we put in our children's
they don't have
minds
the
to
fucking.
teach them
What
and
if you make? What
prepare
if you make it?
them
They don't. Hold on.
for
What if you
life,
make it? What if you
is
make it
what
so they
I
don't
think.
have? You don't need protection because there's
So
no fucking option for them to
if
fuck
you got
around.
people out here that are able
Instill
to
it into it.
wordsmith and take advantage of people to fill up their own false prophecies to put food on their table and their families thrive off of the destruction of their linguistics and trickery.
Protection is
No, you don't
a
get to eat
fight
from
and
that.
flight,
You don't get to eat
fear-based
that fruit from
fucking
that tree, my friend.
thing, and you're gonna put
And that's
yourself in
just,
a loop of
it's
protection.
all about the children.
Well,
I think the children need
let's
to
be
be
mindful
protected.
and welcome. Let's be mindful and welcome the new
You
guest.
don't want to fucking get it, but that's fine. And I do appreciate that. Keep doing what you're doing. But remember, you only need protection if there's a fucking way to get
I
it
only
done.
need divine protection, not
What if you
yours.
don't?
Remember that.
But I'm
I only
saying,
need divine protection, not
okay,
Cage's
I don't.
protection.
It has nothing to do with
Okay?
Cage or
So
divine.
what's
None
the
of that.
problem, Cage? Why are you
Listen,
getting so bent out of shape about
I'm
what I
talking about
said?
protection in
I
general.
only need divine protection, Cage,
I'm
not
not
Cage's
getting bent.
protection.
I'm not getting bent out of shape because you know what? I'm exactly.
You and me and the devil make
I'm very.
three right
Listen,
now, and something ain't
I'm very.
flowing with you and
Well,
me.
hold
Listen, I'm
on,
very
hold
similar.
on.
I'm very similar to
So
you,
let's
and I
find out
respect
where the
what you're
devil
trying
is
to
here,
do. And
Cage.
I'm trying to help you and say you don't need protection. It's
Well,
already
if you're
dealt
gonna
with.
help me,
If you want to
show
call it,
me the devil in
if you
me,
want to
Cage.
call it divine protection, then that's
Show the
fine.
devil in me, Cage,
Okay.
because right now you're wanting me to follow you.
I don't
Come
want. I
on,
never
show me the
said
devil
that.
in me. What have I
You're
done
making
wrong
that
here,
up.
Cage?
Did I say that?
Well, obviously you're trying
Did
to
I
get
fucking
me.
say that?
You
No, I
got all
didn't.
bent
So
out of
stop telling
shape
me
of
what
what
I'm
I said
thinking or what
about
I'm trying to
children.
tell you. When you don't understand, it's not your
You
fault.
don't understand, Five. You
Yeah.
don't get it. You don't
See,
get what
hold
is
on. We're losing guests over this because that was a very important guest to me that we just trampled over.
I
A very
apologize.
important guest.
I'll
And
take
you guys
off.
just trampled the fuck over him.
I'm
Be
sorry.
mindful,
I'm sorry.
man. Yeah, you guys really blew it because you could have really got some information from this gentleman. This
He
is
may
the
be
one who
back.
taught me my life skills. This is the one that educated me. And you guys just trampled the fuck out of him. Why? To get your opinion across? To argue in front of everyone?
I was just trying to say something positive that he doesn't need
It's
protection
bullshit.
because it's already dealt with either way. Everything's dealt with fine. Right? Having a protection is living in. Of course, you need protection if you think you have protection or that you need protection. Obviously, so mote it be. And yeah, sorry for. I'm just because I'm resonating with Buddy and I want the best for him. So I'm saying, bro, if you live in that perpetual state of needing protection, you're always going to need that because someone is always coming after you at that point. When it doesn't have to be that way. That's all I was trying to say. Okay, and now
You don't understand what you just blew with what you had to say. Really.
Oh,
You have no clue under the sun, Cage, what you just blew.
that's quite a bold statement.
It's not funny. It's not funny. It's not funny at all on either end. This is the man who taught me my life skills. So if you have no respect for my life skills and the one that taught me, why should I have respect for you, Cage?
Is this an old friend?
Friend? That's
Is this like you
an
mentioned?
understatement.
Is this your surrogate father, as you've mentioned a few times? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. I didn't know, and I wasn't really paying attention.
That's right.
To the
You
screen.
didn't. Why didn't
I
you?
wasn't
Why didn't you
because
know, Cage?
I'm not at the screen observing who's on and off. He never said anything. If I heard him say something, I would have shut up.
I tried to intervene. You wouldn't
All right.
even listen to me.
All right. Well, I don't listen. I don't randomly expect someone of high importance in your mind to randomly
You
appear.
should.
I have to be quiet. If I was
Always.
aware of it, I would have.
You should always be aware of the possibilities.
Well, it's always there, so it's still there. Maybe he'll come back and have a discussion. You never know, right? I'm sure he's probably still listening.
Max, is it possible that maybe, excuse me, guys, whether you want to do it or maybe having, I'm going to make the suggestion that at any given moment, you as the host can mute anybody at any moment. Unless you don't feel comfortable with that. But I would be okay for you to mute me at any moment.
Yeah. Like if next time that happens, just fucking.
No, I'm talking about now. I'm talking about now. If you don't want to do it, Access, I just put my 2 cents in there because it sounds like I was actually just snoozing for a little bit hearing you guys, and then I heard it was somebody that was very important. But what I heard was 2 people, one interceded, Cage. So before you say anything, you did intercede when 5 Speed was talking. And I did hear Access a couple of times say, let's welcome a guest or whatever. And it seems other people have to finish what they have to say before they allow other people, like always take a back step. We don't have to put on the bus to go in the back of the bus. It should be something that should be a common practice for most people. Now, you just openly admitted you weren't there near and all that, but that's an excuse at that point because you are still able to talk because it was important for you to talk about the word protection. And you stomped over other people, unfortunately. And at the same time, it sounded like Access he's disappointed that a good friend of his, somebody that he admires, probably did the right thing. But anyway, sorry, I went on Access.
No, you're fine, Dom. I may never get that opportunity again, Cage. And you might not either.
Well, I'm okay, Access, if this is some sort of like point where
no, it's now it's just gone. I accept it. It's gone. It was and it's gone.
I'm willing to step down.
No. No, I appreciate all my guests, and I do try and give a platform where everybody can, voice their opinion or their ideals in a forward motion. But, this has been an ongoing situation that not you, Dom. You haven't trampled on anybody at the moment. You haven't done anything for me to even want you to leave. Nor Cage. Just Cage needs to be much more mindful and aware of possibilities and that somebody else just be mindful of others, Cage.
Well, be mindful of himself. That's probably what helped him that much more. Reflect on himself as he's talking to see whether or not how important is what I have to share. And if the first thing that comes to your mind that you have to talk about it might not be that important. But if you just still do want to talk about it, be flexible enough to say, I'm willing to stop at a drop of a dime to allow somebody else to talk.
Well, I've been doing that, Dominic. Okay, that point being, he was talking about it's the cause and the effect. You're creating it. So why not? It can go even beyond that. It's already done. Okay, so you don't have to be locked into like, oh yeah.
But you're valid that way. You could be valid that way, Cage. But other people have their own pace.
So it was the utmost important, Dominic. That's why I fucking was speaking.
For who?
And funny enough, this
for
magical opportunity that may never be back here perfectly came at that right timing. Okay, so I don't know. Maybe we should look into it.
Again, when you say it was really important, what you were saying, you have other options. You could type in a private here. You could type on.
I didn't say it was important. I said it was important for me to say at that moment.
Okay, it was important for
the
you.
Conversation.
Okay, it was important.
It was important for everybody.
Again, you're doing, Cage. You're doing it now.
It's not about
you don't see your acceleration of your voice. It was important
I
for
could
you.
I could talk
Cage,
perfectly monotone
Cage,
and nice, or I could
Cage,
talk like Dominic and
Cage. It was important
what?
for you at that moment, but at the expense of others.
It was on the unexpensive others. It's quite the opposite, Dominic.
Okay.
This is how ridiculous it is. But yeah, it's fine. Okay, yeah, we'll continue.
Anyway, again, Cage, Access, 5-speed trail. Thank you very much. Enjoy yourself, guys. And I really do hope nobody, I think that's the name he goes by, decides to come back up here. If you're not, I hope to hear from him in the future.
Thank you, Dom.
Respect, Dominic. You know, great information you've been sharing.
What'd you learn? Anything?
And I'm constantly learning, Access. Yeah, you can dig deeper into the psychology of people. Yeah.
Good. I could examine each and every individual's psychology that comes on panel, and I can make a determination as to what their state will probably predictably be, and I can limit what they have to share by my observation of what I think their psychological profile is, but I choose not to do that. I like to keep an open platform where people are able to express themselves and are courtesy extended to each other.
See, I'm not guided by emotion, but yeah, you can use intonation, a certain way of speaking, you know, words, whatever. And I could say it like that, or I could say it like this. Does it really, you know, for me,
Well, it gets measured itself,
I'm
Cage.
not getting wrapped up to where I'm responding to a certain thing. I can say whatever fucking way I want to. You know what I mean? That's it.
You have that privilege, as long as somebody allows it.
I don't get wired up in that. You know, if anything, we'll do the wiring at that point.
As long as they allow it, Cage. Remember that.
Of course. Everyone has free will.
But it gives measure.
In magic and all
Somebody,
that, and occultism, you don't fuck with free will. You don't do that.
no,
Just an
but you
option.
can measure how one uses their free will. That's how you make a determination. Manly P. Hall, Albert Pike, it's in their literature. You hear it all the time. You play it all the time. Do you listen to it? Not hear it. Do you listen to it?
No, it's beyond listening. You're decoding, you're reverse engineering, you're going from the inside out, the outside in, everything.
Do they not teach you that you will give measure of yourself once you have
No,
reached?
I think all this stuff is inherent. It's not like teaching. Maybe it's remembering, or not even remembering. It's more like seeing it said in a specific way that's different than your dialogue would be. And you can pull out of that and advance their program in a way.
I generally try to keep a state where I give the possibility of good and evil and all stations in between to be a possibility with me. It keeps people from being able to take measure of me because I become unpredictable. But also with that unpredictable state, I'm aware that anyone else can be just as unpredictable. But when you give me measure, then you're defining something. And I know exactly where on that scale you are. You give yourself away. That's basic teaching, man. That's just
Oh
a
yeah.
fundamental of esoteric.
Yeah. So what if somebody's aware of that and then they feed you something so you can, you could believe that they're at a specific degree or point. Yeah. That could be done also, right? I'm sure.
Well,
Never,
I
never
don't
outshine
choose
the quote master, right? Axis. Yeah.
the wise statement. Do you practice it?
Diligently.
And that is the measure. I would love to have some response in chat on that. Well, I guess not. So that's another dead thing. An interesting perspective I took today, Paige, is
Axis, sorry for the interruption. You said that's another dead thing. And what came into my mind before we get into what you're going to continue with is remember the first thing I came in and said, like, Cage, do you have a dead thing to bring?
you brought it.
Yeah, I said common sense. Relate that to your saying, but yeah, my bad for the interruption.
And yeah, I noticed the statement of deaf, dumb, and blind. And I made the limerick towards the chat because I thought all these people were deaf. So they used the chat because they didn't have a voice to speak. And I thought I was being courteous to them by responding with text so that they could interpret it with their eyes because they have obviously no ears and their
So
speech would
I have a
probably be
new
mumbled.
invention for that too, Axis. We'll make something that will connect directly to the YouTube live chat. And what it'll do is it'll send a signal through like some sort of a buzzing or electrical current that makes it muscles contract, and then we could teach them like Morse code through that, and they just translate the message that way.
Well, what I was
Buzz them up.
about to say is then I realized that the system was making us deaf, dumb, and blind. Now, deaf and dumb are obvious. The next step is blind.
That's not good.
They're winning.
You're gonna start moving like Helen Keller at that point.
They're winning. And you're allowing it. People don't use their voice anymore, Kate. And I thought they were deaf. Now I just see that they're deaf and dumb by choice. Next step, blind. That's how important each guest is that comes on this panel. That is a person who has broke the system to speak and to show that they're not deaf and dumb.
Oh yeah, you have real great people that always all of them to come on it. From what I see.
Sure I do.
Yeah.
Sure I do. I have the wonderful people in my chat. And I understand it. I'm just doing a limerick as to prove a point, Paige.
So, and that's a
people
lot of
talk about,
responsibility at that point. And obviously, people want to talk about certain things. So we're trying to, they're trying to come to a conclusion, a way of being, a way of acting and living. So, yeah, it's simple. It's very simple. You just stop bullshitting yourself and other people. Not you. I'm saying in general. You just live. It's like this. It's thought, emotion, and action. So there needs to be congruency between all three, right? In the trio prima, in alchemy, for example. So yeah, once that happens, and it's like the Trinity, and then from there is no limitation except the ones you set on yourself, right?
they're not going to get that cage
Like needing
because
protection or something like that. Yeah,
the next step,
but it doesn't mean
the
you don't.
take,
It doesn't mean you don't have it. I'm saying you don't need it though.
now I speak,
Yeah. So
the next step is for them to put something in front of you, which they already have, to blind you.
yeah, and again, that's all about how you react to it. Trust me, that'll happen constantly over and over. And every time you can see it across the board. People are getting to the quote truth, or outside of this system or this matrix or this fucking program. They're gonna throw a barrier in front of you to see how you're gonna react to it. So it's called perseverance. You're not gonna let anything in front of you stop you either way. This shit's going. And there's no ifs or buts or ands or none of it. And that's it.
See,
And they know
right
better.
there it is.
They can't even get rid of
One
you.
who
They'll come back and deal with you even worse after. Yeah.
one who enters a panel opens themselves up to all the attacks. And then
Go through that.
at that point,
Translate the message that way.
What I was about to say is then I realized that the system was making us deaf, dumb, and blind. Now, deaf and
you
dumb,
gotta turn your volume down, Wendy. There you go.
next step is blind.
Oh, until you turn your volume down, Wendy, there's
Good. I thought he wasn't coming back up, actually. You're going to start moving like Helen Keller.
I didn't say that. I just said I didn't know.
You're allowing it.
And it was a rare opportunity. Oh, and I hadn't expected them to come back at all. So I'm absolutely honored that this guest showed back up. But you got to turn your volume. You got to turn your volume off. Nobody.
Deaf and dumb by choice.
It's all by choice. We can hear you, but there's someone with the volume there.
Blind.
Yeah, it's the new guest. I guess we'll address this. Nobody. There we go.
Are you on, hey, sir? Are you on your phone? If you go to more on your phone and then go to settings,
broke the system.
And then you go to audio, you can change the audio connection.
And to show that they're not deaf and dumb.
Yes, sir. Deaf and dumb. Oh yeah, you have real great people that always all of them to come on it. From what I see.
Sure, I have wonderful people in my chat.
Okay.
We're on the parentage.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to let you know. We'll address it since it's nobody. It's nobody. You've got to either turn your volume down because it'll feed back, just like you calling into a radio show, or put your headphones in, and you can't have more than one device running because it will do the exact same thing, feedback audio.
It depends if he's on mobile device or on his computer and what he's running. If it's iOS, Mac or iOS or Windows.
I'm going to say Windows
Okay.
or
Probably Windows
a mobile
or
device.
it's definitely Windows or Android mobile device. Yeah. Yeah.
Let's see if we got that.
Yeah. So
The next step is for them to put something in front of you.
Yeah, nobody isn't as tech savvy as they are masterfully skilled at getting through this
you're getting to the
life experience. But
you can
anyhow,
always
as I was,
you can always do both, and yeah, sometimes people are forced to.
well, I can't speak for them, so I'm just kind of taking what I absolutely know, into consideration. But and I wasn't throwing insults at the chat or anybody that comes to chat. It's just an awareness of, if you don't use it, you lose it. So if you open yourself up, like Zola says, to all the attackers, and who needs that, then take your station. And I understand. It's a rare individual who has a voice that they will sacrifice on the altar of opinion and judgment and
You got it.
persecution.
It looks like an AI generated fucking obese Darth Vader avatar. That's a funny one. Luke, I am your diabetes. What's going on?
Right? But that's the point that I'm trying to get across is, people who come on these panels and waste their time or, use a bit, they don't understand that they are representing the silent majority. And they become the voice for the individuals who are behind the lines and don't voice themselves because of the attack, the judgment, the persecution, the argument, the opinion, and somebody else's ideal of will, which is projected on panel. So we are now innovators and kind of on the front line of the battle of deaf, dumb, and blind. Yeah, I think Bex actually, and I agree, she put herself out there, same as I do, and they did. They viciously attacked her. Although she would tell you, I'm sure, that she grew from that, and she utilized those attacks and that persecution and
What was going on,
better,
Kansas here, though?
made herself much better
All right,
in
we're back to the
her
conversation on people that are here now, or was here now. Your buddy left. Have you noticed? I
yeah,
noticed when he
well,
came. So
that this time it was his fault because obviously he hasn't been on a panel because he asked me how to do this, and I put the link out there so that he was capable of doing it for the first
it
time.
sounded like he was
But
with
he
two
doesn't.
people.
Yeah, he doesn't understand that there's audio feedback because of an open microphone.
Or it could have been him listening on YouTube while hitting this thing, this link. I don't
Yeah.
know. Yeah, because it sounded like two people were talking. I couldn't really hear what the fuck was going on there. I could kind of hear what he was saying. Like he kept repeating certain things. I don't know if that was him saying it or like some glitch. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what he was gonna say. And it's also funny. You're like, Cage, you ruined this. There's never gonna be another
Well-
opportunity for this. I'm like, yeah, you want to bet? I'm like, again, now you're. I'm like, we'll see. And yeah, you see,
Right.
You came
And
back.
this time it wasn't. This time it wasn't you trampling. But the first time it was. Feisty
So
and
maybe
you.
it would have made a difference then. It wouldn't have just made, at that point.
See,
What's the effect of it? Now we're looking at the cause. What's the cause? What's the effect? What's the effect? What's the cause? I don't know. We're gonna have to figure that out.
he says, I totally understand. I have nothing else running. I got the headphones in, volume turned down. I have done it all. So, do you have any solution to this, Cage?
I would. I'd be like, okay, what browser? What are you using? All right, maybe switch the browser, or even restart the device you're on. If you're on a mobile, restart the device. Chrome works well with it. If you have Google Chrome on a mobile device or on a computer, you can use that.
Well,
Uh,
as long as he got to enter studio, then there shouldn't have been any type of situation or problem, especially with headphones and the volume turned down. So we'll find out. Okay.
Well, here I am.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's much better, bro. Loud and clear. You're good.
Well, once I got everything in the background turned off.
Welcome. I'm honored, truly. And it's a shame that a few of the panelists are gone, because I think they would have really appreciated an interaction. I know that I do. Whenever it comes to the finer art of Manly P. Hall, the Kabbalah, Albert Pike, and esoteric teachings, Cage, the gentleman who's on panel with us, is an adept to it. He seeks to understand, and he understands that he seeks. Anyhow, let's we'll go ahead and those who know don't tell, and that's from Lord. And as far as addressing the AI, I would agree with that. You don't want to feed that beast, which is it's stifling, because we're not able to speak without it being used in a disadvantage or to our detriment. So I understand. I get those who know don't tell. You keep that information to yourself and guard it as best you can, so that others aren't using it against you or in a measurement of you.
But what about the clause of what's about asking, right? If you ask the right questions, the knowledge should not be hidden. It doesn't mean impose the knowledge on the other people. Right? So let's say somebody was actually trying to do the work and they wanted to ask a question, and then, I would answer honestly. I'm not going to deceive them or not give them a response. So it's all, I feel like from my observation or beyond that observation, it would be, you seek and you shall find. You want to knock on the fucking door? You can knock 3 times and there you go. It's opening up.
You don't think that they're winning by taking our voices away? I mean, they already indoctrinate us and they socially program us from the time that we're born to the moment we die. And with this new technology, as intrusive as it is now, we kind of lost our voice and it has dumbed us down.
And nobody, no disrespect or anything, can you please cut the nonsense in the background? Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of noise bleeding through. Nobody. Background noise. Are you still there?
Who, me? Yeah, there's no noise here at all.
It's a waste of energy trying to put that in the background, bro.
There is no noise here.
Okay, you're fine then. Let me make sure every one of my devices are down. Okay, there we go. But anyhow, nobody, as I know, is a connoisseur of all knowledge. He's an information junkie from the last time we spoke, and I have to agree. It's just prying that information out or getting that information to be represented is.
Oh, it's hermetically sealed, you're saying. Okay. It's a sealed retort. With alchemy.
In such a way, yeah. I mean,
you can wake up in a dream. There's multiple people that could be lucid within the same dream.
That's one approach to it. But I see where they have gained ground, and they have actually won in one aspect of their agenda. That
Well,
was
it's another
to take,
aspect of self, because really there is no outside self, there are multiple selves, but yeah, maybe it's just an aspect of a certain agenda being ran. It's up to you. It's up to you, really.
well,
oh yeah, let's hear some more fucking obese Darth Vader noises. There we go. use the shorts. That's all Darth Vader guys like pumping fucking weed into it.
yeah, this is a technological nightmare at this moment, represented by an obese Darth Vader. That's almost poetically synchronized.
Well, it'd be more. It's kind of like the Buddha, like the fat Buddha, or whatever they call it. It's a specific Buddha. But yeah, imagine that, but like the Darth Vader version of it. It'd be like that. It represents someone else. It's not really the physical body. There's someone else going on there.
Yeah, that's where
it's a representation of bigness and
join me, young Luke.
Luke, I am your diabetes. Go fuck yourself, buddy. Just joking. It's not gonna work, bro. We'll slap the fuck. We'll make you run for the Twinkie after fucking, your avatar at least. Yeah, we'll put it on a fucking stick. This guy's awesome.
An extreme intellectual reduced to an obese Darth Vader. See, I know what lies behind that icon. I know what the character is behind that icon, and
Drop
this
and
is a
give me
complete.
9. I tell your avatar to give me drop and give me 9 fucking push-ups. Hurry up. I want to see 9 right now from this fucking obese Darth Vader avatar. The AI generated.
This is a complete misrepresentation of himself as I understand him.
I don't
So
know.
this
This
is
guy's out
interesting.
here with. He has like. He's probably out in the woods with snipers and shit. Guaranteed. Or he's just, I don't know. Who knows where he's at? He's in his own fucking realm. See, he's breathing like him, everything.
Yeah, but he gave himself away because I know that his voice will override and come through.
Alright, are you done breathing? Are you dying? You need medical assistance, sir.
I'm in search of intelligent life forms.
Not
You will
here.
not find them here on Earth. Are you fucking retarded? Are you late to the game? You will not find them on Earth, sir. Good luck on your search for that, bro.
I'm not searching on Earth.
You're searching within yourself. You're where are you searching?
I am within myself.
Now we are getting somewhere. I am CageBot.
Nobody.
Welcome to your own cage of reality. Enjoy this
I
day.
also go by the name Darth Matters.
What really matters to you, Darth Matters? Are you fucking retarded? Give me 9 push-ups right now.
What matters to me is we're all retarded.
Some of us make the game. We're not late to it. I know you like that one. You can laugh. Axis. Axis couldn't stop laughing earlier. It's a funny bit. Well, enough of your. We're not late to the game over here, but on retard.
Well, this is the
Some people are
irony
great
of
in that.
expecting the unexpected, because I know better than what's being represented here. So this to me is an out of the blue, complete chance of possibility that this particular situation would happen. So I have to address it that way. Because
They say that first impressions are the most important.
there you go. I'm Axis Rattblood. This is Cage Reality.
This is nobody. It's like the air. There's no body there.
Uh-oh.
I just made
I
that up.
won't.
Yeah.
Hold on. I will not make any deals with you. I've resigned. I will not be pushed filed,
What did
stamped,
you do? What did you do to
indexed,
access nobody? You
briefed,
sick fuck.
debriefed, or numbered. My life is my own. I resign.
What'd you do to fucking access
I
nobody?
agree.
What'd you make them deal with here?
I am a bad designer.
All right. Well, no, you're weak, my friend. Moving like that. Why impose that onto people? I know who you are, buddy. Come face me. I can hear it in the back.
I'm eating a piece of chocolate, thank you.
Oh, what flavor? What, white chocolate or dark chocolate? Milk? There you go. What brand are you eating?
Oh, great value brand.
Well, there you go. I guess that has great value there. You know, they have it over here.
I can't afford Hershey's. It's actually pretty good chocolate.
You ever seen how that stuff's created? It's pretty interesting. Looks like an alien plant. You break it open. It has a bunch of weird, like, gunk in it and that. You have to remove the cocoa pods or whatever, the seeds or whatever they are. You know, one time those were used as currency.
Hey, Mr. Rattblood, this is kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can interact with people from all over the world, all over the realm, and you can discuss Southern Baptist traits and the refugees from
Who
the
is
confines.
the Southern Baptist?
Actually, he left. He was he's not a Southern Baptist. He's a refugee from the Southern Baptist.
Yeah, so nobody, if any, do you practice any sort of ritual or esoteric practice? Or is every, like, breath you take and every
At
observation?
one time, I was trained
Yeah.
under John R. Rice's books.
Yeah, I'm not acquainted with that individual. What kind of
You
stuff is
should
he? Was
be.
that chaos magic or something? John R. Rice. I'll look him up.
It makes one proficient.
You should look him up.
And remember that, Cage. It makes one proficient.
All right, yeah, I
John
looked him
R.
up. So
Rice
he was born in
wrote a book
the
called
late 1800s.
The Ruin of a Christian. Very interesting book.
Well, that's some, like, a evangelist church type shit, huh?
Yeah, I would happen to agree that we are amongst a very well scholared Christian. Well, I can't say believer. There we go. I had to correct myself.
Well, I can believe in it, and not, you know, you could be a de facto fucking Christian. You know, even if you don't believe in it, or you don't believe in the organization of church. That's my only issue with any of these. You know, I'm sure you can learn lots of great things in every religion that's available. But the issue becomes where you organize it and then you know, manipulate it. Yeah, you can manipulate that, organize it, and now it's more of like a money thing. Right? You don't got to pay taxes if you're a religious organization, or you have tax exempts and whatever. Or you can just take donations off all these people, quote donations, and
Wow.
now you're driving a.
I think I just realized how to make a good cup of coffee.
Oh, there you go. You can chemically deal with that. Like you can make a perfect cup of coffee depending on what sort of terpenoids is specific. You can make it perfect. Yeah, you
This is
boil the shit
a
and fucking run it through it. Right?
this is a potential troll in the making. This could be the devastation of the panel burst.
All right. So why
If
is
this
your religion, sir, greater than it? You have to be an event. Okay, we have to look into this. I'm not saying what your religion is. I'm saying, let's say you went with that, and this character's book you brought up. How does that make that any more valuable than any other information you get out of there? For me, I'd
Wow,
rather
let's
go.
all talk all at once.
What is it? What does it all stem from? If you look at the astrotheology and all this stuff, what does it all stem from? What? Why would you want to go and get some watered down bullshit, like a watered down coffee you're trying to create, and not go to the root source? Right? I'd rather go directly to the fucking
It
fruit you grow
stems
it off
from
of.
man's insatiable need to
Yeah.
know something.
Okay? Well, that makes sense. But what if you don't need to know, and it's more about an observation and moving forward and understanding, and you know, it's not the need. You don't need to know, but it's there. You can't be blissfully ignorant at the same time, right? You
Fear
have to
comes
understand.
from the inapt ability to understand something in their way.
So fear comes from the inept ability to understand that there's something in their way. What do you even mean by that?
That's why we kill spiders.
Well, like, sir, like 7 or 8 spiders you apparently on average people eat. They crawl into your mouth while you're sleeping. So yeah, when you see them, I keep them around. They actually kill. They're not going to usually do that unless they have like too many. They take care. It's an ecosystem. They spin a web, back to the web for you, and yeah, they get wrapped the fuck up, and other pests that you probably wouldn't want around. Spiders are good. Uh, not even a bug or a how do you call them? A rankid, not a rankid, an arachnid.
arachnid.
Arachnid, whatever. Yeah, they're their own class of fucking things.
And if Dominique is actually listening or is conscious, we'd love to have you back on panel, Dom.
All right, but you just referred to one book. What have you been looking into lately, nobody? What have you learned in the last week?
Who, me?
Yes, you.
I've been studying the word inept.
Oh, okay. It's the opposite of adept, right?
It means showing no skill.
It's not about showing a skill. It's about creating a skill, or it's not about showing it to another observer. You know what I mean? It's about dealing with it either way. You can show nothing, but be doing everything at the same time.
Welcome back, Feisty.
Thanks for having me.
Oh, absolutely.
We
have a profound scholar of the word with us, and not only a profound scholar of the word, but a profound scholar of world economics and how we approach that and deal with it. I would say he's a well-rounded individual.
I have someone that could really. You know what? This is a great fucking idea. Good job, Cage. There we go. Here's a great idea. Since you brought up Manly P. Hall before, and you've been learning in the last week about inept. Let's bring him up. Let's bring his form up and
Oh,
see.
we lost.
Oh
Well,
no.
he came back up.
Anyhow,
I was interested in what he had to say about the Southern Baptists. I've been listening.
no, I
Depends on
have
the
a lot to
panel,
say
but
about the Southern Baptist too. I learned from the exact same school of thinking that nobody learned from, and nobody's always welcome back. The panel is always open to you and anyone else that has a voice. I appreciate that. And no, I've got the problem with the Southern Baptist.
Yeah, we had a panelist, nobody on here earlier, Manly P. Hall, and he said this week he learned about the word inept. Can you give us that definition and compare it to adept when it comes to esoteric teachings and reality?
Inept generally means lacking in ability, skill, or knowledge, or clumsy, ineffective, or incompetent. In the context of esoteric teaching and reality, inept could refer to someone who is unskilled or uninformed in understanding and navigating the deeper, hidden aspects of existence. Debt, in an esoteric context, could refer to a spiritual or karmic debt, representing a lack of understanding, enlightenment, or connection to higher consciousness. While inept refers to a lack of skills or knowledge, debt in this context refers to a deficiency in spiritual or intellectual development.
I didn't even say that, but there you go. You elaborated.
This would be a good opportunity between me and Five Speed to get acquainted with each other. I appreciate him coming back. And Kate, your input is very welcomed here too. I notice, and this is just observation, I could be absolutely in left field with this, but you personify to me that you come from Southern Baptist roots. And that's why I said you were a refugee, because you don't represent, as far as I can see, the Southern Baptist traditional way of thinking.
okay, I can accept that.
So I call you a refugee from the Southern Baptist only because you personify yourself, as my interpretation is, as a Southern Baptist preacher.
Okay, but see,
Most
and
people,
I agree. Well, I don't know, preacher. It's hard for me to kind of swallow that word because of what I've seen out all of these preachers. You see what I'm saying? So I look at
oh, I'm
those
not
things
saying
as
you are,
yeah,
not
I
by any
know.
shape.
Yeah, I get you. But I look at all of those things as labels, and that's how people are labeled. But and I get it. I understand trying us coming together here, and that's absolutely what I want. And that's why I left earlier. I don't want to be a part of any negativity on these panels. If we can build in communications and build ourselves up and unify that way as men and women, I'm all for it. But when
Absolutely.
the conversation is lost, from that point on, it's nothing but insanity, and I don't want any part of it. Welcome back.
Well, you will always, with me, find that I hold an indifference, so I allow everyone to be able to present themselves, and I reserve my opinion or observation until I can engage that person in a respectable manner. So I understand and I agree.
And
All right.
I got vast respect for you, brother.
Can I
Otherwise,
please?
I wouldn't be here.
All right.
Right?
Can we continue now that we got bro back? Can we continue with the inept and the adept ideal? Get back to that. All right. Expand on that and tell us about the adept and the etymology behind it. What it
Important
means, the
that
math.
these are abstract concepts, and interpretations may vary depending on one's perspective and belief system. Esoteric teachings and concepts can have multiple meanings and interpretations, and what may seem inept to one person could be seen as ignorant or unawakened by another. The concept of debt here is metaphorical, referring to a spiritual or karmic obligation or deficiency.
Fucking thing interrupted. What?
Wow.
Yeah, we have the disembodied spirit of Manly P. Hall.
The adept is
coming
often seen
through.
as a practitioner of esoteric or mystical arts who has reached a high level of skill and understanding. An adept has a deep understanding of the hidden truths and principles that govern their field of study, and is able to use this knowledge to bring about changes in themselves and their environment. In the context of esoteric teaching, an adept is someone who has mastered the principles and practices of their particular discipline and has achieved a high level of spiritual or psychic development. They are seen as experts or masters in their field, and their abilities and insights are highly respected.
All right, so how does one go from inept to adept in that sense?
The journey from ineptitude to adeptship typically involves a combination of study, practice, and personal growth. It is a process of gradually acquiring knowledge, skills, and understanding through dedicated effort and experience. In the context of esoteric teaching and spirituality, this journey often involves a transformation of the individual, both on
Could
a
I hear this
spiritual
one
and a
more
physical
time?
level. It may involve practices such as meditation, yoga, or ritual work, as well as study and contemplation of sacred texts and teachings.
You want to hear it again? Okay.
Oh, absolutely.
The journey from ineptitude to adeptship typically involves a combination of study, practice, and personal growth. It is a process of gradually acquiring knowledge, skills, and understanding through dedicated effort and experience. In the context of esoteric teaching and spirituality, this journey often involves a transformation of the individual, both on a spiritual and a physical level. It may involve practices such as meditation, yoga, or ritual work, as well as study and contemplation of sacred texts and teachings.
Would you happen to have that in Spanish?
Can you say it in Spanish and then Japanese, please, and also Arabic? Hebrew, too.
Certainly. Here are the translations into Spanish, Arabic, and Hebrew. Spanish, inept, inepto, adept. Japanese, inept, muno,
Inepto, yeah.
datusha, inept, ajiz, as. Hebrew, inept, shina, chasar, yechol, rav yechol.
Is that good enough for you, bud?
Ask it to
one
elaborate.
more time. I didn't quite get it.
All right, in Spanish, can you say hi to Nobody Matters, 5-Speed, Cage, and Access Rattblood? We're all live on YouTube right now. Say hi to everybody.
Sí, hola, nadie importa. 5 velocidad de edad. Y el rap de Ash. Todos vivimos en YouTube en vivo, justo ahora. Dile hola a todos.
All right, continue with it. Hurry up.
All right, let's continue with the conversation. What would you like to discuss next?
Impressive. Very
like
impressive. Uh-huh. Did not see that one coming either. Ask.
You got one all about the Bible. I have a Bible one if you like. That one's great. You'll love that.
Well,
Hold on.
I believe we must keep in mind, in all the artificial intelligence is programmed by the natural intelligence.
Yeah, it's like in God's image, right? Like now human beings are trying to make artificial and humans. It's kind of like a self-replicating program that could be observed. Right? We're made in God's image, right? As they say in the Bible and all that.
But I believe
AI
that
is
the
also,
natural intelligence is what
to our
reigns
language and our language
supreme.
model. Mm. Yeah, it's interesting. So, what we were talking about
Ask it.
earlier, for example. Oh, sorry. What do you want me to ask it,
Sure,
Pastor?
let's discuss after. What specifically about it would you like to know or discuss?
It went off. What were we going to ask it, Access?
To define proficient and proficiency.
Can you define proficient and proficiency and provide the etymology and the breakdown esoterically, even with these words?
Proficient means skilled, knowledgeable, or experienced in a particular area or activity. The etymology of proficient comes from the Latin word proficitus, which means advancing or making progress. In breaking down proficient, we can see the roots of pro meaning forward or toward and facere, to do or make, indicating a sense of forward movement or development in skill or knowledge. Esoterically speaking, proficiency can refer to a deepening of understanding or mastery in one's spiritual or magical practices.
There we go.
Sure, I can continue. Just let me know what topics you'd like to explore next.
Well, the same topic we were talking about. Elaborate. I should have said elaborate.
Of course, let me elaborate further on the topic. What specific aspect would you like me to expand upon?
All of it. Whatever you choose.
Understood. I'll provide a general overview and elaboration on the topic we've been discussing. Please let me know if there's a specific aspect you'd like me to focus on, or if you have any further questions.
Oh, no. Go ahead. Continue, please.
Sure, I'll continue. I'm not sure what specifically you'd like me to continue talking about.
We've
Maybe
broken
you
it.
could remind me of the current topic we're discussing so I can provide a coherent response.
The continuation on proficient and proficiency, please.
Certainly. Proficient refers to a high level of skill or knowledge in a particular area or activity. The term is derived from the Latin proficere, meaning to advance or to make progress. Breaking it down further, pro means forward or toward, and ficere means to do or to make. Esoterically speaking, proficiency can symbolize a deepened understanding or mastery in spiritual or magical practices. Does that clarify things?
Yes, it does. Continue on that and also provide different techniques in order to achieve such things as as you subscribed or described.
Sure, here are some techniques to develop proficiency and mastery in something. 1. Practice regularly and consistently, even daily if possible. 2. Set specific, measurable goals for yourself. 3. Break down complex skills into smaller, achievable steps. 4. Seek out feedback and constructive criticism. 5. Learn from experts in the field. 6. Stay motivated and inspired by surrounding yourself with like-minded individuals. 7. Dedicate time to studying and acquiring knowledge in your area of interest. 8. Be open to different perspectives and approaches.
There you go.
Very good. Very good. I seek to be proficient and not having unresolved issues upon my death.
Access, somebody listening here has just commented, he seeks to be proficient in not having unresolved issues at the time of death. How does one get to that point?
That's an interesting question. From an esoteric perspective, it is important to approach life with a sense of integrity, self-awareness, and continuous personal growth. This can be achieved by 1. Acknowledging and working through our emotional, psychological, and social issues and traumas in a healthy and productive way. 2. Developing self-knowledge and understanding our patterns, triggers, and blind spots. 3. Cultivating a strong moral compass and living in alignment with our values. 4. Practicing forgiveness both towards ourselves and others, and letting go of resentments and grudges.
Okay, great. Can you continue and elaborate on each one?
Sure. Here is an elaboration on each point. 1. Acknowledging and working through emotional, psychological, and social issues and traumas in a healthy and productive way. This means actively confronting any unresolved issues from our past, addressing them with honest self-reflection, and then using healthy coping mechanisms to work through them. 2. Developing self-knowledge and understanding our patterns, triggers, and blind spots. This involves self-awareness and introspection, and actively seeking to understand our own motivations and reactions to different situations. We must identify our patterns of thoughts, feelings, and behaviors, as well as blind spots that may be hindering.
Could this be considered a primary life
Hey,
goal?
I'm here.
Or
What would you like to discuss?
All right, can you continue with that, with your point there, and also, can this be considered? Fuck, what did you say again, Isis? I fucked it up.
basically the objective
Certainly.
to being alive. The objective to being alive is to die without any unresolved issues.
So, could you say the objective to die could be to die without unresolved issues?
Yes, that's a valid objective. The ultimate goal of many philosophies and belief systems is to be at peace and in harmony with oneself and the world at the time of death. Dying without unresolved issues or regrets can be a way of achieving this sense of peace and balance. This can involve reconciling with others, making amends for wrongdoings, and resolving internal conflicts and traumas.
So,
Sure,
it's
here's the
safe to say,
continuation. 4. Practicing forgiveness, both towards ourselves and others, and letting go of resentments and grudges. Holding on to resentments and grudges can create a heavy emotional burden and hinder personal growth. Practicing forgiveness means letting go of these negative feelings and choosing to move forward in a positive direction. This can involve setting aside ego, letting go of the need to be right, and cultivating empathy and compassion towards both ourselves and others. Sure, here's a continuation of the previous point and elaboration. 4. Practicing forgiveness, both towards ourselves and others, and letting go of resentments and grudges. Forgiveness can involve both internal and external actions. Internally, it means letting go of negative thoughts, feelings, and judgments towards oneself and others. This can be achieved through practices such as mindfulness, meditation, and self-reflection. It also means letting go of the need to be right or justified in one's actions. Externally, it involves expressing forgiveness through words and actions towards those who may have wronged us.
All right, well, let's continue.
So see, that's where I posed a
Sure, we
question.
can continue the discussion. Is there anything specific you'd like to delve into further? Or would you like additional elaboration on a particular topic?
Well, we'll leave it there for now. Sorry, what were you saying, 5 speed? My bad, bro.
No problem. Thank you. It was interesting there because that's where I posed the question that anyone in leadership or teaching, it would make sense to me that those would be the elders that have already learned that forgiveness and can only teach from there forward. So, I mean, that's why I pose these questions about these universities and these schools. Who's planting the seeds to create the thoughts in the children's imagination and they go forward with life and all of that? So it's a good
that was,
question.
yeah, it's one that I presented. Is it genetically passed on that we have compassion for our fellow beings? Is it conditioned, taught? Where does that stem from? Because being indifferent and keeping a universal mind you have to disassociate, and therefore I look for where does this compassion for fellow man come from.
I have to agree with Maggot in the chat box.
You're all forgiven, motherfuckers. Hey, I was laughing my ass off at that. That was a
The act of planting seeds or programming messages in the minds of children through mind control techniques is a complex and controversial topic. These techniques are often used to condition individuals to certain behaviors, beliefs, and attitudes. One example can be seen in the use of propaganda in education systems. These types of techniques can limit one's ability to think critically and make independent decisions. In extreme cases, it can lead to a state of dependency or conformity, where the individual is unable or unwilling to question the information or beliefs they have been indoctrinated with.
There you go.
yeah, but it still didn't elaborate on
Techniques
where
often
that.
rely on repetition, emotional manipulation, and social pressure to plant the seeds of belief. It can involve creating an environment of fear or uncertainty and promising a sense of security and stability as a result. Propaganda in education systems can include presenting information in a biased way, using loaded language, or withholding certain information altogether. In a broader sense, many children are conditioned to follow certain gender roles and social norms from a young age. This can lead to restrictive beliefs about gender, sexuality, and relationships that may persist into adulthood.
What were you telling you to elaborate on, Axis?
Well, where that inherent need to caretake for your fellow man, is that a universal thing that is a part of
Where's
your
the need
instruction?
of where's the inherent need to caretake for mankind and for others, the neighborly love stem from? And is that a universal thing or is it a conditional thing?
The need for care and concern for others, often referred to as neighborly love, stems from our shared humanity and interconnectedness. It is a universal aspect of human nature and has been present in many cultures and societies throughout history. This inclination towards care and concern for others is often driven by empathy, compassion, and the understanding that we are all interconnected and reliant on each other for survival and well-being.
I think we all have a responsibility.
Is that what do you think we're born into this life with that already seated in us somehow to caretake for our fellow man?
So you think that is inbred into us, almost like a
I think
seed,
it's
in order
what
to take care of our fellow men?
I kind of believe it's what I was kind of
Fuck,
going
it's
on
muted.
earlier
God damn it.
about the protection.
While the concept of care and concern for others has been present throughout history, there is no universal starting point for this instinct. However, it is likely rooted in our biological and evolutionary needs for social interaction and cooperation. Early humans relied on one another for survival, and the development of social bonds and mutual support within groups was crucial for their survival and success. In this sense, the instinct for care and concern for others may be seen as a biological and evolutionary adaptation that enabled humans to thrive in social groups.
Perfect. Now continue with that and tell us how is that done through genetic memory?
Genetic memory refers to the idea that knowledge or information can be passed down through generations via our genetic material. While the concept of genetic memory is not fully understood or proven, some researchers believe that certain behaviors, traits, or fears can be passed down from generation to generation through our genes. In relation to the instinct for care and concern for others, it is possible that certain genes or genetic traits influence our capacity for empathy and altruism. However, it is also important to note that environmental factors such as upbringing and cultural influences play a significant role in shaping our values and behaviors.
All right. Well, now expand, expound, and deduce. And while you're doing that, put it in an esoteric sense beyond reality.
In an esoteric sense, it is believed that our genetic memory goes beyond the physical realm and into the spiritual or energetic realm. This concept is rooted in the idea that our soul or spiritual essence carries memories and experiences from past lives into our current existence. Therefore, the instinct for care and concern for others may have its roots in our soul's journey and experiences across multiple lifetimes. The wisdom and lessons learned throughout these lifetimes are encoded in our genetic material and are passed down to future generations, influencing our behaviors and values.
All right. Continue and conclude.
In conclusion, the instinct for care and concern for others is a complex and multifaceted phenomenon that can be understood from both a genetic and spiritual perspective. While our genes and genetic memory may play a role in shaping our capacity for empathy and altruism, our experiences and upbringing also play a significant part in influencing our values and behaviors. In the esoterica, the idea of genetic memory may also encompass the belief that our soul carries memories and lessons from past lives into our current existence, further shaping our sense of care and concern for others.
I'll tell her to fuck off for now.
Yeah, go
there you
ahead,
go.
Pi Steve. I'd like to hear what you had to say on that. And
So when I was
nobody keeps getting kicked, if you guys are wondering. I'm not sure what the
It's
deal
when
was.
we get in weird topics like this, people just seem the internet starts fucking up for everybody. I've never noticed it.
Okay.
Right? It's even when I roll the
to let
dice with people, everyone's internet starts glitching and shit. It's weird.
yeah, I just wanted to
That's
let
nothing
them
to
know
do.
that
It has nothing to do with you. No one's
Cage.
kicking anybody. That's what I said.
Yeah, Cage, hold on. I just wanted to let them know that they're not being kicked yet. It's obviously a technical glitch. And go ahead, Pi Steve. You got the floor, man. All you.
What I was saying earlier when nobody first come to the panel and it kind of got lost there, and I used the word protection with the children. I believe the man and the woman have the obligation and the responsibility to protect what thoughts get implanted in those children's minds that they brought into this verse. And that's the protection. The protection is the mindset, the thoughts that are planted into those minds of the children that we brought into this world. I think we have an obligation, and that shouldn't be what we think or anything like that. I'm coming to realize that it may
Parents have a
be
responsibility
from.
to ensure that
Whoa,
the
whoa,
experiences
Cage.
and information that their child is
You gotta
exposed to
shut it down
are
for
in
a
the
minute,
best
man.
interest of the child's well-being and growth. This includes protecting the child from potential harm,
I just don't
both
even see the
physical and
mutual respect.
emotional, and providing them
Yeah,
with a
right.
safe and supportive environment in which to grow and
Yep.
develop. As for the implantation of beliefs and values within the
Okay, go ahead, Pi Steve. It's all you, man. I unmuted it. So it's
It breaks your train of thought. You know what I'm saying? I just believe as a man and a woman, we have an obligation to our offspring that we bring into this world to be careful of what we subject their minds to and other people's realities as they see it. Right? So I think it's important that the leaders and the educators in the communities have come to that realization of that forgiveness and understand what has been actually done to all of us, right? Life. And that's as a whole. Now, it doesn't separate me from Cage or from me and Axis or nobody. It doesn't separate any of us. We all breathe that breath of air.
yeah. My endeavors into rearing young was okay on the feminine side. Both daughters turned out decent as social observations would be in their interaction, but the male offspring was a complete failure with the exact same interaction. I did not treat one kid above the other. So you can instill it, but I think
Well, it's
that
more of a societal thing. You know, women do have it a bit easier, to be honest with you, in certain ways, right? When it comes in a societal way.
All of them
So,
special in their own way, right? One might be a pretty good
so
painter, and the other
obviously,
one might
naturally,
be
that's
a
how it would be,
pretty good
right?
mechanic on the family machinery.
I'm going to be directly honest
Everybody
with
has a
you.
purpose.
Bro, with the younger generation, all you gotta do is just be a woman at that point, and yeah, you know, you're not gonna have it that hard on you.
Well, correct. But if you're not able to have a conversation with a child to nurture and flourish those thoughts in their imagination that they can be better and do better, why wouldn't we do that?
Well, you would hope that they would do better or be better stewards of themselves, others, and the earth by the design, I guess. But it doesn't always work that way. You can give the best that you have to offer to a child, and it doesn't mean that it's going to turn out good.
Right. I'm curious as to nobody's thoughts on this, Axis.
Ask your question.
I mean, on the topic of protecting I believe that the man and the woman have obligation and a responsibility to the higher creation to instill plant the seeds in these children's minds and to limit who is able to plant seeds and thoughts into their minds.
I believe it was Solomon that said that that we know not what our children will do, no matter what we teach them, whether they be wise or whether they be foolish. So I think morality would be owned by only the individual. That would be my thought.
I think that it is an individual thing, and where it comes from, I think, is more genetically assigned than it is
Well,
engineered.
it's true that if you teach your children one way, when they grow up, they won't turn from it. If you teach them to steal, they're going to steal. If you teach them to lie, they're going to lie. But there comes a time in everyone's life when they're faced with their morality. And it's at that point that I believe that they must choose what direction they will go.
That's a maturing factor, would you say?
We are not all basically evil people.
Well, I put it as like a code, right? You have to live by a code, or you have nothing. If you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything type of ideal. Right? So yeah, in a way, yeah, you have to create your own program, your own code, and stand on what's
But that
right in
code
your
should be
mind.
an ethical and a moral code, shouldn't it?
It's a more yes. It has all to do with the moral compass, and
Well,
it's simply this. It's not about how you want to be treated. You're gonna treat them. You're gonna treat others better than you treat yourself.
Let us consider something. The repentant thief that it speaks of in the Bible that was crucified with Jesus. At one point, he was railing like all the other people against him. He had bad things to say, just like everybody else. But at some point, he stopped and he asked the guy beside him, "Are you not afraid? This man has done nothing. We deserve what we're getting. He doesn't." So this morality is in all of us, whether we want to recognize it or not.
Inner, INTERG, energy.
Energy. What do you mean?
Well, you said it's in us, and I look at that energy as inner G in us, inside of us. Who's the
Okay.
man in the mirror?
Okay, I can see that. See, I once knew a man that was he was a friend of mine, and he was I never ever talked to him, or in this case, talk about him. But he was a serial killer, and at one point he had told me that he believed in God, but he knew that God did not like watching him do the things he did. And I asked him, I said, well, why do you do it then? Not knowing what he was doing. And he said, well, that's just what I want to do. So he had a choice.
Reminds me of some fucking do as thou wilt OTO stuff that runs all of the Hollywood and all the
Well,
kind of
yeah.
these AA characters, OTO, Black Q, Saturnalia. That's really where Christmas comes from and all that.
I think that's the
Let's
mark
look
of.
into the root of it.
Is the programming? Is there a head teacher somewhere putting out all the programming?
Bro, they
I don't
have
know.
goddamn people in lab codes fucking programming motherfuckers nowadays. It's way easier right now
Who gives them the
with
license
these
to
algorithms and all
broadcast?
this
I
shit.
personally don't
Who gives
know.
you the license to be who
I
at the end
know
of the
that
day
I
it's
am
your
capable
choice to
of
observe
some
that.
of the most heinous things known to mankind. I just choose
Can I
not to.
pose the question to you, nobody? What is your version of the garden and prosperity and abundance?
It's all allegorical, and this is not new.
Would you
Okay, this is
specify the
ancient
garden?
stuff that's
Cage,
reappropriate, repackaged for you to use
Cage.
off. That's fine.
Would you specify the garden?
Let's say whatever the scriptures say the Garden of Eden is that provides the prosperity and abundance.
It
It would
doesn't
seem to
say
me
anything
that it
about
would
that
be
at
the
all.
teaching. It would seem to me it would be the teachings that we instill in our children's minds, whether that garden is prosperous and abundant, or there's a bunch of weeds there running off out and stealing the family business, thinking they can make it on their own.
Well, I think the weed appeared more so outside of the garden in Cain.
Yeah, I look at the weeds as the thoughts.
Well, motive is everything.
Exactly, intent. His
I think
house
that
or
defines.
your own house.
You know, it is a personal experience. Um, it just depends upon the individual. It's not one size fits all. That's why we have so many different religions, so many different ways to find God, so many different ways to find Jesus.
But you know, about nobody, what I've seen in that, most of those religions, they all kind of say the same thing.
They do in a different way.
Correct. But I believe what they're saying, the same message.
Well, where I live, there is this group called the Branhamites, and they say Jesus lives up here on Ewing Lane. And I'm kind of taken back by that a little bit because I've never known Jesus ever living on Ewing Lane anywhere.
All right. Well, this reminds
Well, I
me of
said
people that
here,
are you're kept in the dark, your little bubble of reality. Unfortunately, especially back then before the internet became when you guys were growing up, you had no fucking internet. You know what I mean? So now it's a whole different game that's being ran. And what's funny about that? And it's like, yeah, you get sent to war and do all this fucking shit for what?
I'll tell you what's also funny
now we're all
is that
realizing
chicken,
what the game is. So
is that chicken, the
they've been
hen that
human
lays the
farming.
egg every day.
They've been farming the fucking human. You got the chicken and the egg at that point.
All
Cage.
right, but
Cage.
That's how they
what
Okay.
is
move.
it? What makes that hen lay an egg every day? It ain't that rooster. What is it?
You don't want fertilized eggs, bro.
It's just what
Well, I'm
hens
asking a
do.
question. It, it's that little red thing on the top of their head, that comb, that makes that happen.
The gobble, fucking little flap of skin. The red. Okay.
Am I
Well, I
wrong?
think the mark of a true Satanist is one who delivers themselves over to impulse, desire, and self gratification.
Glenn,
Well, it's egoism, and most of the population, if you admit it or not, you can be a de facto Satanist. And you know what? That's sensationally, you know that's in the Abrahamic religion. Other
Mr. Rattblood,
So what that is de facto, meaning that
Cage,
you know
I'm
you
being
claim
addressed,
that.
man.
Hold on,
Go ahead.
Mr. Rattblood,
Yes.
you just described a fanatic.
I've seen it both in Christianity and true Satanists.
There are fanatics in both.
Yes.
all right, but my point is, people can call themselves whatever they like. It doesn't mean through their actions, through their words, through how they operate throughout reality and what they, how they're thinking and all that. They can call themselves anything, but really in their action, it's like de facto Satanism. But Satanism, it's sensationalized. You can just call it egoism. It's a me ideal. It's all about self-preservation, about me. That's really
Well,
what it
sure
boils
it is.
down to. That's how the majority of people operate. So
Well,
that's
sure
what
it is.
that's what it boils down to. And this is just through
Yes.
the Abrahamic lens when you want to call it Satan. It's egoism. Just replace that word. It's the same fucking thing. Go look at their
Yes.
satanic Bible. Go read their fucking
We got
stupid
it.
satanic.
Well,
And it's exactly how everyone's operating. So they can call themselves a
Okay.
Christian, and
We
it
got
doesn't
it,
mean.
brother.
Yeah.
I could make a side note.
I think actions speak louder than anything that we say we can do. Because then that way the act is already performed. It's already happened. Now we just have to look back to see if it was done in good faith or not. Intent.
Side note.
If you look at Christian fanatics, they make Satanists pale in comparison.
The funny thing is, they found over here thousands of children buried under fucking churches. You're saying that's what God would want? Obviously, when it becomes organized, people would use
Those were
that.
Catholic churches.
Yeah, the Catholics are the worst. I'm telling you.
That's
But yeah.
not God. That's the Catholics.
Exactly. But look at all these deviations, right? So it's like, okay, Catholic, Jehovah, fucking evangelist, a million different types of, so many variations. So what's the fuck? What is? Why don't you have your own individual, instead of having a mediator, have your own connection with the divine, with the creator, with God, with
Do you?
Jesus, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Of course. Of course.
Would you like to elaborate?
So why would I want to impose that onto anybody? You could see it. You could fucking experiment. You could talk to it and make it happen. Right? You could want to call it magic. I don't know. That's fine. But it's not through doing any weird fucking Solomonic practices. I'm not going through the, I'm doing some Goetic fucking magic, going through Lesser and Greater Key of Solomon and all that. And, even beyond.
It would appear that you don't have an open mind.
I've studied it all, but I was saying I don't need to use somebody else's thing in order
So in
to
other words, what you're saying, you've got all the answers and you don't need anything from
I'm learning.
anyone. And everybody should just
I
get
never
on
said
your
that.
program.
I never said that. I said it's an individualized thing. Go back to, it's like, when Jesus started multiplying the breads and the loaves and the fish and all that. It's like, yeah, what about show the person how to get that fish and multiply it instead of fucking trying to tell them you have to take this fish and eat that.
Well, why wouldn't you build up out here instead of, attacking folks as if they're ignorant and,
no one's attacking anybody. I never said you're just assuming.
Well, I mean, I think that shouldn't we be building conversations instead of you know, you got all the answers now, and everybody should listen to you.
I
but
never said anyone should listen to me or I had all the answers, bro. You're making
your
that up.
your mouth's always going all the
Just
time, so
like your
it's as if you
imaginary
want to be the
belief
head
system.
teacher.
Yeah, that's fine. It's just like your imaginary belief system. You're making stuff up I've never said
Actions
and just
aren't
appropriating
imaginary.
it to your program. That's fine.
Actions aren't imaginary, my friend. You've acted it out.
All right, buddy.
And that's how you present yourself, Cage, as knowing the esoterics, but not delivering, but yet constantly intrusive.
So I have to
Who
pose the
is to
question:
say he does
why
not
should
know?
anybody like that be in leadership?
I never said I knew anything. I never said any of this stuff. You're just saying that. I'm telling you, I'm not saying it, and that doesn't
Getting an
matter.
awful lot of airtime.
Even if I say I meant that, or I never implied that, and you're just saying it either way, and I make it very, very clear. Doesn't matter
Planting a
what I
lot
say.
of
You're going to
seeds.
continue. You're going to continue to spin that narrative. That's up to you.
I think we have a choice.
Absolutely, we do.
We choose either to believe or not believe. If we believe this man's report, hallelujah.
In a way, I believe the exact same thing.
And if we don't,
All you guys
hallelujah.
believe me. Yeah, exactly. It's all blessings regardless, right? Hallelujah, hallelujah, whatever. What does that mean? Like like so motive be kind of
Hallelujah.
ideal. Yeah.
But how does all of this help the minds of the youth that may run across this broadcast? That's the question I would pose.
Well, maybe it would be
I
good that
say,
they're not in here during this conversation.
Well, I would agree with that in, from a mental standpoint, but actually we are where we are today, and these are the tools that we have to teach with.
I think that
Hallelujah
at that
means
point,
God be praised or He is risen. There you go. You guys love that, right? So
yeah, and
let's
to address
perform some
Feisty,
necromancy.
I think it comes down to the parent as to whether they want to monitor what their kids are ingesting mentally and as a conditioning or not.
May I share an African proverb?
Yes.
There's an African proverb that says it takes a village to raise a child.
You really can't argue that. Naturally, by natural law, you can't argue that.
See, it's not
So
just
how
the
is it even
parents
possible with all
who
the
have
different opinions?
influence upon the children. It's everyone they come in contact with.
All right, so let's extrapolate. It takes a village to raise a child. Let's extrapolate that quickly. It takes a fucking city to brainwash, or beyond a village, a town, or whatever fucking name you want to put on it, to brainwash that, as they were saying before, planting seeds and all that. And why is it set up like that? It's set up for people to be smart enough to read a fucking manual and do a specific task, but not smart enough to create their own.
Let
That's
me
how
give
it's
you an
dealt with.
example. May I give you an example?
Yes.
Say you're in a classroom and you're a child, and one of the children acts up, and the teacher takes that child before the
Bro,
whole
back then they
class.
beat you with the ruler. No,
Cage. Cage. Respect.
Now consider this as food for thought. And the teacher takes that child up before the class and begins to punish them for acting up. Well, if you look out across the class, everyone is horrified except one person. And that one person seems to be getting into what's happening. They'd never seen this before. But they're like, wow, I like this. This is cool. So what do you think is going to happen after that? This child is going to begin to do the very same thing to other children.
The cycle continues.
So we cannot just point our fingers at the parents. though they're conveniently there to blame. That's not always the case.
Plus the influence from the village.
So it's all a double.
Absolutely.
It's a double-edged sword, right? The village is
So if
not.
those teachers in that village haven't learned forgiveness,
Tell me the stages of forgiveness.
Make
Well,
your
I mean,
own
in
program. Do
oneself.
your own thing. What about that? Why is it that so
That's that
fucking
inner
difficult to do
cage.
to get into people's minds?
Tell me the stages of forgiveness.
Well, I wouldn't know. I just
Well,
want
how do
manly
you
people?
know how to forgive?
You want manly people to break down the 7
well,
stages
it's
of
no
forgiveness?
it's no longer
Okay.
rent free in your mind. You actually, I'll show you how I learned forgiveness.
Okay.
I've been outcasted from my family and things because of truth. Well, see, I know based on my research, and I always knew inside of me something was wrong anyway. So through the research, I've learned how we've all been indoctrinated and enticed with a lot of shit stroking that imagination through Walt Disney and Van Buren and all of these guys that, they're running on fear. I see the woman in the man structure. The woman's running on fear in a lot of cases of how they're going to feed the family and all of this. This guy's crazy because of all of the seeds that's been planted in their mind from a childhood and society. And then I no longer blame those people for the things that they have done to me. And I was the one trying to teach them properly. So that's how I learned forgiveness. I don't blame these people. I was that fool once before.
What did they do to you?
Well, the system has used the money against everybody. See, the teachings is where the finances come from.
To you,
I'm
specifically.
not sure what your point of your question is.
Uh,
They took away my ability to make money.
How did they do that?
Well, in 2020, they told you were non-essential and you were no longer allowed to work because of the roll up your sleevers.
Are you aware of a gentleman by the name of Michael Jackson?
Sure.
Okay, everybody's heard of him, but what's he got to do with anything?
Nothing.
Let me tell you what it is.
He's an actor on
that,
stage.
That little punk penned 6 songs on the greatest album sold of all time.
ABC 1, 2, 3. It's simple.
No, it was the Killer album, the Thriller album. My point is that if you've got the creativity, there's nobody can hold you back. But if you ain't got the goods, then maybe it's 2020.
And I'm learning that. I
you're
resonate
holding
with that.
yourself back. No one's holding you. You are.
Absolutely. That's why I'm on these panels now.
You know, it's funny though. You're saying no one's holding you back, but over here where I'm at, I'm in Toronto, in Canada, right? You know, it's funny. You guys back then, you were able to buy a fucking house easily, and all that. You know what they did over here now. You need to be making over $240,000 on paper, and have like a $250,000 in cash.
Hey,
just
you
to put a
guys
fucking
can
down
buy
payment on
sawed-off
a house.
shotguns, and we can't.
No, we can't. They got rid of all the guns here too now, apparently. But no, they didn't.
You got rid of the shotguns?
They're coming. No, you only got shotguns and rifles.
There you go. You can buy a
But they got rid of
12-inch long barrel shotgun legally in Canada.
All right, but they
I
got
would love
everything
to have
over here.
one, but
Bro,
you
where I
can't do that
grew
here.
up, listen, where I grew up, they threw rocket launchers off the fucking balcony. You think anyone cares about their law? What the fuck are you talking about? Second of all, this shit's a fucking retarded game, and if you're gonna get locked into that, I don't understand. Buddy said.
Well, what he's saying, Case, is you got to take a.
And now he's realizing.
You have to be the change you wish to see in this world, is what I'm basically saying, folks. You have to be the change you wish to see in this world.
Have you ever heard of a guy named Gandhi?
An eye for an eye makes the whole world blind.
Let me tell you something interesting about Gandhi.
Or it points a laser at the problem.
Hold on. We're getting instructed about Gandhi here.
This is interesting, I think. An industrialist once said concerning Gandhi, he said, it cost me millions of dollars to keep this man's his life simple. And I thought about that. And that's absolutely true. The price of simplicity is what's the
So
word?
you're
I'm
marked like
using?
goyim, like cattle, either way. I'm sure you have a social security number, right, bud?
Well, so what?
What do you mean, so what?
So I got a social security number.
Okay, well, of course. We over here it's ironically called a SIN number, an SIN number. You know.
I mean, how does
regardless, you're tagged and marked.
how does that stop me from advancing?
It doesn't. It doesn't at all. But I'm saying now you are actually worth more alive than you are dead.
According to who?
It's a reality.
Tell me how I'm worth more because I have a social security number.
Because that has an insurance on it. I think it's like about 2.5 mil. I guess with inflation, it
Oh, you're
goes up.
talking about that straw boss garbage? Where am I going to cash
But
in
they put it on your quote name, right?
Where am I going to cash this in at? I'm ready to cash in.
You
Help me
can't.
out
You
here.
cash in through.
If I can't, then it's valueless.
They're using you as a hedge because you are energy that can be used in the system.
But yet, you can take advantage of the system and what's available to you, which via going back, you have shotguns available to you. You have rifles available to you. Take advantage of the resources that are available to you and utilize them in your best interest.
You know, Neil Young, he's from Canada. And he took a guitar and you know how many albums he put out? 100. And Gordon Lightfoot, he was from Canada. There's a lot of great talent come out of Canada.
Oh, especially in the music industry, it's all over.
Absolutely.
Specific
and I'm going to
places.
tell you something. If you learn to play a guitar, you can do it too. It's just the way it is. We suppress ourselves way more than anybody suppresses us.
Yep. I got an interesting question, though, nobody.
What is that?
How do I want to say this? How, let's just say, well, I say it's hard, and that's why I just try to limit what I say out here on the panel verse, because I look at everything as teaching. When you reach that level of forgiveness in your own self inside, to continue to go along with the financial system as it is today goes against the creation. So I see it's either one way or the other. You don't get it. You don't get to imaginate anything outside of right and wrong. That's my problem. That's where I have a hard time. And I think that people's imaginations, it's great. What's the intent of it is the question.
Well,
that would be whether it's valuable or not valuable.
Some people want money for different reasons.
Absolutely.
Some people want money for status, control, respect. Some people want money to help people.
Let's see, what's written on a man's heart will decide which way any tool that he has is used.
If I could add
money
to that,
is a tool.
Yeah, if I could add to that a bit, it's now you're describing something called the left hand and the right hand path, technically. You know what I mean?
Well, there's a trifecta here somewhere.
Exactly, that's called the middle pillar or the middle path.
That's where I try to
Boaz, and then you have the middle pillar, which in Taoism and different Eastern
ideologies,
Well,
right? It's like
give
the
you an
path, the
example.
middle path. You don't have to go extremely one way or the other, and get off course. You continue going forward, and you choose the middle path. For example, in the
But
tree
if
of
you
life in
bear
the
off
Kabbalah.
anywhere, sometimes you'll run. Next thing you know, you're off in left field somewhere. You shouldn't bear anyway.
Exactly. You don't want to be in a right
You shouldn't
field or
lean
left
any.
field. You go damn in the
Biggest
middle.
gate.
You go directly to the middle. You go beyond the damned fucking left to the right. You go directly to the
Let
middle.
me give you a simple example.
Go ahead.
Tonight I went to a restaurant that I normally go to, and the cook come running out to the van. I know him personally, and he got ran over on his moped. His moped's tore all to pieces. He's busted all up. He says he needs to be in the hospital, but they told him if he didn't come to work, he wouldn't have a job. He said, "Man, I'm flat broke and I need a cigarette." So I asked him a question. I said to him, "Can I buy you a pack of cigarettes?" Now, mind you, since I quit smoking in 1995, I have yet to buy anybody a cigarette. But I asked this gentleman tonight, "May I buy you a cigarette, a pack of cigarettes?" And he looked at me shocked. He said, "Would you do that for me?" I said, "Tonight I will." And he said, "Yes, man, please go get me some cigarettes." So I went to the
I know
store and
why
got
you
some
did
cigarettes.
that. I know why you did that.
Tell me why I did that.
The man's in a bad way.
My friend was hurt.
Absolutely, and he was forced to go perform his time to some other SOB.
And I believed that those cigarettes was the medicine he needed to feel better.
Absolutely. That was just enough to
Nice.
get him by. Just that one act of kindness.
You could have done better than that, buddy.
Well, that's the best he got.
What if everybody did better?
For me, that's the best he got.
Well, fuck off then. I would have given you my jacket if you're
And a pack of cigarettes was such a
That's
small.
I'll give you a slap
You see
across
what I'm
the head
saying?
too with it. You know what I mean? As a little cherry.
But you know what he said
so
to me?
valuable to the receiver.
He said, "Anytime you
In
want a
the
cup
uplift.
of coffee, it's on me." And I thought, wow.
There you go.
I got another person now buying me coffee.
This guy was receptive enough not only to receive the cigarette, but to pay it forward with
But I
another
didn't
deed.
ask for it. See, I didn't say, "Hey, man, I'll do this for you if you do this for me."
You were the beacon on the
He just
hill.
walked to the door after I gave him the cigarettes, and he turned to me
Let's
and said,
praise the
"Anytime you
fucking.
want coffee,
Let's
it's
have
on me."
devilish acts and claim to be a Christian evangelist.
Giving the man hope
Well, that's
for
what it is.
humanity.
Because look in Mason, right? At the 33rd degree, you realize that Jesus is fucking Lucifer. You understand that?
Where do you
Come on,
find this at? In the
I would
morning?
Go
like to
look
have a
at Tiro.
conversation with
You were
nobody
that
about
that
what we were
ridiculous. You
talking
haven't even
about
looked into
I was
your
raised the
yesterday,
morning.
Rattblood.
You don't even learn into your own doctrine.
Whoa, we're losing respect for one another here, Cage.
Bro,
Come on.
I'm being honest. That's what it is.
Hey, he's
Go look
okay,
into
man.
it.
He's okay.
Go look
Let him
into it.
go.
Okay.
He's
I'm
okay.
All right.
saying, go look into it.
Nowhere does that supported that
Yes, it
Jesus
is.
and Lucifer are brothers.
Why are they both called the morning star? What is
No.
that relating to astrologically?
You're talking about Isaiah chapter 14, verse 12. I'm very familiar with this. He's referred to as the bright and morning star.
Oh, is it a little okay? So
You
just
see that little caveat of the word
morning star
bright?
is always bright. It's always bright. The morning star. So what do you mean? So we can just differentiate with bright,
So
and now
it's
it's
different.
different. Okay, so just because morning star is morning star. You can put dull morning star, bright morning star, fucking green morning star, red morning star. It doesn't matter. It's morning star.
Yeah, it does. Because the difference between truck cage or high cage
Okay.
are completely different. If I address you as hi Cage, that is inviting. If I address you as fuck Cage,
Now you make it about yourself at that point.
no, it's a projection of something that is identified by the first word, fuck Cage, or hello Cage.
Okay, so between both of those, what's the common denominator between both of those? Cage. You can say
No, the
fucking a
word
million different
before it.
things. It doesn't matter. Either way, it's Cage.
According
Cage
to
is the
my
object.
understanding, Lucifer was one of God's most awesome creations. And Jesus, according to Isaiah, I believe it's in Isaiah 53, is described as not being very pleasant to look upon, and that no one would ever desire him. I find that an interesting contrast. So everyone flocks to Lucifer. Only 12 came to Jesus. Now that's interesting, isn't it?
Axis, you see be
Quite
more.
an interesting contrast, isn't it? Go look around.
I have.
Welcome, Be-More.
Let me ask you something, Mr. Cage.
Yes, sir.
What is it exactly that you're looking for?
I'm not looking for anything, my friend.
We're all looking for something.
Oh.
Either something we've lost or something we never
No.
found.
Well, not everybody. I'm not looking for anything. I'm just here to share and talk and that.
I know what I'm here for.
What are you here for?
I'm here to build.
Build what?
Oh shit! Sorry, I was on mute.
Communications.
You still haven't told me about forgiveness.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I told
Yeah.
you how
It
I
starts.
come
It starts
across
with.
and
It
ended up
starts
with
with
how I
forgiving
define
yourself.
Cage,
forgiveness, but
somebody was
I'm
speaking.
sure everybody else has a different opinion. But I gave you my conclusion in the foundation that I was standing on and how I come to that.
So how do you know
Okay, Cage.
if and when you have forgiven? Because you blank your mind of it?
Now let me ask you guys.
Interesting. How do you know?
Can I ask you
Is
guys?
that when you change? That's when you start to be the change that you wish to see and start not sharing in useless conversation that means nothing at this particular point in time on the record and protecting our children's futures.
Well, we
And
must teach our
I
children
don't
to
go along with
forgive,
any of
don't
the
we?
programming. I'm here to build on natural intelligence, and I would love to have a conversation with you, Mr. Nobody, on the topic
What?
Axis, what we were having the other day with education, with the American record label, and the
Right. Let's hear
SS16.
from our new guest first, and show him the courtesy that we want to extend from ourselves, or at least I do, to hear
What's
a new
up? Be
guest.
more.
Hey
Present.
guys,
Be
how's
more.
it going? I was wondering, do you think there is such a person that is not worthy of forgiveness? Because I do.
I've been trying to find one and I've failed miserably.
Well,
I say it's about this. It's all cause and effect. So if you put out, if you're
Who
gonna have to
have you
pay, you're
found
gonna have to pay it back
unworthy
in a
of
certain
forgiveness?
way.
can I give you
No, I
context?
would.
but I wouldn't say nobody has no forgiveness. Some people, they're gonna have to pay one way or the other, even with their own. You know, we all have to. In a way.
Well, I'm
Would
talking.
the forgiveness be
Listen,
no judgment at all?
Listen, I'm talking about somebody who damaged me for life, forever.
All right, but we can line them up and shoot them in the back.
Whoa, hold on. This is
but that
trauma
would-
being expressed here, Cage.
But at that
Respect the trauma, please. Damn.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I got catheter trauma, speaking of trauma. And that's what fucked my life up. And that motherfucker, he fucked up a lot of people. And he paid, but I didn't get to sue him because I didn't want anybody going back in there to see what he did to me.
medical malpractice, huh?
Yeah, it's worse than that. It's like he raped my dick with a catheter, like a piece of plastic that looked like a tube that was way too big. And I have MS, and I was going there to try and find out a way to get to take a fucking urination, piss, whatever, because I was starting to lose ability to take a leak. And he didn't give me anything but catheter trauma. And then afterwards, he said, well, you can take these pills, this uroxetrol, which is for prostate. And I didn't have that. I had a neurogenic bladder. This motherfucker fucked me up for life. And I made his life,
right.
dude. I went after his fucking family.
You don't gotta do all that. They're gonna get dealt with regardless. And
No, that I'm talking.
it's not for. Hold on, it's not for life.
I'm talking like
for life.
2007, 2008, 2009, 2010.
All right, it's not for life. Things can change. Okay, it's not for life.
I did stop harassing his family, but he totally screwed me up, man. So you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
But it's more of a psychology. I'm sure it's physically dealt with, but psychologically, it's been holding you down. I'm saying this is not the fact that you're saying.
Cage, have you had a catheter shoved in your cock and somebody damaged your urethra
They
to the
try
point?
threatening to. They try. It's funny how he said that because they try. When I got
But you
stabbed,
haven't, Cage.
They're like they try.
So let somebody who's experienced that situation speak.
They're like you're gonna have to take a piss, or we're gonna do that. I'm like,
Hey,
no,
let me tell you about Halvin being able to take a fucking piss, and that's why I went there.
Yeah.
And he fucking put a catheter in me to see how much fucking water I could hold.
And you know shit about that, Cage. You know shit about it. So please.
You don't
well,
know
no,
shit.
For me.
There's some
Let people fucking talk, dude.
There's this lady nurse that
honestly,
God damn it.
I want to give you some context. I want to give you some context. I have fucking a problem with MS where I cannot take a leak. So, also there's fucking urethral nerve pain already before he did what he did. And ever since then, I've had something called nocturnal priapism. Do you know what that is, Cage? Look that up. It's
Tell us
awful.
what it is.
It's more sick than anything you can imagine. Every time I go to sleep, I get a non-sexual boner that just goes there as I'm falling asleep until the second I fucking wake up. You don't know shit, brother. Tell me about forgiveness, fucking whatever you're talking about.
I think you can get healed right now.
As I told you when I was
some people are harder to forgive than others.
Oh, that's more than hard, dude. I wanted to kill him for a long time, but I would
you didn't.
never do that. No, I didn't because I'd go to jail, and if I have MS and go to jail, I'm fucked.
Nor did you kill yourself.
No, I didn't.
I have a good friend named Justin. He's a fucking legend boss. You know what I mean? He runs fucking dispensaries and all that over here. He has MS. He's put into a wheelchair.
What
You're
is
not
your
in a
name?
wheelchair, are you?
I'm about on the cusp of that. My legs they're fucked up, man. I got tremors.
But he had a he's good now. He's walking again. It's
oh wow, Cage. Good for him.
I'm saying
I'm never gonna be able to walk again, bro. ever.
There was a time when I didn't think I was ever going to walk again.
Oh man, you don't understand what my spine looks like. It's got a snake of lesion, a snake of a lesion that goes all the way up and down my spine. What are you gonna do about that?
I don't know.
Cage.
Bro, it can go back to normal. I
Oh
guarantee.
no, dude, you're a fucking retard.
It can happen.
I don't
you
know.
Have
Oh,
to,
it can happen. It can happen. Oh, God can make it happen. Bullshit.
It's not about God, man. It's about you here. At
Oh,
that
it's about
point,
me.
But I do know
I
what
could
you
just
can do.
Bro,
fake
you're
myself out. I
putting
could just
yourself
fake
in
my
that.
fucking self out of this shit. Are you kidding me, Cage? Come on.
You can, man.
Oh
In a
yeah,
way.
you're a fucking
But
retard.
it's beyond
man.
just thinking.
Dude, I already don't like you, man.
Why would you?
He's
Well,
given
There's
measure
something
of
called
himself all night.
there's something called a nocebo effect, right? For example, they gave people fake fucking
Fuck
chemo
you,
pills,
Cage. You don't know what
and
the
they end
fuck
up
you're
losing their
talking about, you
hair.
fucking simpleton.
There's a nocebo and placebo effect.
Oh, placebo effects. Placebo. Fuck you.
Bro, you have no hope if you.
Hey, man, I know what you can do.
There is nothing I can do about
There
this.
is something you can do.
Oh, go ahead, old man. Go ahead. What is it?
No, we don't have to get personal here.
You're disrespectful, bro. What's
Whatever.
wrong with you?
I'm just
Just
rattled.
because you're in pain,
Look, man,
there's many other people that
look,
are
I'm
in that
pissed off
position,
because
and
this
they don't
guy's
act like
rattling my cage.
Well, that has nothing to do with me.
Look, man, you don't understand how I feel, right? So,
What about how I
go
feel?
ahead. What were you gonna say? How can you fix it, motherfucker?
I didn't say I could fix anything.
What was your answer?
I said there is something you can do.
There is no. Well, then what the? How the fuck can what? That Jesus. What is there?
Well,
Something?
maybe if you hear what I have to say,
Well,
you
go
will
ahead and
understand.
spit it out, man.
Maybe you should become an advocate for people.
Advocate for what? I can't even fucking take care of my
Malpractice.
goddamn self.
Malpractice.
Medical malpractice.
You could become an advocate.
An advocate.
You can shine light on it and help others with this issue and have a purpose.
I don't fucking have the energy to do that, nor do I have the brains to do that anymore.
Yeah, I'm sure you have the energy and brains.
You
got energy, my ass. Fuck you. You don't know shit.
You have unlimited energy and unlimited.
See that energy that you're using?
I'm gone, man. This guy's fucking pissing me off.
How is that pissing you? Because you know it's true.
Fuck you, Cage. I fucking fuck yourself.
All right, man. I hope you have.
Bitch.
Watch, you're gonna see. You're gonna
a
feel
fucking
a lot better.
bitch, dude. You're a
Please
bitch.
don't leave.
You don't know.
Don't leave, bud. You're gonna feel a lot better either way. You'll be all right.
Who was that guy?
That is a individual that is suffering very horribly and is validated. Well, I don't know his name. I don't know anything other than my interactions with him.
What's his avatar name?
Let me look
Be
here.
more or something.
Yep, be more. And I have interacted with him before.
He's a pretty bitter fella. And he probably has a reason to be. We should maybe try to be a little more understanding of him.
Yeah,
no, but I am understanding. But when
that
he
was
has no chance, when the man says he has no chance and he's fucked and all this and whatever, that's what's gonna happen. You know what I mean? And he's like speaking it into existence. It doesn't have to be like that.
Cage.
I'm
Hold on a
saying
second.
he could be all right.
Cage. I. Me. Lord says that with Baltimore, he has some bad chronic health issues.
Baltimore and shit. Okay, some evil spirit and Lord of the whatever. Harry Potter, right?
No, Baltimore with a B. Not Baltimore.
Who's Baltimore?
Baltimore is from Harry Potter, and we had a friend who was fascinated with Harry Potter, if I remember. Baltimore is the nemesis in the movie. Harry Potter. But I've dealt with Baltimore one time before, actually a couple times, and that he does come across intensely when it comes to his health, and I think that there's a lot of aggression and anger that maybe could be directed, and energy that could be put into advocating. I happen to agree with that, but you have to come to a resolution with self before that's going to happen.
Much blessings and light, love, and positivity to him and his family and everyone. Hopefully rearranges itself at that point.
But he's always a welcome guest here, as anyone. And if I can, there is a particular individual who is kind of personifying the image that they're not. They are. How would you? They're not associated with what they say. They're just information, and this is a school of thought that's being introduced into this particular platforms. That it's not about the individual. It's not about who they are. It's just about the information. And whenever you take that on, there's a disassociation to everything you say. You're not responsible for it. It's just information. And that's what a lot of people are dealing with, especially when it comes to Cage and me. We deal with this individual who is completely disassociated, so they say, from everything that they say. And that's where that school of thought comes from. It's just that me, Cage, and 5-Speed are aware of this individual. And that's not to down him. That's just to educate us to where some of this train of thought is coming from, as far as me, Cage, and I'm not sure so much about 5-Speed.
What was I saying so much of it? Bro, think about it. I was saying that it doesn't have to be like this. He's like, fuck you. He's like, no, I need to suffer this way. So, okay, that's on you at that point.
Well, I agree with the anger wasn't necessary.
No, but it's like, okay, what about other people experiencing that? It's not just about you. You don't know what other people are going through. You know what other people have dealt with.
There's always someone
it's not just
worse.
about you. Yeah. You're fucking having it on easy fucking mode. You don't even know it yet.
See, I guess I would only have one question for the world or the universe, whatever that is. With the tools that I've had through religious texts, teachings, and finance, I would have to ask the question, is it the spirit that ignites the imagination? But what is it that lights that spirit? Is it the ego?
Well, that's what they call the Holy Ghost or the Holy Spirit, if you want to look into it, in a Christian kind of sense, or in an alchemical sense, or to be the never-ending flame, the internal spark of creation. And there it'd be like the tree of prima, salt, sulfur, and mercury combined together.
So,
or thought,
continuing
emotion, and
the
action.
program does what?
It feeds into a system. If you continue the program, it feeds into the system. If you
That would
if you
mean
create
you're part
your
of
own,
the program.
no, you can create your own though. That's what I mean. And you can see miraculous things happen where people would not have that hope, or you know, I do feel for people where, you know, you can have some bad medical shit happen and, like, you know, you have no, you know, like, you can't
Well,
believe.
see,
But it's
Cage,
like a
you
no
sit
see.
there and you say that, but now just a few minutes ago, a man come up here that been done wrong, and you didn't give him the time of the day, and you sat here and now say this.
It's because I detect very quickly, my friend. I'll explain it to you. I
Detect
detect.
what? Do you think you're God?
No, but it's not. It's very simple to see. Anyone can see it. There's
Am I wrong?
a way of. But listen, there's a way of thinking.
Nobody
As
at
soon as I heard,
Access.
listen. As soon as I heard that I'm condemned to this, and he's saying this, I'm like, okay, well, that's exactly how it's
I
going
don't
to be.
care. Access, I really don't care.
And that's why I'm going to speak up and talk, because I actually care. If I didn't care, I'd just let people go and fucking whatever.
Yeah, I think Maggot has a point there with we're all wounded here, and yeah, he is welcome back, and if he wants to come back, he's more than welcome to come back.
It's about
But I think
speaking up and not being mute, right? So if I see someone, I'm gonna speak up about it. All right. So I'm not gonna just like placate and be like, okay, yeah, okay. So we're not
Are
gonna
you
use
a
this.
provocateur out here? What is your mission?
There's no excuse. My mission is to
Is your
fucking.
mission to cut somebody's voice off, Cage, and spin a narrative to what you believe?
It's actually quite the opposite. Yeah.
It doesn't appear that way through
My,
actions.
well, that's
You can
sometimes
say
things
what
don't
you want
appear
to
how they
say.
are.
I
Sometimes
just keep it
certain
real.
things
And
don't
if I'm
appear
out of
how
line,
they
Axis,
are.
please tell me. I'm not
That's
trying
how
to
you
be
talk.
disrespectful to your channel. I'm out here on a record right now, and I want to make sure that my thoughts are clear on the record. And you won't spin those, Cage.
On the record, I want the best for everybody I come in contact with, either way.
Okay, I would just encourage you to work on yourself.
Well, I'm fine. I've done my homework. I put the work in.
Great. Share that in a compassionate way and open yourself up to a gentleman to come up on the panel that was in need, obviously. And you felt the need to take all the time and light your own imagination and what you thought. I keep it real.
It's not what I thought. Yeah, let's keep it real with it then. That's the point. You're gonna
Guy
speak
sitting here
up.
talking about having
Right?
something shoved
Access
up
is
the
saying,
head of his
hold on.
pecker, and you make it about you.
Access is saying there's only certain people that come on here who aren't trapped by the quote.
And again, if I'm out of line, Axis,
no, you're
please.
fine. I mean, this is an open platform, and it's not
We're
a me
talking
show.
about deaf people earlier.
I mean, I recall when I came in here, you said that this was an open platform, and if we look at that gentleman, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, he came up here, he was in need, and he didn't
Yeah, I
get his
agree.
voice out what he needed to, and it was because somebody else thought that he should take the time because it was all about him.
It's not about
He didn't
that.
he didn't give two shits about the guy laying there with something shoved up the head of his cock.
All right, so it's like this. It's like, okay, you're
Now,
driving off.
is this who
it's like
should
you're
be
driving
teaching our
off a
children
cliff.
what he's
All you're gonna
learned?
do, you're driving off a cliff, and somebody
Play
you don't
the
understand there's
knowledge
a
as sorcery
handbrake
to
there.
twist it into his favor?
Hold
I'm
on,
here
you're
to flip
driving
that
off
damn table on those people.
Listen, you're driving off a cliff, and it's
I'm
saying
not
like,
driving off no cliff. You run
not
that
you,
plumb
not
off of
you.
it.
I'm saying allegorically.
Well, you
Somebody,
can't have it
you,
both
I,
ways.
me, whatever, is driving off a fucking cliff, and you come into existence of that. You're seeing it in front of you. What are you gonna do? You're gonna tap him on the shoulder and be like, "Hey, all you gotta do is like hit the brake."
I'd say you
There
should
go.
never gave that guy the keys to drive that car off the cliff.
That's what I mean. We'll say you never did any of that, but somehow you're there and you have the option.
You
That
shouldn't
you
have
can
had those
tap the
keys,
shoulder
Cage.
or not. Well, it's in your observation. The keys are in your hand at that point. So
I think
if you understand what
it
I'm
would
saying.
be in the court of public opinion that will whoever may watch this platform, this broadcast later on this platform.
Is that not what Jesus would do?
And then I'll think the words that I said, the words that you put out here will ring in certain musical notes into these people's hearts and souls. and it will resonate in
Or
equity
you
something of
could just,
value.
Cage,
or you could just keep
now
going
you're
along
speaking for
with it,
Jesus,
and
Cage. Come on.
now you're playing into their fucking
You
bullshit,
got it, Cage.
and you're placating
Okay.
to it.
Whoa, dude. You're speaking for Jesus now. Okay, what does wisdom dictate, Cage? In this moment, what does wisdom dictate? I would say that it would be for you to be silent and observe. There you go. See how easy that was? Just stop.
I could have
Now,
answered it, but yeah, we could do that.
nobody had something to say. Did you even catch that? I did. Go ahead, nobody.
What did I say?
You were about to interject something, but I apparently, I was lost in the mix. But that's all right. We've got open platform here, and it's all good.
We were talking about forgiveness.
Yeah.
Somehow we got sidetracked.
I would say.
Well, I'd say the first step, like
I wanted to
trespassing
talk
upon
about
thy
the
neighbor.
stages of forgiveness.
Yeah. There's 7
Exactly.
stages to it. We can get deep into it. But yeah, I'd say, I was trying to say it before, but I got interrupted. I'm going to shut the fuck up after this. But yeah, the first step for forgiveness is forgiving yourself. It's a difficult step for true forgiveness.
What are you
Only
giving
way,
yourself forgiveness for?
you know what you've done, bro.
So you don't forgive yourself for not forgiving?
Well, it's not about that. Like, that, growing up, you were taught to move a certain way. So you're doing that. Once you get your own program, you have to forgive yourself because, then you have a realization that everyone's thrown into a program. And really, you don't hate the player. Don't hate anything. If you want to hate someone, though, it's the old adage kind of thing. Like, yeah, don't hate the player, hate the game.
How do you forgive the game?
Do you make your own?
If you're making your own game, then you're writing the rules.
Yeah, and then, guess what? That, with great power comes great responsibility at that point. Now you're held to a specific standard. That's a lot. It's a higher degree of a standard.
Does forgetting come in here anywhere? Or does it just linger on and on and on?
Sorry, what did you say at the beginning there?
I said, does it ever forget?
No, it never forgets. Everything is stored there.
So it's never forgiveness.
Well, it's more about accountability.
You cannot have forgiveness without forgetting. If it's still poignant in your mind,
okay. Well, I don't really get. How can you not have forgiveness without forgetting? It's not about forgetting and forgiving. It's more about understanding.
How can you heal if you constantly carry it? At some point, you have to put it down.
It's not about forgetting about it, though. You can't really forget about certain things like that.
How many open wounds that you've had on your body, Cage, that you remember that have healed?
Well, it creates a scar after, but either way, there's a transmutation process occurring. All right? It's not about forgive and forget. All right, you can remember. We never forget, actually.
Well, now Jesus says He will forgive and forget.
Yep. And you just spoke for Jesus, so you should know that, Cage. If you're going to speak for the man.
But He also said something else.
I never said I spoke to Jesus, Access. What are you talking about?
Everybody seems to miss it.
Again, that's what you said. I never said I spoke fucking for Jesus. I never once said that the entire time. Go back and look.
I will.
Are you crazy? I want to see
Yes,
something like that. Well, we know
absolutely.
that. We've established that.
And the man at the bottom of the screen can verify that. Not only am I crazy, but I am almost impossible to love.
Oh, that's an understatement.
There you go.
I'm possible.
But
Impossible.
against all adversity, I've accepted the challenge.
Same. We're gonna throw a life raft of love at you, Axis, while you pop with fucking blow darts. Honestly.
He's willing to build.
See, I leave open silence that I may learn something that may redirect my position that is so difficult to love.
You can see other aspects of yourself. It's almost very dreamlike. You know, for example, in a dream, you're gonna see a whole bunch of characters, a whole bunch of different, you know,
Did you not hear what I said,
environments.
Gage?
But it's like it's loving an aspect of yourself at that point.
No,
That's it.
I remain silent that I may find the wisdom to redirect my position that I may be easier to love. Because I am a tough motherfucker to love.
Why do you want to be loved? Was Jesus loved? You know, we have some.
Yes, he was.
Jesus loved? Okay.
Yes.
Well, why do they fuck him up and put him on a cross?
Well, not everyone loved him.
I can speak for at least 11, possibly 12, that absolutely adored him. According
One
to history.
especially. Do you know who that one was?
Okay.
Are we talking about the 12 disciples?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
One of them especially. Is that you?
According
Okay,
to what?
Cage.
What, Paul?
No, there is only one that stood out amongst the 12 that showed absolute dedication to his cause.
Tell us, Axis.
Judas Iscariot.
Judas Iscariot. Very good. You have learned something.
Barely.
But
According to what? Some Abrahamic.
mainstream wants you to think that it was all about betrayal.
I have to reverse engineer the Christian play and to learn something.
I think there's a lot of wisdom.
Why is it 13?
Because you need a
Jesus
master.
himself, huh?
Same as there's the Gregorian calendar and the lunar.
All right, so it's
Would
all
13 be
theology.
Jesus himself? I got that question.
You guys are appropriating some ancient knowledge that's been there.
No, you're coming here with some
What are you
opinions.
saying? The 13th what?
I'm saying this is all astrotheology, and it's
What is the 13th what?
It's way older than it's just
The master.
repackaged ancient knowledge.
The 13th would have been the master.
The 13th is Jesus.
The one who
you have
taught.
12 disciples.
There's
you have
actually
Jesus.
14
Hey!
disciples.
Okay. This is goddamn
Fuck, man.
elementary stuff.
You are the most intrusive individual I've ever had to fucking deal with, and I'm trying to show as much patience with you, Cage, as I possibly can. But you're about to learn why I'm so difficult to love.
And I'm trying to also.
Axis.
But you are not succeeding at all.
Axis.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm rather enjoying him.
I find it irritating and a
That's
test of my
usually
patience.
that's usually how it happens. Axis is always saying this, and people are like, yeah, it's actually a good conversation.
I would have to ask nobody. Is that because you're new to this? And it's very interesting and exciting.
No, has nothing to do with that at all.
Okay.
I'm looking at the significance of the number 13 and the relation between the 12 disciples and Jesus. Now we can throw in astrology, what
There were
the 12
14
zodiac.
disciples.
Okay, there was 14 now, but either way, like in the pantheon that's normally put out to people, there's 12, and then there's Jesus, so that's 13.
There's 14.
See, I'm
Okay.
interested in what you have to say, nobody, but I
Well, I'm
can't seem
saying
to get this going, figure this out with it.
Okay, let me show you how there was 14.
Okay.
Well, I'm not disputing
Is that fair?
But I'm saying,
Well, let
that's
him
not
speak,
the point
Cage,
that's
please.
being Hold on, sir. That's not
Go on,
please.
Cage. Go on. I
That's
want to hear
not
what you got to say.
that is not the original thought or the average thought put out to most individuals, right? There's 12, like the 12 zodiac signs, and then there's the 13, the one. So I'd like to know what you know about the number 13 when it comes to your religious views. That's all I'm wondering.
Well, my religious views is 14.
Well, you got to
Would
skip
that
it like
be
an elevator?
a representation of those on the cross also?
Those were not disciples.
Okay. Gotcha. I'm stumped.
Okay,
I
so
would
what does the 14
really
represent?
know the answer.
Okay, well, let me show you.
The 13 plus 1 is still, instead of the 12
Cage,
plus 1, 13 plus 1.
you just asked him to explain something and you're speaking over him.
Let me
Wisdom,
explain.
dude.
I believe I know the answer, but I do want to hear your version.
Yes,
Okay,
wisdom.
we have 12 original disciples, correct?
Yes.
According
Oh,
to
as I know.
according to the narrative, yeah. And then
Okay, one died. That was Judas. Okay.
Okay.
The original 11 drew lots, and the lot fell upon Matthias. So they chose Matthias. That's 13. And after Jesus' resurrection, he chose Paul. That's 14.
How did you
did not
get
know that.
13 out of 11? You said 11, and then you went to 13.
One died.
When Judas died,
Right.
that left 11 original disciples.
Correct.
So they drew lots. And the lot fell upon Matthias. So Matthias became the 12th disciple.
Okay.
That doesn't negate Judas Iscariot. So that's 13.
Including Jesus.
No, Jesus is not included.
He's not a disciple. He's the master.
He's not a disciple, correct?
all right, but look at, like, for example, like, Leonardo da Vinci's fucking, the supper.
And Paul was chosen by Jesus after the resurrection. He was the last chosen disciple, which makes 14.
And if you know your Abrahamic religions, that is absolutely coherent and factual according to the history recorded in the Judeo-Christian canon.
Which is
All right,
5.
well, that and exactly, I was about to say that. You just read my mind there. I was going to say 1 plus 4 is 5. So what does that represent? It represents
It's not divine.
It represents the quintessence. The 5 is in alchemy, which is all based off technically. The 4 represents the 4 elements, right? The 4 natural elements, and you have the 5th element called the quintessence, which is the observer or the individual. In accordance with the laws of algorithm or whatever you want, God's creation, Jesus' creation, Allah creation, fucking whatever you like to call it.
And you know my disposition, Cage. I'm an omnist. I recognize all religions and teachings, but ascribe to no religion or organized.
Also, there was 15 original tribes of the house of Israel.
We could put Jehovah, we could put Jabulon, we could put Osiris,
If you count
Enki, whatever.
Jacob. Where are you going? Okay. Is that everything that was in that box? Okay.
Barely scratches the fucking surface.
Dan being the lost tribe, Jacob being the unrecognized. Is there another one?
Well, the lost tribe is the house of Dan.
Yes.
They were nomadic.
Yes.
According to history, they settled in the British Isles.
Right.
They are not mentioned in the New Testament, but they are in the Old. Ephraim and Manasseh was added in the New Testament, which were Joseph's half Egyptian children. It's pretty interesting
Did
story.
not know that.
See, you're like a scholar here, so we could bring it up here because look, I have the whole entire Bible, every version.
Well, if you want to talk about the Bible, I'm your guy.
Well, exactly. So I'd like to. You're the guy, and this is AI. So I'd like to see.
I would like to say something about the Bible and how education and finances are run today as a whole and the possible connection to that.
If you wish, I would love to hear it.
That's what I was saying earlier. Remember the conversation we were having, Rattblood, about the American Record Company and the Eastern State Normal School and the banking commissioner and the chairman of the Board of Regents and shit?
Yes, sir. First, sorry for the interruption. I'd like to ask this AI. What were you talking about with the Dan thing? Where were you getting into the differential between the Dan and
who is asking this? Who are you asking this question to?
To you, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. So, can you ask something about the Bible, and I'll reiterate it to this.
Well, what about
You don't have mind to speak for yourself without the AI cage?
No, I just want to see like how this conversation would go. I think it would be really interesting.
Okay.
What do you want to know?
You know.
I'm waiting.
All right. Can you tell nobody matters something about the Bible esoterically? You know, include alchemy in it.
I don't understand your question.
Yeah, and I dare not tread there.
Can we get back to that connection and maybe nobody can elaborate? You seem to find it was interesting. It'd be interesting to see his intake on it, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you have to unmute it, Access, by the way.
But I would ask that you mute Cage.
Am I muted?
I'd mute myself.
No, nobody's muted.
Okay.
No one is muted here.
No, the Bible is muted.
I would ask Cage, just please. I think he would be interested in what I have. What you say, Rattblood? And anybody listening to this may get something of value instead of just opinionated BS. But we were having a conversation, and I find some things very interesting in the whole record label, the SS16, which creates the local government in the communities across America, as well as the finances and the teachings. And it would seem that there was a school in 1906 that was created. Well, first, let me back up. In 1904, there was a record label created, American Record Company. And it has a Native American Indian with a pipe and a little, I forget what they call those old players with the big horns on them.
RCA.
And in 1906, that record label was defunct. And defunct means to discharge, job ended, whatever. 1906, there was a school created called Eastern State Normal School. And there was one, Earl Combs was the chairman of the Board of Regents, as well as the banking commissioner. Well, throughout the years in 1966, that school changed names from the Eastern State Normal School to Eastern Kentucky University. And furthering on in 1983, his son was now in that position as the chairman of the Board of Regents, which writes the curriculum of the teachings, and the banking commissioner, and they were murdered supposedly in 1983. And their name was, their family name was Combs. Now, hip hop came on the scene that time frame. Opioids hit the street that time frame. Nuclear family hit the streets in that time frame. America, the businesses in America thrived off of the opioids and the addictions, leading into mental health and education, special education, rehabilitation acts, and all kinds of things. Vaccine rate went skyrocketed. So I kind of believe, is it possible that the Native American Indians are in fact that lost tribe, that lost family?
See, now
that
you're bringing a
lost
bunch of
bloodline?
stuff that was talked about earlier on this stream. If you go back, funny enough, you know, everything leads back to the
This
same
question
thing.
was posed to.
Posed to.
Are you there, Steve?
Yeah, I was asking nobody. He you know, seems to have a vast amount of knowledge and things, and I wanted his opinion on what he thought. Is it possible? Is it possible? And with the old calendar and the new calendar being the Old Testament and the New Testament, did they flip a table on us somewhere and got us lost in time?
You're talking about the Gregorian calendar, as opposed to what?
Well, see, I entertained the possibility that they hit 1,000 years from us.
So do I. And is this how they done it? We never really won the War of 1812. They infiltrated America, and that was done. Because in the 80s now. Well, you have to ask the question: who was in charge of education in the banking commission at that point? Because in scripture and things, religious texts, you know, the teachings is where the finances come from.
Well, you got to create that within the younger generation, and the best way to do that would be through education.
Exactly. So, what is it that sparks the imagination? What lights? What creates that spark in the imagination to teach?
Here it is. Look. It says here. Look what I wrote. I wrote all. You know, I was saying it, but you couldn't hear it before. It says, "All right, can you tell nobody matters something about the Bible esoterically? You know, and include alchemy in it." And it says here, alchemy is often considered a symbolic science, and it uses language and elements, stages of transmutation, and processes of refinement to represent the process of inner transformation and spiritual awakening. Similarly, many passages in the Bible are understood as referring symbolically to deeper spiritual truths or hidden teachings. For example, the book of John in the New Testament opens the prologue. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. You know,
You're not gonna find anything about truth in the beginning in some artificial intelligence.
So yes, you can. So this is trained on all of your
artificial
scripture.
intelligence
It knows
is
the
based on
scripture better than you.
opinionations from everybody
The
of the natural
it knows
intelligence
the
that
way better
programmed
than
the artificial intelligence.
The
Cage,
concept
come on.
of the Word is often seen as an allegory for the creative power. So yeah, to answer your question,
Allegory,
it's
is
through
that
the
the spirit?
words that you speak.
Is the allegory the spirit?
Well, it would fall under allegation.
Why would you need that artificial intelligence? Or those some
It has
negative
nothing to do with
adaptations
allegory.
warring the worries in your mind? Because of those seeds that's been planted in there?
You could allegedly come up with your interpretation of an allegory.
Allegedly, I mean, reason and logic, it makes sense.
Yeah, if you have that,
You know,
you're
the
fine.
cents make dollars, right?
Yeah. But yeah, to hear that, I know no one,
Thank you, Jaguar.
nobody wanted me to play stuff twice at one time, so I'll play this once.
Symbolic science, and it uses the language of elements, stages of transmutation, and processes of discernment to represent the processes of inner transformation and spiritual awakening. Similarly, many passages in the Bible are understood as referring symbolically to deeper spiritual truths or hidden teachings. For example, the book of John in the New Testament opens with the prologue. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. He was with God in the beginning. John 1:2. This concept of the Word is often seen as an allegory
Okay,
for the
Casey,
creative
we
power.
don't need the audio book there. We got the message with John. See, we've been proposed 3 different questions that have yet to be engaged. One is the 14 disciples. The other is the differential and tribes of Israel, and then also the question presented by Feisty. So there's 3 questions on the table at this point that we can learn from. But to address you, Feisty, I think that
Traditionally,
schooling,
there were 12 disciples who were followers of Jesus, also known as the 12 apostles. According to the book of Acts in the New Testament, Jesus appointed another disciple, Matthias, to replace Judas Iscariot after his betrayal and death. This would make a total of 13 individuals who followed Jesus during his earthly ministry. The 14th person you're referring to could be referring to several different individuals, such as the Holy Spirit, Jesus' mother, Mary, or various other individuals who played significant roles
Not
in
sure
the
why you
early
gave him
Christian
all the
church.
airtime, but maybe we'll try it again sometime soon. I think I'm gonna respectfully bounce out, Axis. It just seems to be impossible to have any sort of connectivity here in any form of a conversation. And once the conversation's lost, it's just insanity after that, my friend.
right, and what's going to happen here for each individual to know that eventually no one is going to want to come on panel when your icon is up your cage. No one is going to want to interact with you. And at that point in time, I guess you've accomplished what you set out to do.
I look at things like this, Axis. I don't claim to know everything, and I know you don't either. And I felt that out of that gentleman, nobody. But
right.
I don't claim to know everything. I'm out here to learn. But one thing I do know, I do know how to act respectful and compassionate of others. So,
And I see that. That is definitely an attribute to your character. Yes. I know that when you come up here, you're going to be mindful of others.
I just question why these provocateurs out here on these panel verses, they don't seem to like it when I talk for some reason, Axis. Is it because I possibly it's reason and logic, not some natural or artificial intelligence that somebody created in a program?
Well, that's just it. Is I think Cage represents a part of the construct that was created by the grand architect, and he has no control over his programming. So therefore, until he understands how to reprogram, that's what you get. That's what you're going to get. That's Cage. And it's a test of our patience at times, and how well we're going to be able to deal with such adversity that I allow this to continue. Because I'm still a student, and patience is something that has been a problem with me in the past, especially enduring. So maybe through his development, I can also develop a sense of, but that requires him to develop too. So I'm willing to do that with Cage. That's why I allow him on the panels to be able to express himself the way he does. If you can understand that, Pi Steve.
I do. But I hope you understand me as well. I look at it as these panels for the the truth seekers and the ones that say they're on the truth. I look at these panels as, let's just say, the dinner table at the house. Now, if there's not a mother and a father there running how these kids are acting out here, well, all of these false teachings are broadcasted.
Buddy,
And
get out of here.
and
Hey,
they shouldn't
come
be
on, man.
given the
Let's get
airtime to
real. Let's
broadcast
get real.
their garbage. I mean, from a
Let's
spiritual
get fucking
standpoint
real.
now, you see what I'm saying? Because I
Well,
look
we
at
were
everything
brought
as a
up,
whole.
we were brought up with a different type of etiquette and programming. We were instilled with and conditioned to be mindful and respectful of others.
How do you know I'm
But
not
you
your
got these city
grandfather's
folk trying to come
grandfather's
out in the country and
grandfather's
act like country
grandfather's
people.
grandfather, etc.?
You know,
You don't know who you're talking to, buddy. Which is fine. I don't know who I'm talking to either. And this is not how I think. You know, it's been a constant thing. If you go back, you can hear what I'm saying and then what people assume that they're hearing.
well, why don't you open up
It's
your
funny.
platform?
It's
If
actually
that's
kind of
what you
comical.
believe, I mean, and people come up and have a conversation with you.
You got it
They
all
do.
figured out. What you like tapped in 2019? Now you're
Well,
finally
no,
like,
I'm trying to
going
figure.
back.
I'm actually,
Okay.
I'm constantly thinking, and I'm wondering why you get so much airtime out here. I'm
He
wondering what's
demands it.
really going on. See, and right, so that tells me what's the intent behind him.
Well, you don't
What's
understand.
driving him? What's
Okay,
moving him forward?
Access knows me a bit better than you. This is like the first interaction we've had.
Well, I know, but hey, Judas,
You can ask
hey,
Access why he gets so much fucking airtime with this shit too.
what was the reason Jesus flipped the table? Excuses are over, son.
What was the reason
Why
why
does
Jesus?
nobody keep?
Why was the reason why Jesus whipped the fucking the bankers or the money
You
traders
say
and
you know
whatever?
all of this, but you come out here and do these types of things, and we can't even have conversation. You want to spin it your way, in your opinion, and that's what you want everybody to accept. What Cage
Did I
says
say
in
that?
his
Did I
deal.
say any of that? You're doing it. You're doing it again, buddy. I never
You didn't
said
have
that.
to.
And
Your action,
Well,
your
I
that's
want
your
actions
nobody to
assumption
know
at that
that.
point. So you can hold that.
well, your actions show
Okay.
otherwise. What was it
I,
beneficial
I,
to the
You don't
students?
know my actions. You don't even know me.
What
I'm
was
a
the
random
benefit?
voice on the
okay.
internet.
Hold
You know
on.
what I'm
Hold
acting.
on. I'm the host here.
Okay.
Just a minute. I want to address nobody. I'm not removing him from the stage at all. So whatever's happening is on his end or has some type of technical difficulties, but it's not me removing you. Go ahead, gentlemen.
Yeah, I'm just saying these are assumptions, bro. Like I'm very blunt and forward, right? Like so, if I was gonna have an intention or want to do something, I'm gonna straight up tell you it. So if
Okay.
I had these
Can I
thoughts,
speak
I'd be
now?
like, you know what, I'm gonna say that. You know,
You're gonna write me a history book on that, right? But anyway, what I would
could.
the question that I would ask of myself, of course, what value did I leave behind to the youth that may see this broadcast later?
A bunch, man. You've been doing it the whole time, bro. Well done. Keep going. You know what I mean? All the love to you.
Well, no,
But
I'm
at the
asking
same
you to
time,
ask that
the only
question
reason
of
I got on
yourself.
you, at the beginning was all
You
the
should ask
defense.
that question of yourself.
Yeah. Oh, I left a lot, man. I put
My out of
many
place
people.
axis.
I've done my best. I continue to do that, and
No,
yeah,
you're
I've already seen it, and yeah, I'm gonna keep doing it.
I
You know,
mean, I
it's just
hold myself accountable
you're
to
you're
the
free
same
to
standards that I expect other people to be at this stage of the game.
Bro, you just got into the game, bro. You're late to the
I
game.
didn't just get into the game. I mastered the damn game.
From 2019, you haven't been in there 10 years yet.
You don't know me, Cage.
Well,
You
that's
know
I know
nothing
what you
about me.
said. I know what you said, bro. That's
What'll I
it.
say?
You said in 2019 you started realizing what's really going on.
In 2019 is when I told the state and the rest of the damn government and society they could go pound sand. They don't own me no more. They're not going to
That's
continue
not
to educate
verbatim. You
my
said something
children in
along
that
them
type of
lines, though.
way. And they, you know, I'm still sitting here, never been in a cage, and never had to be dragged in a courtroom except that last time there. So you tell me, Cage, could I leave some value behind? Or what are you trying to cover up here, Cage? What are you trying to cover? I'm
I'm not trying
curious.
to cover none, and I guarantee you have left value.
Well,
You
when we
are.
posed a question in
I'm
equity,
saying you are valuable. You're leaving value now. I'm sure you have in the past. I could tell just by the way your mind's working and you're thinking, and like you know how you actually care for
I'm
people. A
trying
lot
to
of
help
people.
you as well, Cage. I'm
Yeah, I
trying
could
to
tell,
build
man.
here and
I
help
do.
you as well.
I know,
You
bro, and I
should pose
appreciate.
that same
I
question
don't
when
need
you
any
come up
help
on a
though,
live
man. I
panel.
don't. Not everybody
What
needs help.
value
Some
are you
people
going
know
to
to.
leave the youth that may see that
Yeah.
broadcast later that you were involved in teaching?
Well, I don't think. Well, hopefully people do see that, but yeah, I don't know
What are they
about
going to
youth.
see when the
There's not
gentleman
many
come
youths
up
on it.
earlier and he didn't even get any time? Do you think the youth are going to look at that and say, well, those are compassionate actions towards one another? Or was a guy laying in a hospital with a thing shoved up his thing and Cage making it all about him? And the guy talking about what they did to him wrong. No, you
All right, I'm making it
don't
all
pay no
about me
attention
when I
to
go on
that
a
guy.
random
Listen to
live
me.
stream and talk about all my ailments and shit.
I don't think that's value. I don't think that's
How
leaving
the
value
fuck am I making
behind.
it about me when someone
I
comes on
stand
here?
on that. And if anybody
This is what
disagrees with
everybody
me,
does. I do the opposite. Actually, it's quite the opposite. Again,
my
you don't know.
apologies.
Yeah, you don't know. And like for example, with it doesn't matter. That's people's own stuff. And trust me, but it gets kind of tiring because it's like a constant cycle of this
Well,
bullshit.
if
When
you're
you,
that bored, don't come up here and have a mockery trying to.
it's not a. It was quite the opposite of a mark, bro. How is it a mockery? And I'm telling the guy that, bro, you're not fucked. Like, stop
The
saying
guy
that. Like,
just
at
wanted
that point, you have
somebody
no
to
hope.
listen to him at that point, Cage. He needed someone to listen to him and lend an ear, Cage.
But can you also? It's almost like a drug
No, there
addict
ain't
in your
no
mind.
other. There's nothing
No,
else
but you can
there.
also facilitate and
There's nothing else there except
encourage
artificial intelligence, Cage.
encourage some fucking bullshit with the going along with it. No, sometimes they don't want to hear it. But yeah,
Am I
sometimes they need
wrong in
somebody
saying that
to,
gentleman
and then
just needed
now it's like
somebody to lend an
fuck
ear?
you. That's not. Some people don't want to hear it.
Did I see something different than anybody else?
I observed a man in distress and obviously turmoil.
All right, so what if we fucking flip the polarity on that, and all of a sudden it's the opposite of turmoil and distress. He's in abundance and health and
I wonder
wealth,
where the conversation would have
and
went
it just happened.
if we had been quiet and
It's
lended an
gonna
ear to
happen
that
for
young
him.
man.
He went up and he caught it either way.
Don't you get tired of thinking
to fill your own ego, coddle your own nutsack to fill up what you think everybody needs. What I know you're bright, intelligent. I know this. I would use that for something more valuable than what you're using it for.
That's just what you're seeing, and it is more
Well,
valuable
no,
than
you
any
said it
value you can put
earlier.
onto it.
You
Again,
said it
now when you put
earlier.
value, that means it's something that's unvaluable.
You said it earlier. See, you preach something that you don't practice.
I'm practicing it right now. You just don't get it.
Something that you don't play in a game.
Yeah, welcome back.
I'm practicing. Yeah, what about that gentleman down there that needed an ear? Play in a game.
Well, I finally made it back in.
Yeah, welcome back. I'm practicing. What'd you kill him? Down there that needed an ear.
We're getting an echo. You have to mute the YouTube. No one.
Whoa.
Nobody.
Nobody? You got some audio issues, man.
You got some audio issues, man.
Okay. Yeah, he said he's having audio issues, and I'm not sure whether it's in his device.
Why did
you
he's having audio issues, and
there you go.
I'm not sure
Nope.
whether it's in his device.
Why did
he's having audio issues, and there you go. I'm not sure
You
whether.
have to say echo 3 times. Echo. Echo. Echo.
There you go.
Just say echo 3 times. Echo. Echo. Echo.
Yeah, nobody. Your audio is absolutely out of control, man.
Nobody. Your audio is absolutely out of control, man.
There we go. Oh,
Auto
sorry
had
about
KO
that.
access. There you go.
I guess. You now have competition, Cage. Wow. Okay.
Fuck, that's not good.
Activate the bot. Control your gremlins, sir. Yeah, that was definitely unpleasant. But he did say he was having audio issues. So hopefully we can get that figured out and adjusted. But anyhow, go ahead, gentlemen. You guys have got the floor and you got the platform.
I'm actually good, my friend. I just wanted to clear the record for anybody that, as I said, that may see this later in life. I'm out here to build and to help or assist, whatever, and people coming to the comprehension and the understanding of what's totally been done, and it doesn't have to be this way.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying, bro. Just keep being you, bro. You know it. It's in you. Guaranteed you're saying it. I say it doesn't have to be that way. That's what I was saying earlier. That's why I spoke up and interrupted, unfortunately. Because I'm not going to sit there and fucking allow a narrative to be spun, you know, if I actually cared. If I didn't care, then yeah, just let it go along. You know, go and let yourself crash, even though it could be avoided. That's fine. You know, I'm going to speak up every time. I'm sorry if it pisses anyone off.
But do you see where I was getting at with the, what was the other guy's name? Bro something?
Oh, Baltimore.
Yeah, I mean, what could you what
Came
could
as
you bring to the
B-more.
table
B-more.
other than his firsthand knowledge?
Well, one I can
This
choose to
platform, I look
emphasize
at this
with is
platform as a table.
and
Are
each
we teaching
person
properly from
is.
that table?
I would say the majority no, and sometimes in my
I don't
case,
think like
I
the
am
majority.
Why the fuck?
so
No one's
far.
gonna come get taught off of fucking YouTube. Okay, you're gonna get taught through your own inner work. You know, what do you mean?
You
Come get
think the
taught on
youth
YouTube?
isn't out here on YouTube? You're out. You are out of your mind.
I'm not talking about youth. I'm saying you're not gonna fucking get taught off YouTube.
You're not going
You
to
can be
teach out here. Well,
directly
that's your
taught.
opinion.
No, you have to do the inner work
I learned
regardless to actually have true
some moves
knowledge.
earlier.
Is that not true? Am I crazy? I'm just saying that. Come on,
Did
bro.
well, I learned something earlier. How if you can't learn out here on YouTube, how is it that I learn an awful lot out here on YouTube?
You can learn from every experience, everything,
Well,
every
wait a minute,
interaction. You can learn from.
Gage. You just said you can't
But I'm
teach out
saying
here on
true
YouTube.
knowledge. I'm saying the true knowledge that has
See
that
how
foundation.
contradicting you
We're
are, my
able.
friend. I'll
No,
flip
but
that
you
table
need a
on.
foundation
Jeez, OP, I can't even believe you're using that talent to stroke your own ego, Cage.
How's that have anything to do with me?
You don't get it, obviously. I posed a question: what value will the youth get that may see this later? On a broadcast is what? You broadcast what?
A lot. We've been over this, my friend.
Seeds.
Remember, you asked
You're
us what
broadcasting
you
seeds,
were
and those
asking. How
broadcasts are
should you talk to?
teachings.
What can you
What
teach
would
the
you
youth
leave
and all that?
behind of value?
I
To
went to
cut
the
that man
allegory.
off.
Listen, I went to the allegory of instead of giving him a fish, teach him how to fish type of ideal. You know what I mean? So that's called creating your own program. That's what every individual should be doing, regardless, and dealing with it. They don't want to be in this mess
No,
in the first
no,
place.
no.
What do
People
you
like
mean, no?
me,
No, no.
people like me are gonna stop that program. Because there's one program,
Yeah, because they're an
and you get
agent.
in
They're
line with that
goddamn fucking
program,
agents,
you don't
buddy.
get to create another program because you're not God.
At that point, you're gonna
You're
stop
not
the
God.
program.
Stop
So what are you
using
an
those
agent of? I'm an
talents
agent
in
too.
a way to
Get
stroke your
used
own
to it.
imagination, Cage.
We're the agent on the other side, buddy.
No, it seems that you're on the wrong side and there's no equity
Oh,
there in
wrong
your
or right? Now we're
intentions.
getting into wrong or right according to Walter. Who?
I'm talking
Into
about
your
actions,
stupid fucking program.
movement,
What action and what movement have you
takings,
been dealing with?
forward. See? Reverse everything.
See, now we're getting into games. What, are you gonna have a red or blue flag?
No, I'm not
Mm-hmm.
actually asking anything. I'm just clarifying my intent
No, you're telling. You're
for
telling. That's
the
it. You're
people that
speaking.
will see
You're
this
speaking.
later
They should learn something. Hopefully, they learn something now.
and who they can take some sort of judgment of based on their actions, whether they have good intentions or they have bad intentions.
All right,
So,
and what is that? Okay, hold on. So what is that? Based off of? You can have
so
good
if you've got
intention or
all the
bad,
answers,
depending on what.
why do you
If I
get to come
agree
out
with
here
what
and
you're
use them
saying,
in a negative
if I
way?
agree with what you're saying and give you something that you like in one way or the other, then all of a sudden, I'm working with you, and then it's great. It's a green light. But if anything goes against your little fucking likes, dislike kind of I
See, here's the deal, Cage.
program, then that's terrible, and you can't fucking handle it. And it has to be an issue, right? So
See, here's the deal.
now you're putting yourself
You,
into it.
me, and the devil make three. If you don't know who the fuck Jesus is, the devil will get to run free. But see, you ain't
But
gonna
why
come
you why
here with
you
that
pushing why you
artificial
pushing this
intelligence
fucking
until
name and
this natural
ideal? Why you
intelligence.
pushing this name and ideal
He's gonna go
onto
along
people?
with your narrative with no value behind your
Buddy,
word.
you will figure it out
A man's
eventually.
bond is his word, right? A man's
A
character.
man's word is his bond. Yeah.
That's right. And a
So that's
man's
it. So that has nothing to do
bound
with
by his
fucking that has nothing to do with religion or anything. That's called common
character.
sense. That's called common sense of
Exactly.
being a man and being
Where
a
you gonna get that common
honorable
sense and that
individual.
artificial intelligence?
It's called being an honor. It's called thinking what you
Right,
say,
laugh.
saying what you do. It's called
See,
saying.
no, I'm gonna flip
It's
and
called
tell you
thinking
one.
what you say and
You
saying
either
what you do.
compassionate, care about others, or you're worried about
Yeah.
stroking your own damn ego and what you think. And that's the way to go. You follow me. I'm illuminated to light that path of righteousness, while I'll sit here and won't give you the time in the day when you're in need. You sound self-serving. And I respectfully, any biblical scholar, religious dude, highly educated, trained, I'm open for conversation.
I'm a
But let's
problem
make it about a
solver, right?
whole and
I'm a
not
problem
about
solver. So I'm
you and
saying it's
I.
open to you and anybody. I will go.
If you're going to teach,
I will do the best I can. Just like I'll do even better than
well,
if it was my issue
should you have
to fucking help anybody. I'll do it just for free
access
for
to a
fun.
platform where you're able to broadcast that bullshit?
Ask yourself that question, buddy.
That's right. Oh, I have.
And what was the conclusion of that?
You shouldn't have it. You don't know how to act.
What you're saying? You don't know how to act, and that was their conclusion.
What, you think that was an act of kindness? That young man come here that had a catheter shoved up his cock and
Guess what?
wanted to vent
you know
on a
what?
bunch of
You know
shit.
what?
You just took all the spotlight
You're
away
right.
from
You're
him.
right about that. You
You think
fucking
that's
weirdo.
righteous,
Listen,
young man?
listen. You're right
I'd
about
say
that. I
set
don't
your
know how
ass
to
down
act
because
because I
you
don't
shouldn't be
act. There's
teaching
no act
nobody
here.
anything.
I'm not acting. I'm outside of the
That's what
act
I
and the
think.
actresses and the fucking stage.
Well, you don't
We
get
mix
to
the
act when you
stage.
want to.
We got the
You
smoke and
don't get
mirrors.
to
We got the
act when you
stage. We
want
got
to.
the fucking actors, actresses. We got everything in between. We got the costume
You don't get to
designers, the
act when you
FX
want to.
fucking. You know, they put some
Okay.
fucking thing on their eye. Bro, listen. You don't know what you're talking about.
No?
I just got
No,
a
not at all.
Okay.
I just got a text from a listener who said it's hard keeping up with things when people are talking over everyone, and that was instant message to me. So they're going outside of the platform to contact me about etiquette of panelists.
But he's saying I
If
don't
you
know
don't
how to
mind, what was
act.
that
But
again?
listen,
Say
it's funny
again.
how you said, "Oh, you don't know how to act. You don't know how to act." Make it about me and acting. I don't fucking act. I'm not part of that bullshit.
Well,
So
what are you
listen.
doing when you took the
At that
spotlight
point,
away from that young man
they owe me
in
9
need
Oscars
of
at
an
that
ear?
point. Listen, they've.
What was that? What was that?
Well,
Help
I
me.
know I don't know how to act. I'm not acting.
Well, what good are you doing out here then?
Bro, that's
me.
to be seen. I'm not talking about what I do. I'd go and do it. I don't
Well,
talk about it.
you sure get an awful lot of airtime.
But you're on airtime over here. Take a breathe in, breathe out, airtime. Inhale, exhale. Hurry up. 3 times in a row.
Some will never get it. And what they hate, Axis, I think, the only conclusion I've come to, what they hate about that is
You're assuming what people hate
there's
or do
people
not
that
hate or love.
have
What are you
awakened to
talking about?
the way they use that knowledge for manipulation and guidance through force and obviously manipulation. So
Well, that's why.
I look
You're saying you don't. You're manipulating everything
people that say
constantly.
they
You have
have
to
the
realize
knowledge,
that. Oh
but
my
then they
God.
come out here and spit and degrade and talk down to everybody else and want to seek all the airtime to run that
Hold on.
damn mouth.
I got something to say
Say he
here.
needs to sit to his damn room.
It's my platform. Hold on. Whoa. That is why some knowledge is kept from the general public. I am a holder of such knowledge because when certain people get a hold of knowledge, they browbeat the fuck out of everybody else with it. So therefore, I use discretion whenever I reveal information to people, lest they become arrogant, prideful, self-serving, opinionated, with some design that they have enough knowledge from a resource that they can school and educate another human. That is why knowledge is kept from the general public. That is why, in the realm of esoterics, we don't share that information.
The sign of silence, Axis. Why do you have an indentation on the top lip of your mouth?
Do you feel yours?
It's there when necessary.
It's your measure. You've been weighed in the balance by your
Well, it's
own
kind of
measure.
perfect, right? Like you have a perfect indentation right on the
Wouldn't
top of
the
your lip.
acts be
Yeah.
what was measured?
It's a
That was
school of,
movement forward.
yeah, it comes from the school of esoteric understanding that you will project and give the measure of yourself.
But
And
you know,
when
it's
you
funny.
learn,
But funny how the program's set up. Even if you tried telling people about it, they wouldn't understand regardless. It's like you know, and it's funny because
so
the
why
people
do
that
you,
said they set it up to the point where they'll laugh at you. They'll be like, you know, you might as well bang your fucking head off the wall. At that point,
that's why we don't share that knowledge, Paige. That's why I reserve the right to retain knowledge from anyone,
well,
lest they
that's your
browbeat
own
another human with it.
specialized thing. That's your own specialized, individualized thing. Is like the idea of being.
Actually, no, Cage. It's a global, if you believe in a globe or plane, school of education in esoteric. That's why it stays within the confines. That's what pisses people off about the Masons, about any school of teaching and esoteric. People are hungry for information that will not serve anyone if not presented correctly.
I agree with that 100%, and that's why I think we need to build on the conversations out here.
It's the school of learning. But if you're trying to teach, how can you learn?
A true teacher is learning through every interaction.
You would hope. But I've learned that expectations are not always met.
Well, that's on you. Why you having an expectation in the first place? It's not about an expectation. It's about taking in the observation and utilizing the correct, in the best way possible for you and those around you. Reality. I beckon it to a fucking, you're going to, you're in the forest and you're walking, through the path and you see discarded trash on the ground. Now it's up to you at that point to fucking pick that shit up and make it a better place than you left it. Or just, walk past it. Or you can come back on the way back and pick it up and take it out.
I think the teachings, or I would pose the question, wonder if the teachings is supposed to be the things that we've learned in this journey we call life.
And then that is the teachings that we instill into our children. Maybe we're not out here to teach. Maybe we're all learning. And it's what we learn we're able to teach to our own.
It is. It's what you,
I
it's
think
the
the
mark you
conversation
leave.
is so important to help people make these connections.
It is, and it's about the mark you leave, right? So you have to be the change you want to be. You have to be that
I know
example.
that. I've been
And
hollering
even
that
beyond
for
that,
many, many years out here.
and just because people stray from the path, they all end up on the same path eventually. You know what I mean? So you just have to facilitate the best possible thing you can have there, and just keep doing it either way, even if
What keeps them from giving? What keeps them from giving the microphone to people like us instead of folks in Hollywood? What makes you think? How do they do that?
Well, it would ruin.
How'd they take the microphone from all of us folks and only the ones?
Well, at that point, it's very simple, my friend. You have to think about who owns that.
Well,
And
if we don't help uncover all of that out here by coming
well,
together in conversation, how is
who's going to
everybody going to figure out
facilitate?
how all this is tied?
Okay, who's the facilitator behind that? Who's facilitating the?
Right. Who's the fat guy behind the curtains in the Wizard of Oz writing all the scripts through the doctorings called teachings in the education system through an associate of science in scientific and technical disciplines?
So
Sounds
we
like
don't
a
really have to
religious
concern
order to
ourselves
me.
about that. What we got to do is once we realize that and spread that, be the opposite and opposing force. Because listen, it's not all evil. Trust me, you have the opposite force working in the background either way in equilibrium. And there's a balance to everything.
So it's got to balance out in the mind, the consciousness of right and wrong. Is it okay for me to be okay and everybody else is struggling? In the sense of the beginning until now, though.
Yeah, well, the beginning of the now of the beginning.
You know, that guy probably was sitting there thinking, I don't know if Axis had talked to him before, but he was probably sitting there talking about some of the conversations that we were having to do with religious texts and everything. And he probably felt, oh, this is a pretty good panel. These guys will listen to me. And then you come up here, he came up and you took the spotlight from him. You took the light from him.
Oh, there's no fucking light or spotlight being taken or given away. Everyone is
Why
equal.
is that man in that position? It's because we're all out here.
This is not
off of opinions.
This is not a regular. This is Access fucking Rattblood. Okay, so we're on here. On here, everyone gets an equal fucking opportunity to speak and all that. And it's not about
He
taking
didn't get
anything.
an equal opportunity. What the hell are you talking about? What's pulling them strings up there?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is,
I'm going
it's
to
not
expose
over
the ill
here.
intent
It's not
behind
about
your actions, bro.
It's not about grabbing spotlights or any of that bullshit.
Obviously
it's about
it
fucking being
was.
honest and actually.
Axis, this man won't even be
dealing
honest with himself.
And if you're wondering, my nurse is here, so if you hear a little side chatter, it's just me communicating with my nurse. But yeah, I would say
I'm not
that
trying to speak up, but sometimes it is beneficial to speak up if you see something that you're not just like I said. It goes back to the allegory. You're walking through the forest. You're not going to leave the trash.
You know what
on
they
the
say
ground.
about recovery, right?
If you walk past trash on the ground, even though you never threw it there, the onus is on you at that point because you could have done something about it, but you just left it this fucking build up. So
you know what I would
I'm not for
say
that.
as a point of education is to go back to the stream where your participation is and watch yourself interact with others and learn from that. I do it.
Access. You should go back to many streams where you're on there completely fucked out of your mind for hours. Fucking.
See how they like to play that.
A million,
See how they like to play
billion
that
times
pass
worse.
card.
I don't.
You're
I don't.
unself-aware to the maximum.
He's commenting something about you being drunk on panel many times or something.
No, it's
Not
not about
drunk.
him being fucking
Well,
drunk. He's completely out of his
I
fucking, or just like completely like, emotionally. It's like an
okay,
energy
and what does that
vampire.
have to do with anything?
We've had
well,
these discussions, so we already know where
How
he's
where.
trying to
how
take measure of me, and that's all right. Let him take measure of me because I don't
But I'm saying
reserve that.
compared to
well,
that,
I think he's
I
trying to
sit there and I
denote
allow
you.
it to happen because I want the best for you, bro.
I think
I'm
he's
just saying
trying to
like I have
denote
like
you
I'm like an evil fucking have terrible intention type person. If
with
we
his
heard,
But see,
magic.
if you
I
understood,
let that
it's ridiculous.
flow past me because I know what I am. An addict? Yeah. I had plenty of help from the pharmaceutical industry.
It was put there
Belligerent?
for a reason.
Sure. I'm belligerent. Evil? Absolutely. I do not deny that.
See,
So
I
you
look at
cannot browbeat
Well,
me and
now it
abuse
all
me
makes sense. The
with
plot,
I
that.
look at
the
America.
plot's
You think
thickened.
about this, Axis.
There you go. It's
In
perfect.
America, once those opioids hit the street and those pharmaceuticals and those doctors writing the scripts, those doctors, what if they pulled the plug on the scripts in these communities? What could these men and women do to protect themselves?
Well, we could program a script right now and have you talk to
You know
yourself.
what they'd be doing. They'd be balled up in a ball.
In the fucking field position, you thuck your thumb and have thuck on your suck on your fucking thumb and
That's
have
some
an umbilical
serious
cord and all that
that's some serious
fetal
control.
position.
Well, if I may, what
Birth.
he's referring to is my endeavors into binging and purging. And when I binged, I was in one particular state. When I purged, I was in another.
Of course, Axis, but you're also completely fucked. And you should, if you go back and examine how you're acting, maybe you could
I
learn
do.
something. Yeah. And that's way beyond me. I'm like fucking an angel compared to the fucking devil, evil fuck that you claim you are, which you're not. But yeah,
Could be. Maybe.
yeah,
I
it
don't
could
know.
be.
That's
Yeah, you never know.
perspective of the individual who deals with me.
Well, it's just obvious. It's just what you could see if you really look into it.
Well, see, isn't that the beautiful thing of the knowledge? Because then once you do truly have the knowledge, then there's the protection of the knowledge. And hey, we're nice, we're caring people, but don't come over here and force your shit on anyone.
And that's exactly what I was thinking. And that's the only reason why I was kind of going, no, opposing
If people
anything.
seen
Because
it that simple, this place would be, the world would be a much better place
if
to
you put a
live.
southern accent to like some sort of doctrine, it just hits a little bit different. It's
Hang
just
out, play some
very easily
music,
imposing in that way.
enjoy life.
Yeah.
I'm just glad that you two aren't roommates.
We're not what?
Roommates.
Bro, I got plans as roommates. First of all, I've never had a roommate. I have my own shit. But
Damn, that place would be uprooted.
yep.
Exactly.
They
I
get
think
I don't
that
dead
know
you
people
though.
guys
right
would
I don't
have.
know. I think my roots would they're strong.
It would grow back
On my
eventually.
foundation that I stand on, and looking at everybody as a
You
whole
cut
and
it
not
down,
just
it'll
as
come back
myself.
either way, right? You cut it down, it comes back either way, guaranteed.
Well, it gives a lot to the fact that this is
That's
an
what I like to
open
hear.
panel.
You're ready for battle now. There you go. Now we can
Well,
give you
think
the
about
fucking
it.
tool.
If
We'll give you the
government
wand
should,
now.
if everybody comprehended what it was and say like that little simple jingle, you, me, and the devil makes three. Well, most people
What
look at
about
that as,
jingle jangle?
hang on,
Fuck
Cage. Most people look at that as like a public official there that's taking oath and say they're going to do the right thing. Well, us as members of the society and communities, we have that same obligation to one another. I'm tired of the excuses.
There's no excuses. You got to deal with it. I actually do it. Anything you need, all you got to do is ask, my friend. That's it.
For there to be homelessness and hunger in this world,
What do you need? What are you ailing? Do you
it's
need anything?
disgusting to me.
I'm telling you. I'll fucking guarantee I'll do my best to fucking make it happen.
Just, can you end world hunger, Cage?
No, but we can try.
Well then, all right.
But
I'm not
listen,
interested. Then
okay,
I'm not
listen.
interested in what you have to offer, Cage.
But you're not hearing me out. What you can do is you can do it yourself in your community, and if that spreads, right?
Well, I
And
think I got a
then
pretty
you
good
know
grasp on
it's not
how
about
one should
doing.
be acting in
It's
communities.
about doing what you're doing. Like you can go and make fucking bunch of sandwiches and little kits in the winter over here and then hand them out. I help people out. I don't talk about it, but yeah, because I think if you're doing something like that, yeah, it's not about talking about it. You're doing it in silence. But either way,
From
yeah,
my observation,
you go and do that, and that can catch on, and then eventually there won't be the issue because everybody
okay,
will. If
if I
everybody
can,
dealt with that, then there would be no issue. That's how you solve it. Right?
Cage, if I
It
can,
starts with you, and then you
Cage,
can spread the.
I'd like to speak. From my observation, this is a great demonstration of two people who are looking to better their environment, whether that be humans or other, in conflict, trying to accomplish the same goal. And this is a part of what the world runs on. And we find ourselves in the midst of this. You know, everybody that has some type of influence, especially in the political realm, wants to say that they have our best interest in mind. And when you get two people who say they have someone else's best interest in mind, it turns into conflict.
Well, see, I see it when those people aren't acting that way towards one another in the community. That's the very people voting for the ones that's supposed to care, right?
Is there a Christian quote since we're talking about Christian stuff? You guys are that's your thing.
No, I'm just talking in general.
I thought when two or minds come together, it creates something way greater, or whatever. There's some sort of quote about that or passage, right?
Right. You and me and the devil make three. So you and me coming together, as far as scriptures, the way I see it, it says when two or more come together, I'm in the midst. Now, is what we do moving forward, is
How
it
did you
in
come to that conclusion?
equity, benefiting life as a whole, or did I convince you to be selfish and let's hide it and
But at that point, you fucked up a long time ago.
why you tell me the world wasn't that way for many, many years? My friends, we just might be in trouble.
See, but this is good though. Like, what you want an echo chamber? It's not gonna work with me, buddy.
I mean, I'm blown away here.
Good. Get used to it.
Let's continue because I thought you were okay. Let's go. That imagination, it's a big place, you know. And some people get lost in it, sort of like the rabbit hole. And it all starts to become about them and what they think. Losing sight of what should have been protected was how you got there to begin with.
It's nothing to do with you or I
I'm
or
the
me
problem.
or any of it. No, you're not. The problem is the problem. The problem is a word that we associate something with.
Why does most folks go against that ideology?
If I can interject, I've been through both schools of learning, the esoteric and the religious aspect, which I say that you're a refugee from Southern Baptist, and you know I'm still learning, but I've been through both schools of thought, and I've
Is
been a
the
student there, and I can recognize both of your struggles from and where the lack of communication between the esoteric school and the more Jesus Judo Christianity aspect is coming from, and I can understand why they're in conflict.
wonder which ideology from the court of public opinion, what would hold the equitable measures that would seem to bring some sort of profit to teach our children in some kind of way? Which one would measure up and which one would fail based on opinion?
And you know what? You
Uh,
know what's funny about that? And look at how this is utilized, right? Before we answer that question that you're referring to, look at how it's being used nowadays. It's complete social engineering. What they're trying to do is, well, they've been
That's
accomplished.
before. We're
Is
talking now and
no?
forward.
I'm talking about right now, today, as they're speaking.
You're taking us
You know,
back.
I'm not done yet. You haven't heard what I was gonna say.
Go
They're
ahead, Cage.
break.
We're listening.
Yeah, they're destroying the family unit, right? Especially nowadays. Look what's going on now. It's even worse than ever. And why is this happening? Because if you destroy the family unit, they're even doing it in financial ways where you have to have a two-income home even just to survive in certain places, right? So it's really a perfect structure. It's a fucking game that they've been doing for many, many years, bro. Decades, hundreds of
So
years,
why be a
thousands.
parrot? Why be a parrot out here parroting the same game that nobody learns from and repeats history time and time and time
That's my whole
again
point.
because
You
they get a
create your own. You
microphone to
reap.
plant the seeds
Hold
into the
on. See,
thoughts of the minds of the children to
all right,
nourish
but
those thoughts for
all
those
right.
profits.
I know what you're saying, but at that point, you're just doing it in a different fucking flavor. You're still
Well,
being used
is that a different flavor or
to
is that
see.
natural flavor? Not
We can
some
have.
artificial
Hopefully, it's
bullshit.
not artificial. We can have some natural flavoring.
Well,
So
absolutely, I got
either
natural.
then.
I've
Eh,
I've seen them both fail.
Team, I'm sorry,
But
you saw
regardless, you're still trying to
what both
impose
fail?
something. Instead of that, what about coming to your own
Both schools of
conclusion on
thought.
how you did, right? And you stand on your own fucking thing. You know what I mean? Like you came to your own conclusion. That should be in esoterics, as Access was saying. That should be held to the self,
Would
the
you
individual.
elaborate, Axis, when he's done?
Yeah, it should be held
Yeah.
to the self, the individual. Continue on that,
No,
Access, please.
okay.
Yeah.
Well, what it is if either one would have succeeded, then there would be evidence of that. But this is a perfect example as to why neither one succeeded.
How did we get here now?
Through a series of
Indoctrination.
causes and effects. To
Or
be
was it a way of life that was hidden from us?
it's
That
through a
throughout
cause. It's
time,
through
just if
causes
you
and
murder, is it a
effects,
Cage.
bro.
family generational curse
But you don't want to
between
hear it.
those tribes and things?
All
Is
right,
it a
so
family generational curse that's been hidden?
it's not a fucking generational curse. It's called cause and effect.
Well, to continue to repeat the same artificial intelligence over and over and over and over
Cause and
and
effect.
over.
Loop, Ouroboros. Snake eating its own
Well,
fucking tail.
When do you bring some natural intelligence in there and quit looping the artificial?
When you
that's
actually
two
start
different.
thinking about this and actually having a real thought of it instead of fucking parroting.
Cage, let me educate, please. My father eluded me. Cage, you got to stop, man. You got to
All right,
stop
but I'm
talking over
saying
me.
it's simple. It's when you bring it into fucking reality and you make sure it happens every
There it
time.
is. I remember now. It's the school that you were educated under, and I'm not talking school as in public school. I'm talking Cage has followed the esoterics, and he's going to go ahead and drive that. You studied a completely different. You studied Judeo-Christianity, and you were inscribed with that, and you will carry on with that. But those are
No,
two absolutely
no, they're not.
conflicting.
They're not
Here's
actually at
something
all.
quite interesting, Rattblood.
The Judeo Christianity is actually there's esoteric Judeo Christianity.
I
That's
have
just
Then
not
not.
one of
seen.
them,
That's hidden from the mainstream public, and you have to dig to find and do the work and actually endeavor into understanding such things. And it could be esoteric Judeo Christianity, any form of evangelist, whatever, fucking anything,
then one of those
esoteric
schools of thought,
Freemasonry, anything, bro. Yeah.
Cage. Cage. Then one of those schools of thought would be the dominant. That would be the dominant
It just
answer to. Hold on. I don't want to sway. I've been up here a long time, man. I'm tired. If either one of them would have worked, it would be prevalently dominant as this is the way that we correct and benefit from, but neither one has. Christianity has failed. Esoterics has failed. Now, one of them works behind the scene, and one of them comes out front and says, let Jesus be your guide, and all is well. You're going to be okay. And this is his teaching. And then there's another school that's behind the scenes, which you got indoctrinated with, Cage, and I did too at one point, that works behind the scenes and doesn't necessarily stand out front because of its education. And I'm not talking public school. I'm talking the school of indoctrination.
I didn't get indoctrinated with anything behind or in the scenes or of the scenes or any of that. But yeah, I do
Then why are
understand what you're
you
saying.
speaking? You know, if you weren't indoctrinated, you would have nothing to say.
Why am I speaking? It's because I'm not deaf.
Okay, I agree
You
with
just know
that.
sign language or braille if you like, if you want to be blind
You
too.
you put yourself up here on the panels,
Mm.
but what you say hasn't done anything for society to benefit from. So it's not the dominant school of thought. Or otherwise it would be the sole
That's the
teaching
entire
of
fucking
humanity.
point. Esoteric is not one thing, it's all things. And it's all things beyond the dominant thought. That's the whole fucking point. Just prove the whole point without even saying it. It's hilarious.
So is that the bridge? Is
So
that
this
where we
is
meet common ground?
I like oppose people to tell, and then eventually they just prove the truth, and it's perfect.
Cage, let me do my thing. Is
That's
that the
my fucking
bridge?
function and my prerogative.
Cage, don't speak over me, man. Okay? Don't lunge in front of my sentences. Is that where we meet middle ground? The school of Judo Christianity is a type of esoteric. It takes belief to follow a set of instructions that you're going to follow. The school of esoterics is the same thing. It's just that they are opposite one another in their mannerism and their application. And the bridge could be that both of them are mystery schools in a manner of being esoteric.
You know, it's
That's what.
interesting. You said that about us, and you know, the crazy thing is, Axis, is I've not read the Bible. I've not read any of the other stuff. I've formed an opinion, obviously, of all the other stuff from talks of other folks and forming my own opinion. And I believe, is it possible that a lot of all of those writings are adaptations, adapting on to that imagination, making things more difficult
to
Well, sure,
stay true
absolutely.
to straight as the gate.
Yeah, absolutely. It's when you apply your own design to any information, it becomes a product of ego.
Which proves whatever this is driving all of us, whatever that energy is in all of us that keeps that heartbeat going, obviously it's real. How have I been able to acquire this knowledge? Only in observation of others throughout life in their offerings.
That's why I take on the omnious perspective, is
Yeah.
because I observe all schools and I take the best from
And
each
that's
and utilize
very,
it.
yeah. You're gonna say that's very well said, Axis and 5 Speed. But yeah, you can look into electromagnetism and magnetic fields and all that, and I'll give you a hint on it.
It would seem that
And see,
I've mastered the energy within oneself and transformed it into a way to create the change within oneself that they want to be or
are you
see,
sure
I mean.
mastering is the proper word to use?
Well, I don't know. When you look up the word L Dread, D-R-E-D, Eldred, E-L. It means elder things. When you get back to the old universities, right, which was at Eastern State Normal School, as far as I can tell, was what they were referring to as old universities. And that was in the teachings of teaching the students to be teachers. And versus the universities
You know
of
where this stuff
today
is?
in man's doctrine of his ego.
All right, well, it's right in your fucking religion, buddy. Think about it. You know where L comes from? You know, like Elohim, elders, electricity, elect, etc.
Yeah, I'm totally
And
familiar with the
like
salvation and
angel, but you
all
can
of
use
it.
it as like you can use it from a prefix or a suffix, for example, like a beginning
That's
or an
the
ending
energy.
of a word. You can use like an angel, an
That's the
angel.
spark.
Yeah, you can use like Raphael, Michael,
Okay, you can articulate, you can
Zodiel.
bring dramatic and drama into it if you want
I
to
don't know, but
complicate it. It
it
doesn't
has to
have
do
to be
with Saturn.
complicated.
It has to do with Saturn.
It's a waste of
Directly to
airtime,
Saturn.
though.
Chronos, Father Time.
The drama and dramatic scenes and actions are a waste of time for people
But
that
I'm
could
saying
use
it's so
some of this
prevalent. I'm trying to make a
information.
point. It goes directly to Saturn. You understand it? You know where you're really worshiping, right? You're worshiping the fucking devil,
What?
buddy.
What?
Yeah,
What?
it's good luck.
Why am I even? What am I even up here for?
I don't know.
Did you endeavor to persevere with the ideal that you have mastered something? Is that potentially your motivation?
Well, I think all of these words are just that, words. Actions define what those words really are. That you can't hide. You can act, you can say all day long, I'm a good dude, I'm good, I'm good, I'm good. You could say that all damn day long. When we put the light on you, on the actions, we can now see if those things that one done was righteous or self-righteous. And that's like the old Stoic philosophy says, life has to be understood, or life can only be understood backwards, but must be lived forward. You don't know how to act, something wrong.
Well, hindsight's always 20/20, huh, buddy?
Well, I just took it all the way home. That's all. Just took it all the way home.
That's a it's also a teaching of the school of Satanism.
Is it inequity or self-righteousness? The actions. Did those actions involve everyone or just yourself?
Depends how far you want to fuck up.
No. You either home or you ain't home, the way I see it. And that's the flipping of the tables.
Oh, the flipping of the tables.
On one's imagination. Individually, let's don't get it twisted. We have to be accountable as individuals. Y'all say you believe, right? Y'all say you believe, right?
Believe in what?
Whatever it is you're out here preaching. It's got you
I'm
to
not,
where you're at. It's so
I never
important
been
that you need
preaching.
all the airtime. You got all the answers.
According to who?
Your actions.
According to who?
Your actions.
I don't think it's about me at that point. It's your
That are
interpretation.
choking out the tomato plants and they're not going to bear no fruit.
What action did I fucking put into it?
In that garden of prosperity and abundance. You're the one getting the abundance of airtime, and there's no teachings except Cage's way.
You said
Not
airtime
the
at
way.
least like
Cage's way.
You said airtime almost a dozen times at this point. I think the word airtime.
You got a lot
is
of
more
the air,
airtime.
right? Everybody shut up, gave you the air, right? They gave you the stage, buddy. You're the actor on stage. You're the teacher, brother. What'd you teach these people here today? What'd you teach them here today?
What did you teach them?
I tried to share. Well, you seem to have all the answers. What'd you teach here today?
Well, the key word
be
there
the
is
one coming
seeing.
from a balanced center of balance. You come with a lot of opinions and imagination.
And how do you come?
True.
How do you come? True. And there's no falsehood within the truth?
I'm sorry?
There's no false without the truth, no?
That would depend on what's written on the man's heart. That is the messenger. Don't play with me, Cage.
So mote it be.
Right. That's how you master oneself. I don't have there's no self-interest here. It's in whole interest here.
Again,
not about me.
no one ever said anything about self-interest.
Gonna
You brought it
expose
up
the
and you're saying
wrong
there's
in you.
nothing there, which means there probably is something there. Again, you expose yourself with your own fucking words, bro. Constantly.
No. The actions are what's what will be measured up here today.
How can you see an action in this
The
physical
action
form?
and
You're on
the actions
internet
and the
right
value in the of one's word is what will be measured up here today on those merits inside inside the Most High. Divine protection. Now, is it about me or is it about all of us? You seem to think it's all about you. Because I certainly don't think it's all about
I'm
me.
getting to you.
You're just making shit up constantly, buddy.
I'm not making shit up. You can't slap a guy in the face and say, hey, I didn't just slap you.
If I thought it's all about me, I'd be like, bitch, it's all about me. You want to talk about it? I'll show you.
Well, what was you saying when that guy got up here and needed us to lend an ear that they did him wrong and fucked him all up? Now he needs all this medical attention and all of this resource.
You get touched anywhere.
And you gobbled his airtime up.
What about that? You don't know, bro. I never said any of this.
Pick me. If you're
Welcome,
not first,
Chris.
son, you're last. And if you're last, you're not on top. And if you're not on top, that means you're at the fucking bottom, Cage.
If you ain't first, you're last. I'm on fire. What are you, Ricky Bobby, bro? Come on.
Well, why would you teach anybody other than to be first? Be the best you can be, right?
Let's be nice.
The change you wish to see, right?
Well, when I see it, 5-speed, I don't know. Cage might have different thoughts on this. Cage is not interested in playing the envy and jealousy game. He's not participating in that. So I don't know. Just my thought.
No, you're fine, Chris, and a different perspective may be needed.
Well, what I get out of that is maybe now I had to observe myself. I had to check myself here, right? Review what has been going on here today, and I gotta look at that and say, okay, is there going to be some kind of profitable teachings when this is all said and done here today, or do I do what this man said? Said, hey, is he saying that nobody wants to hear it anymore? So as the conversation lost the value and it's went to insanity, or is there still a equitable and a valuable measure here today that somebody can hold value to in the future? That's all I ask.
Well, the stream will be left up, this one especially, because I think that for introspection, there needs to be a review of each individual action placed forward here. And I'm talking action in a cerebral sense.
I mean, I expect to be checked. If you can check me and flip that damn table on me and I've got it wrong, flip it. You see what I'm saying? I want to be held accountable. If I got it wrong, you see what I'm saying?
Well, 5-speed, I think it would do everybody good not to participate in envy and jealousy. Like pick me. No, don't even play that game. It's just like
I wouldn't, bro.
pick me.
Even
That's
if,
all
even
it
if you
is.
could, first of all, being an individual that understands the fucking game and all that, you would not go and flip somebody else's fucking table unless it was completely necessary. And going online and thinking about actions and that's not gonna that doesn't warrant fucking flipping another being's table. That's ridiculous.
Well, I don't
That's
know. At that point where two or more come together and it says I'm in the midst, when those two came together, one had a
Buddy, you want to play that
responsibility to
game,
be
you're
a
gonna get
teacher.
fucking dealt with, okay? Like, I'm
You're
playing
either
the
a
fucking
teacher or a
game. I'm not
student.
acting. It's like, oh, how come you don't act like this? Because they don't act in general.
But there
How many
doesn't seem to
times I
be any
heard told?
value in your actions then.
According to
Isn't
who?
that perspective?
According to you? You don't
Yeah,
get it?
that's an
I can
I've
tell
individual
it
said
to be
I've
perspective.
reality.
said zero negative things about you. It's always about you telling me I'm thinking or saying certain things. I see it constantly. Why don't you ask me and I'll tell you exactly how I think or feel or how I'm gonna act about it.
How can we get a say access? Anybody
It's very
listening?
simple. Like, do I have to say in
How
fucking
can we get
Japanese?
somebody to do a panel
Jesus Christ.
get a bunch of viewers, and I'll take all the scholars and we'll just go up here and sit and communicate and do it from a teaching standpoint, not about an egotistic standpoint and entertainment and all of that BS. Let's just get up there and everybody come clean and corrected. Let's talk about it, and when it gets popped, and when the illusion gets flipped over to something right, let's move on and continue on. And maybe some of this will get uncovered in all of this imaginative states.
If
How
I
did
can
it
add
get covered
awareness,
up in the first place? Yeah, that can happen.
And I've read none of this. I've read none of it. Now I just come and what I wholeheartedly believe in my heart and soul. I don't have all the readings. What was that movie Gunsmoke? Where old Festus said,
well,
I can't read the
if you
reading for the writing and the writing for the reading because it's all spell work.
if you look, Lord has put the judo Christian Matthew 18:20, and that's in chat if you want to read that, or I can.
All right. Well, in that context, doesn't that mean that's the devil you're referring to, bro? Like, oh, you got Cage in me here, and then what else do you have? The devil? So
You're
you
the one
kept
that does
saying
the
Well,
over and
performing
over again.
arts, the actions, whether it's valuable or not.
and that
The
is from the
individual is the
King
one
James
performing the
version.
art.
Matthew 18:20, for where 2 or 3 are gathered together in my name,
It
there
works.
am I in the midst of them. In my name. So it doesn't just
Yeah, and this
insinuate
fucktard kept
2 or
fucking
3
this retard
people
kept putting the devil in
coming
there in
together.
the name.
You have to come together in his name. And I don't represent his
What's
name.
government? What's government?
I'm not sure what that implies, but I know there's 2 of us on the panel who do not represent his name.
Right. And
I'm not an ambassador for
represent.
Jesus or God.
Okay.
If I come in your name, the way I look at it, if I come in your name, Axis, that means I'm going to come in to present you properly, to stand for what you stand for, and behave. You know how you'd have us to behave, because you represent your name. That's
Exactly.
what that means.
Be the following of the teachings, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
If you're following Jesus' teachings, yeah, but I don't represent.
I don't understand how it's all been so complicated.
Because not everyone is a representative for Jesus or God.
And
You know, there's
that
a lot
is,
of us that don't feel worthy enough to be a representative for such things if they were true.
I
If
got you.
they were true.
Right.
I cannot represent.
What authority do you have on it, Axis?
I have no authority on that.
Exactly.
Absolutely
Being
none.
honest, no one does. So who the fuck are you even listening to?
But the system feeds off of something, right?
Indoctrination.
And there's
It
children
feeds off of
suffering from this
programming.
system. So it would make sense that we have to figure out what it is that's feeding the system, so we stop feeding the system. And if the individual went entered themselves in that energy and started becoming the change they wish to see through their acts.
Oh, you want to see the real G with the gold and all that? Come on, man. I'll show you the inner
I was
G.
9:19:19 on the clock.
Perfect.
Holy
That's
smokes.
how the Matrix put you back in. You know the Matrix means the womb, right?
Yeah, and your algorithms, right?
There you go.
If you continue to recycle
Yep. And I'm
the
going to give this.
artificial intelligence, the algorithms will run wild. When you start to implement some
Yeah, I'm going to
natural
give this
intelligence that
stream.
rings supreme, we get a hold and tame that wild animal
Okay,
and
we got
teach it
the
how to
Supreme Stream.
act.
We got the Supreme Stream. Access. We're going to give the stream what?
Yeah, hold on. And I'm going to give this stream 15 more minutes, which will be 10 o'clock my time. So,
It's only
14 now.
14
14
actually.
minutes. We have to sum this up in 14 minutes.
Oh, back to the 14. Perfect.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
Remember,
good, man.
it's
I
all
think I've
tied
said
together. This
enough.
entire fucking thing. You
I
know?
think I've shared my information, and I'm comfortable with. I think people will find value from it in the future. You know, and
It's not 13. It's
I
14.
think it would
Right?
be certainly
No, it's
help
not 15. It's 14.
make
It's not
things a
13.
lot clearer for them, possibly. You know.
Possibly. And, like I said, it's in all of our best interest to do a review of our behaviors here.
So you're on your best fucking behavior right now, Axis. Like we'll see you another time.
Tomorrow I could be completely off my fucking rocker, dude.
He probably will be, So it's like, I'd like to correlate exactly what you said to like in like a few days or something. You have to be consistent. You're not consistent with it, Axis. You're all over the fucking
No,
map.
I'm not consistent.
Yeah.
But I definitely continually voice. I'm nobody's role model. I'm no one to follow.
Has anyone ever fucking said anything like that? Again, other people say for no reason they assume that you are just because they're out here expressing and talking and all that. That somehow you're automatically assuming that you're a role model, which is not true.
I'm not.
Like, what if I said, have you ever said, or has anyone ever said, I'm the role model? Listen to me. This is how it has to be. Da 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 da. No, that's what your fucking brainwash program tells you, though. And now
Well,
you
I
want
see
to
it all
point
the
fingers.
time.
It's hilarious. That's fine.
Dominique says, could one use a name in vain?
I would say, yeah. Act like you're doing something good and don't.
Oh, enough of your. Now you're waffling, talking shit.
I don't know.
What if
Sounds
I
like a
do
leader.
something good? What if let's reverse that? What if we do something amazing and great and say we didn't?
Well, then what anything you do is true. It's all bullshit.
No, it's not all bullshit.
Why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't it be?
Because
What you think?
you're not part of their fucking game or their
Not what
program
the
they
higher
created.
power thinks, but what you think.
It goes back to creating your own, reformulating the mind,
See, from an opinion
reprogramming.
standpoint,
The
you've
mind's
already showed me
malleable.
what you think. You gobbled up the airtime on a guy
Mind's very
laying in a
malleable.
hospital bed or something. You gobbled up his airtime, so I already know what you think just based on the actions alone. You don't really need to say anything, Cage.
Gobbling up airtime, huh? All right, tell me more. I'll
I mean, that's
mute and we'll
just,
let you gobble it up.
that was just these things might brighten the path for somebody in the future on their journey to clear things up. It might clear that path up on them in their journeys. They might find something here today. If you're going to be a truth speaker, don't come with any feelings and emotions and opinions.
Yeah, to clear it up, that's the intention.
Come true. Come right with your words. And just. Teach.
Okay, one.
Or be a student.
To clear it up, that's the intention.
Isn't that the protection of the family and that heraldry?
Well, Lord says a name is just a word. And Dominique says, could we be in the beast system and the beast could be the human part?
Yes, I believe
Spoken
so,
or
with a
written
duality
or
mindset.
in silence. Welcome, Keith. You got us right on the tail end, but this has been a pretty interesting stream. It might be worth going back and checking it out. Yeah, and it's good to have you, Keith.
I don't think we got a slot for him. I don't see him on the panel. We got Keith in the building?
Oh, in chat, yeah. Yeah, it's obviously,
Oh, I thought he hit the link. Okay.
no. No,
Yeah,
I
Keith's
keep
a
an eye
real
on the
one.
chat, too.
Keith fucking, he's on it. He's a real fucking guy out here.
Who's Keith?
Yeah.
Oh. Do I know Keith?
It's chat. I keep track of the chat as well as the panel. And
Well, there's a
also,
link,
too.
Oh,
Keith.
Keith, not Keith.
I
Oh,
dropped
my
the
apologies.
link in there if Keith wants to come up here. He might have been in the background earlier. Access doesn't see him. So Keith, if you want to go in there, like, let us know if Access could look.
Next time, he says, because we've just got we got about 8 minutes.
Perfect timing,
And
right?
Keith says, thanks, Lord, as the emojis. Thank you, Lord, always. And Dominique says, blind.
All right, Access Man, I think I'm gonna bounce out.
High Speed, it's been a pleasure having you as usual. All my guests, absolutely. That's what makes this an endeavor. You're welcome anytime.
I appreciate it. I appreciate your time up here, and I do look forward to doing it together. Hopefully, we can build on these conversations and they become more clearer and clearer, and then that flow of currency starts to flow. And then that energy is
Absolutely.
guided and directed in a way that does good for the communities all across America, and not just our own.
Sure.
So, much love and many blessings. Be the change you wish to see.
Have a good one.
It just might brighten the path for the next ones searching for thee. Later.
See you later.
All right. Thank you, 5 Speed. Absolutely. Gage, it's been it's been an interesting stream. I think you represented your school of thought, and I think that you're developing at least some. You know, your etiquette is still kind of perplexing, and requires me to do a little bit of you know, a test of my resolve. But as far as your delivery, you know, you are a contributor. Dominique says, are we sharing awareness or truth or stories with each other when we speak or write? And thank you, Jared. Thank you very much.
I'll add to it quick before. I know we have less than probably. How much time we have?
5 minutes.
Okay. So this is 49 seconds.
I have to say, call it. Well, look, I need to know what I stand to win. Everything. How's that?
You stand to win everything. Call it.
All right. Heads then.
Well done. Don't put it in your pocket, sir. Don't put it in your pocket. It's your lucky quarter.
Where do you want me to put it?
Anywhere not in your pocket. Or it'll get mixed in with the others and become just a coin. Which it is.
No, but this funny part. The funny thing is, if you have a keen eye, look at the face behind the counter. I'll just have to throw a light on it.
Was that a movie or something, Cage?
Yeah, it is. It's a deepfake. Whose face is behind the counter? You recognize that face or no?
No, no, I don't.
I don't, but maybe movie buffs or something. Yeah.
You gotta pay more attention.
Are you a movie buff, Cage?
You're telling me you don't recognize that face at all?
No.
Okay.
Is he a noted actor, or should we recognize him?
You probably should. It's not about an actor. I guess you could say. No, it's not a Hollywood actor or anything like that.
Somebody asked, is that Paul Cage? See that? Is that Paul? Jared Jaguar. Oh, I got 2 minutes left here.
Yep. Let me say thank you to everyone that participated in the chat. You guys make the show as well as the panelists. Absolutely wonderful lineup, and I couldn't ask for a much better situation and better people to do this with. I got a wonderful compliment in chat, and I'm going to take that as a vote of positive direction. And Chris, Cage, 5-Speed, Dom, Nobody, Vex, absolutely. Even the gentleman who Baltimore, man, thank you all. Thank you. You guys have absolutely made this a wonderful time. And hopefully in the future, if anybody happens to stumble across this, it represents something of forward movement or maybe some introspective understanding. Gentlemen, anything you want to contribute?
I guess I'd like to tell you all to have a great day. Try to
There you go.
Get your goals accomplished. Try to build this coming new year. We have 2 days left of this year, so just let's try to build and do some positive stuff this coming year. See if you can be better than you were last year. Challenge your personal self. I'd say.
Excellent, Cage.
Yeah, well said. Thank you all for having me, and everybody take it easy. Take care of yourselves. See you soon.
Thank you, Cage, and Chris. Thank you. It's been a wonderful time, and Axis is out.